Testing, 1, 2, sibilance.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Morning. You all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Eric Blank. We're back on the record in 24A-0547E and 25A-0061 Public Service Companies application for the DSP and VPP. Hope everyone had a great holiday weekend. I think we were up to redirect on Mr. Pascucci, but before we jump to that, let's see if there's any preliminary matters. And I did have one, which I'll raise. Mr. Simpson, can we bring Mr. Mino back sometime today?
That was my preliminary, Mr. Chair. We're going to use him to introduce the additional feeder charts that we've put together as well. So we'll make him available for additional questions right after we do that, if that works for you.
So that would be after Mr. Paquette?
And we'd prefer to do it after Mr. Pascucci.
Oh, okay.
Dave's here and ready to go.
Okay. Thank you. Let's do that. Let's get my notes. Ms. Mandel.
Yes, good morning, Chair. I would like to request that I be able to attend the hearing intermittently for the rest of the week, and also a reminder that I will not be here on this coming Friday. Yes, thank you.
Well, thanks for the heads up, but I'm hoping we finish the hearing tomorrow. Friday may not be an issue. Mr. Wittershine.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I wanted to give an update on UCA's witness availability. Parties and the commission are aware that Mr. Villarreal is unavailable to testify today. Mr. Neal also had an unavoidable conflict this afternoon. It looks like that may interfere with UCA's order. UCA is prepared to take the witnesses and have them testify in the order that's listed in the matrix, or if the commission prefers, we could have our witnesses testify tomorrow. Just wanted to make you aware and let you know.
Yeah, why don't we just plan on UCA going on? How about if UCA is last? Would that work for you, Mr. Wittershine?
That would work.
Okay, so UCA goes last, and that'll probably be tomorrow afternoon. I think we'll start at 1. So,
Okay.
Ms. Kutzer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. A couple of items. One, I have in my notes a reflection that witness Tom Beach was tentative for commissioner questions from Commissioner Gilman. So I wanted to see if she had an update. He should be available today. It looks like there could be some chance he has some restrictions tomorrow in the afternoon.
Commissioner Gilman?
Sorry, what was his availability restriction?
Tomorrow afternoon. I don't know that we'll get to him, but it's starting to get a little close, and I know things can move fast once we get to this point in the hearing.
Okay. Oh yeah, now he'll move up in the order quite a bit with UCA. I think we can release him. Yeah, I think that'll work.
Okay. He's definitely available if you want him, but just want to work around. So, but if that's your call, great. I also, Mr. Chair, wanted to double check and see if the exhibits we were talking about at the end of the hearing last week, introduced by the company, had been moved for admission. That was a little unclear to me, and we did have a comment on one of those.
Let's assume not. What was
Okay.
your comment?
No objection to their admission, but we did have an objection to hearing exhibit 141 being designated as confidential. I suggest that we bring that up in our brief, but did want to note that for the record.
Can you remind me what 141 is?
I believe it's the updated AVPP constrained feeder list, but Mr. Simpson may be able to confirm that.
Yes, it is the updated feeder list. Are you objecting to it?
I'm objecting to it being marked as confidential, and I suggest we bring that up in our brief, Mr. Simpson, but I don't object to its admission.
Thank you.
And if that's all right with you, if you're okay removing the confidentiality restriction, Mr. Simpson, let's do that. If not, we'll take it up at briefing and make it part of the decision.
We are not comfortable not designating it confidential, so let's just pick it up in briefing, please.
Okay. Mr. Goldman.
Good morning, Chair. IREC had noted that our witness Mafazi is unavailable after 3 p.m. For the rest of the week. So I imagine, given the witness list, that he'll be up tomorrow. So I just wanted to request if it's looking like we won't get to him at 3 p.m. if we could. I just wanted to bring that to your attention and let you decide how to handle that.
We can take him out of order. I'm just looking. Do you want to just put your witnesses, the IREC witnesses, on after the company?
Could we suggest after staff, potentially?
After staff? Yeah, I think that should work. All right, so IRAC after staff, with Fuzzy. Right, so we'll either take Mafasi out of order or take up IRAC after staff. Does that work, Mr. Goldman?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Mr. Barrasso.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Chair. Just adding to the witness scheduling headache here. WA witness Ms. Valentine will be unavailable starting tomorrow. This is noted in the matrix, and so wanted to make sure that we'll be able to have her called up today.
So Valentine. All right. So why don't maybe around 1:30 or 2, we just put Ms. Valentine and Mr. Mafazi on, and then other than that, we'll keep to the witness list. Would that work for you, Mr. Simpson?
I think that's fine. Do the commissioners have questions for Ms. Valentine, or is it only the company's cross?
I don't think I have questions for Ms. Valentine. Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I plan to question Valentine.
All right, so maybe
Then
we'll
that's perfectly fine for us.
Yeah, maybe about 1:30. We'll do the witnesses whose only availability remains today. Mr. Argetsinger?
Good morning, Chair. Just two quick items similar to ACE, Solar United Neighbors, does not object to the company's motion to move those exhibits into the record, but on Exhibit 141, similarly would object to the designation of confidentiality at this point and would like to take that up in briefing as well. So just without waiving that objection, we wanted to note that for the record as well. And I also just wanted to let you know that my attendance today may be intermittent with some other conflicts. So just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you for the heads up. Understood. And you'll have to take the hearing as you find it. Mr. Goldman, did you have something else?
Yes, Chair. Sorry, I just wanted to confirm whether we are going to take IREC witness Mafazi just himself out of order or IREC witness McCurley as well and do them both after.
Yeah, if you're all right, let's just take Mafazi out of order.
Okay.
I just let for the people who can only testify today, let's make sure we get them on.
Okay.
And I'm not entirely positive how long it'll take with commissioner questions and redirect. So let's just make sure we get on who needs to get on.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to let witness McCurley know. Thank you.
Yeah, so UCA's moves, but other than that, we'll go down the witness list. Mr. Simpson?
I just wanted to let everybody know public service is going to waive cross of Shea and Valentine.
All right, hold on. So Shea, Commissioner Gilman, do you have questions of Shea?
I do. It'll be very brief.
Okay. And Joe, and you already said you do have questions of Valentine. Okay, so those witnesses are not excused. Any other preliminary matters before we go back to Mr. Pascucci? Mr. Pascucci, are you out there?
Yeah, good morning.
Do you understand you're still under oath?
I do.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. This is sort of a preliminary, sort of relevant to Mr. Pascucci. I made a mistake during my cross of Mr. Pascucci on Friday, and so I wanted to let the commission know. I've spoken with Mr. Simpson about this, so he's aware, but just wanted to clarify for the record. So as you might remember, I cross-examined Mr. Pascucci about the Empower Intelligence program, which was, and we introduced hearing exhibit 1509, which was the information sheet. And I was under the impression that that was an unregulated offering. As I noted in my cross, the fees that are charged for that program did not appear in tariff, and I was led for several different reasons to think that it was unregulated. It turns out I was mistaken about that. It was actually a DSM program that was part of the last DSM plan, and Public Service filed a 90-day notice to discontinue the program in May of this year. And that was apparently why the fees don't appear in tariff, is because the program was being discontinued. So I certainly apologize for my confusion about that, but I just wanted to clarify that Empower Intelligence is not an unregulated program. It was a program within the DSM plan. I've spoken with Mr. Simpson, and we've agreed that with that clarification, we don't think there's any need to strike the oral examination, as long as you agree with that. And Mr. Simpson, I believe, is going to introduce the 90-day notice discontinuing the program through redirect just for clarity of the record. But again, I think the program is still relevant to our case, but obviously that's a relevant fact that it was a DSM program and not an unregulated offering.
So I guess Mr. Simpson, do you agree with Mr. Dunbar's characterization, and would you accept it as sort of a stipulation between counsel for a clarification of the record? Is that a decent way to move forward with a fair record?
That absolutely works for us, and we'll capture a few questions on redirect with Mr. Pascucci.
Even better. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Pascucci, I don't even remember if I asked you this. Do you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, I do.
All right. Over to you, Mr. Simpson.
And just to clarify, I think we left at commissioner questions before the break, yes, or Friday. So just making sure there are no commissioner questions.
Oh, I don't have questions for Mr. Pascucci. I think you said you didn't, but if you do, Commissioner Gilman, now's the time.
No questions, thanks.
Great.
Nor do I.
How about that? Mr. Pascucci, good morning. Welcome back to the stand. Just a few questions on redirect. I don't know who's driving today, but if you could pull up hearing exhibit 147 in public services box, please. And Mr. Pascucci, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, generally.
How would you describe this document?
This is what's called a 90-day notice as part of the company's DSM plans. In order to terminate an offering, such as a measure, a product, or a program, the company needs to file what's called a 90-day notice, which provides parties with an opportunity to support or oppose the company's request to terminate that offering. And after 90 days, the company can then proceed to terminate that.
And to the best of your knowledge, this is a true and correct copy of that 90-day notice, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to offer this into evidence as hearing exhibit 147.
Any objection, Mr. Dunbar?
No objection. Thank you.
So moved.
Thank you. Mr. Pascucci, if you will look at Roman numeral 2 there. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Have you read that section before?
Yes, I have.
And so you're familiar with its terms?
Yes.
Can you help summarize not only what section 2 says, but your understanding of the reason for public services termination of this program?
Yes, the company evaluated the Empower Intelligence offering. What it was essentially considered a measure within a DSM product. And because of declining interest from customers, similar to some of the declines in interest we've seen or lack of interest we've seen in other types of programs, the company proposed to eliminate the program or to terminate it or terminate the offering. That is a function of we have restricted or limited, I shouldn't say restricted, but limited budgets for our DSM programs. And so by eliminating the Empower Intelligence program, the company is able to redirect funds to other areas that are more cost-effective or more productive.
So in summary, essentially, there wasn't enough interest to justify these expenditures, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And as part, was the availability of alternatives a consideration for public service?
Yes, it's one of the things whenever we terminate an offering within the DSM program, we want to make sure that if there are other complementary offerings, that they are out there. As you can see in Roman numeral 2, we note that Green Button Connect is a potential alternative customers can use. But we want to make sure that if we are terminating a DSM program, that there is some way that customers can still get access to similar benefits.
And you I'm sure it's fresh in nobody's memory, your back and forth with Mr. Dunbar on Friday. But Mr. Dunbar had raised a number of questions with respect to the types of information that public service provides through Green Button Connect. Do you have some recollection of that?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, will public service enable any Green Button Connect functionality as it may be ordered by the commission?
Yes, we will.
And will that likely incur additional costs for the company?
Yes, expanding the offering may incur additional cost.
And when the company is analyzing what Green Button Connect programs to undertake, other than the minimum ordered by the commission, what factors does it take into account?
We take into account factors such as what are we hearing from customers. We'll take into account the alternative avenues or methods by which customers could get information. Would also take into account what the associated benefits of those are in order to kind of holistically evaluate the cost effectiveness of those additional offerings.
And is it your opinion that the uptake of any of these programs, including Green Button Connect, sharing with third party, and the Empower Intelligence program, does not have a tremendous amount of demand at this point in time?
Yes, that's my understanding from working with other teams within the company, is that these types of programs just aren't front and center of mind for customers right now. We're not seeing the uptake to warrant additional investment in them right now.
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Pascucci. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Mino, are you out there?
Yes, I am.
Welcome back. No rest for the worry. Do you still do you understand that you're still under oath?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Simpson, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mino. You are the same Dave Mino that presented testimony already, both oral and written.
Correct.
Okay. I don't know who's driving, but can somebody please bring up hearing exhibit 148, please? And can you just briefly scroll through all of the pages just so Mr. Mino and the commission can see the dates? 2022, 24. I think we're missing. Oh, they're out of order. All right. Well, we'll reorder those when we get them in the box. But Mr. Mino, is it fair to say that these are feeder values from 2020 through 2024?
That's correct.
And they're in the same format as the tables that is identified several times in Ms. McDermott's different pre-file testimonies, correct?
That's correct.
And the Denver Metro feeders, those feeders have all been the network feeders have all been bundled so that you can provide an apples to apples comparison of the different Denver feeders, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Then each network is made up of 3 feeders. We've merged those 3 feeders into a single network to represent them.
And so it's fair to look at Denver from year to year and essentially be able to compare the same statistics, correct?
Correct.
And this information was prepared with the raw SCADA data that was provided in your pre-filed direct testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. As you're looking at these different values, and I don't know the easiest way for the commissioners to be able to look through these charts, so we'll kind of leave it at that for now. But as you look through these values from 2020 through 2025, what do you conclude, Mr. Mino?
So for ranging from 20 to 2024, I think we see the overload, so feeders over 100% start to creep up over the years with a marginal decline in 2024 as we've implemented new projects. But I think it's pretty consistently that the feeders over 75% and over 100, that those two numbers combined are pretty consistent throughout the 5 year or the 5 years that we provided here.
And would you say that the red creeping up, but the yellow and red together being pretty consistent is essentially an outcome of the reactive planning that the company has been doing?
I would, yes.
Essentially, does that reactive planning result in essentially retaining the system at its current status quo?
I think it does, yes.
And this is notwithstanding the number of projects you've done in the past 5 years, correct?
That's correct.
Can you provide an example or several examples of those projects that have been done?
I can, yeah. So if you look at our gateway division, for example, we installed a new substation, our High Point substation, in 2023. So we saw a decrease in overloads for the gateway division between 23 and 24 as those new assets were placing the service and serving demand.
And if we were to go to the 2020 value, which is, I think, page 1, and we were to look at Gateway, how many feeders were in Gateway in 2020?
46.
And what percentage of those feeders was overloaded beyond 100%?
Roughly 9%.
And then if we were going to go to 2020, one second, sorry. If we were to go to 2022, and now we're looking at Gateway, how many feeders were installed between 20 and 22?
One feeder.
One feeder. And notwithstanding that addition of the one feeder, was there a significant increase in the amount of overloaded feeders in the Gateway district?
There was, yeah. It went from 9% to 25%.
And then if you were to go to 2024, page 3, between 22 and 24, is that when the large Gateway project was installed?
Correct.
And how many feeders do we have now?
10, roughly 18%.
Well, in the Gateway project.
Oh, I'm sorry, total 55, yeah.
So we went from 46 in 2020 to 55 in 24, correct?
Correct.
And then you had a peak overloading in 22 that triggered this project at 20, well, actually in 23, prior to the installation of this project at 34%. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And then in 2024, after installing the project, we currently have 18% of feeders overloaded.
That's correct.
Is this demonstrative of what you had characterized as the whack-a-mole approach to planning in a reactive way?
It is, yeah. Given the amount of lead time for our projects, as we learn about new growth on the system and initiate projects, it takes some time to implement them. So, you know, as we do deploy new infrastructure, we do see that reduction in overloads, but it's challenging from a reactive standpoint to reduce these numbers in a significant way.
So notwithstanding all of the investment in Gateway over the last 5 years, you still have feeders running at above their continuous rating.
Correct. Yeah, Gateway is a heavy industrial and commercial area, so we're seeing really high density and demand there.
And then the same is true with respect to the feeders between 75 and 100% in Gateway, correct?
Correct.
It looks like you were at 18% of those feeders in 22, and then that's crept up to 27% in 24. Is that fair?
That's correct.
What's driving that? Did your projects not mitigate those issues?
This is resulting from this additional growth that we've experienced on the system over the years. This Gateway division is one of our fastest growing areas, if not the fastest growing division. So, you know, we're just continually getting applications. Most of this is greenfield development, so it's net new demand that wasn't there previously. So, you know, we're seeing just a rapid growth on this system. You know, prior to that High Point substation, we've also installed a second and a third transformer at our Piccadilly substation and extended feeders from there. And we're still seeing this high growth that's outpacing our deployment of a new infrastructure.
And each of your different divisions have different fundamental characteristics. Is that correct?
For the most part, yeah, each division is somewhat unique, just given the geography and customers that it serves.
Is the lesson from Gateway somewhat applicable to the other divisions, nevertheless?
I think it is from a rate of growth standpoint. The customer breakdown is a little different than compared to others, but overall, I would say the trends are similar.
Now, you had testified that the company is moving from a reactive planning approach to a proactive planning approach. You remember that?
I do, yes.
And we just talked about the impacts of the whack-a-mole with the reactive approach. Can you help everybody understand what the goal is when you're moving from a reactive whack-a-mole, keeping the number steady approach to a more proactive approach?
Sure. So as we move from a reactive to a proactive forecasting and planning methodology, the goal is to really identify when we anticipate the feeders to be over 75% and start initiating a project while allowing growth to continue up to that 100% level, but allowing growth to continue and give us sufficient lead time to build out a future infrastructure. So that way we don't have feeders that are over that 100% mark, ideally.
And that proactive approach will require you to mitigate all 21% of the continuously overloaded feeders, correct?
Correct. Those are the highest priority. And, as we look at the range between 75 and 100%, we prioritize those accordingly as well, depending on where they fall within that range.
And if we're looking at the green boxes, you do actually, if the 2020 values were 51% of your feeders were green, i.e. the majority of the system was green in 2020, is that correct?
I believe so.
And then by 2024, that had dropped to 47% of the feeders on the system, notwithstanding the additional feeders on the system, correct?
That's correct.
What do you attribute that to?
It's just continued growth on the system. We've been seeing steady and increasing growth throughout our distribution system, and I think, and that's also a result of us using those feeders to help support feeders that are more overloaded. So we're performing load transfers where we can to perform the cheapest option that we have for mitigating risk on distribution feeders, just by shifting load around the system permanently. But there's also just significant growth that's kind of chewing away at that total feeder count that's below that 75%.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mino. I move for the admission of the hearing exhibit 148.
Can you just scroll through it page by page for a second? Can you go back up to 2020 for a sec, the first page? All right, can you go down? Yeah, keep going down. Keep going. All right. Any objections? Hearing none, so moved. And you'll, if you could fix the exhibit and email it to Commission Counsel, that would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely, we were working fast. I released Mr. Mino for recross, I guess is what you call it.
Recross Commissioner questions. Commissioner Gilman, anything further for Mr. Mino?
I have a few follow-up questions, but I wasn't sure if you wanted to go first or if you want me to go.
No, why don't you go?
Okay. Hi again, Mr. Mino. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just a couple questions, especially things that came up in other testimony that I wanted to run by you or better understand. So as I understand it, it sounds like a significant amount of the increase in budget for distribution system expenses, say if you compared the upcoming 5 years to the previous 5 years, has likely come from the increase in cost of goods with regard to tariffs, other supply chain issues, in addition to the quantity increasing, you're also seeing the actual unit price of different equipment increasing significantly. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. For example, our substation transformers, they went up by 2.5 to 3x what we were getting them before, for a few years ago. So, and the lead time is also increasing as well. But yeah, I think that's a fair statement.
And is that primarily a result of your understanding of like federal tariff policy and different things that change fairly regularly at this point?
My understanding, and I may not be fully, versed on all the nuance of it, but I do believe is more so from supply chain disruptions coming out of the pandemic, leading to just a lot of utilities trying to lock up production slots for substation transformers and other pieces of equipment. But I'm sure there's other factors that led into it. But my understanding it was supply chain driven primarily.
Okay. So I just wanted to be sure I understand in your kind of plans, especially for the next 3 years, with these distribution system expenses, if you were to see costs of the goods continue to increase, I think I heard Mr. Eiley say it's a not to exceed number. So does that mean you would just peel projects off the list if the cost of goods increased such that you could not afford anymore those projects you were planning on doing? Tell me how that would work if the cost of goods increased even more.
Yeah, so those numbers are reflective of us assuming that costs will continue to increase. So we have escalated some of those based on the year that we're budgeting. But yeah, if those numbers are not to exceed, we do not intend to go beyond what we proposed here. So if we do see that our assumptions were inaccurate and the costs are growing faster than we had anticipated, we would have to just reevaluate the projects we were doing, look at which risks they were resolving, and really just kind of pinpoint which projects we had to pursue, which ones we could live with pushing out a little bit, just to stay within our guardrails there.
Okay. And then it sounds like off chance that costs go down somewhat, especially if some of these are related to like tariff policy that could change. How would you handle that if projects then were less expensive in aggregate than your budget? Would you add in additional projects to fill the budget that was approved, or would it still just be based on the projects themselves?
So I mean, we're constantly shuffling projects around based on what's actually materializing on the system. So we're constantly shuffling things as we get new requests from customers, and maybe that requires us prioritizing a project that was in the later years. So if the projects are under what we're assuming, I don't know that we'd be able to accelerate projects in that year to really execute on it and kind of fill that gap. So I think we would focus on, especially in the short term, like the years 0 to 2 are pretty much locked down from a scope standpoint, at least from a major scope standpoint. So if we were under, I think we would see if other areas of the business are going or requiring more funding, and we would reprioritize how that budget's allocated. But yeah, that would be great if we can get them in cheaper. Absolutely. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
How would that work if the funding comes in for the GMAC that's for a specific purpose? Can it really be reallocated?
I'm not sure that I'm the right person to talk through the GMAC related, how that would all work. My understanding is that through the true up process, that would be handled, but I'm not sure that I'm the right person to speak to the nuances of that.
And this is what we put on Mr. Piquet last, because he can talk to you all about the mechanics.
Yeah, he's coming, no worries. Also wanted to just understand a little better how to interpret, as we work through clean heat plan and non-pipeline alternatives on the gas side. My understanding that especially the cost benefit analyses that are typically presented in those generally take the premise that any electrification under those plans necessarily causes costs across the distribution, transmission, and generation systems. And those costs are then allocated within those cost benefit analyses. But we're hearing the general argument here from the company that the vast majority of expenditures in this distribution system plan are actually caused by new load growth through these capacity checks and not through beneficial electrification. So I'm trying to reconcile the across the board assumption that any beneficial electrification is necessarily the cost causer. So help me with any insights if you have.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with all the nuances of the cost benefit analysis used by the gas team in that GIP filing, but you know, I do think that what you're saying before, where you know the growth that we're seeing and the actual applications we received are driving the near-term budget. I do anticipate the electrification as that adoption continues and increases, that it will put more and more restraint on the distribution system, which I think we were seeing in the outer years of that forecast, driving additional growth that we were not seeing just through application. So, yeah, I'm not sure I can answer the question in terms of all the nuances of that GIP filing, but you know, depending on where that electrification growth materializes and how we're deploying infrastructure in the short term, you know, the system might be able to absorb some of that. You know, I think we saw through the Mountain Energy filing, we had to do some upgrades to that part of the system since it was winter peaking already, and that electrification demand was compounding the risk we were seeing on that part of the system. Other parts of the system that maybe summer peaking may be able to absorb some of that electrification demand, since there's not as high of a peak in the winter as we're seeing in the summer. So, you know, I think it really depends on where that electrification is occurring and the current state of that system and how we're planning to expand that system, part of the system. I'm not sure if that fully answers your question or not, but
well, and I think one of your main assumptions here is that we would hit kind of the clean heat plan levels of electrification. That's an assumption here, as well as in the JTS. So I'm trying to reconcile that with, you know, if we're planning for those costs roughly here, understanding we're not budgeting out 10 years or whatever it is, but that's where your forecasting is predicting it goes. But then also including it in cost benefit analyses there. You know, it seems as though we're already planning on building for it in the DSP and JTS through the forecasts that have been provided. So I was curious, are the capacity checks that you mentioned geographically distributed amongst the service territory, or are there certain locations, you know, certainly with that being more important in the distribution system rather than the bulk system, are there certain locations that have disproportionately more kind of capacity checks or upcoming capacity than others?
I think what we're seeing is generally most locations of the system are seeing high growth. I think it may be more concentrated in certain pockets, like we were talking before, as I was talking with Mr. Simpson about the Gateway Division, and that being, you know, the area south of the airport, that's zone industrial. You know, I think we're seeing high growth there, but it's also really high density demands. Other areas are more kind of infill growth, where we're seeing more residential customers, either neighborhoods being gentrified or just adoption of different technologies driving growth. So it's really most of the system, I would say. You know, if we were to look at that hearing exhibit again, like the Front Range Division, which is kind of west of Golden and east of the Eisenhower Tunnel, that area has historically not seen a lot of growth. And, you know, as you can kind of see in the overloaded percentages of those feeders, it's been steady throughout the year. So I think that's probably the exception, that kind of area. I would say most of the system is really seeing high growth, higher than we've seen historically.
Okay. And you said that's primarily post-pandemic, like growth that's been larger than usual?
I think that's generally true. Yeah. I think coming out of the pandemic, we saw quite a bit of growth and higher growth, kind of on the tail end of it and coming out of it.
Okay. I'm just curious if you have any like actual numbers or documents that would show this growth. I mean, I took some time, went through the company's FERC Form 1 filings, which may not be a perfect depiction with some off-system sales potentially, but I'm just not able to identify any trend that looks like increased capacity or increased sales on the public service company Colorado's electric system. So I don't know if there is the document you have, if there is something that shows this. I've looked at the available public sources and can't see any sort of trend that reflects what you're saying.
Sure. Yeah, we're actually working to pull that information to see if we can get the applications. The megawatt number is harder to pull from our system, so we're trying to see what we can and can't provide there. But yeah, I don't know that like a FERC filing where it's aggregated to the bulk system is going to be showing the kind of the boots on the ground from a local distribution standpoint. So I think we're trying to pull that information together to kind of show what we're seeing.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I guess I'm hearing two things. I'm hearing applications are up, so we have more anticipation the load is coming. But I've also heard throughout the hearing that the load has already happened. We're already seeing some significant uptick in capacity. And I'm just curious through what resource or where could we see that? Because I've looked at the publicly available ones and can't see that trend at all.
Yeah, I'm not aware of where that could be kind of discerned from an impact to the distribution system. I think that's why we're trying to pull that kind of information together to show essentially illustrate what we're seeing here. And I think sales versus peak demand, I think are two very different things that we're contending with. So I would just kind of caution against just using like kilowatt hours to determine, what the actual peak KW would be for individual assets. They're not quite the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I heard that loud and clear. And so when I looked at the FERC form ones, it looked specifically at capacity and still did not see the trend that you're talking about post 2020. And so, I mean, I'm curious, is there any way that the majority of the distribution system finds a new higher peak when we don't see any data on that on the bulk system?
I do. It really depends on the customer breakdown that's being served by an individual asset and how that demand is being utilized. We absolutely have been seeing, peak values year over year go up for a good portion of the distribution system. As we kind of illustrated in that hearing exhibit where, the feeders over 75% were creeping up. Most of the feeders, for the feeders over 100% were creeping up, although we saw a little bit of a reduction in 24 as we deployed new substations and new feeders to essentially offload the system as anticipated. So I think we were kind of starting to see that trend kind of work in our favor as we're deploying more infrastructure, but the number that we're seeing that's over its 100% rating is still, 20% of the system, if not more. So, yeah, I think, I don't know that I could fully answer your question. I think we're trying to pull the information to illustrate that since it's, peaks on the bulk system are very different than the peaks in the local distribution system.
Okay. So I guess is your suggestion that you would submit some data to show this in your SOPs or somewhere else?
I think we're trying to pull that together for this hearing here. And looks like Mr. Simpson was going to chime in there, but we've been trying to figure out how we could pull that data and kind of illustrate what we're seeing from a distribution impact perspective.
Okay. Thanks, Chairman. Those are my only questions.
Yeah, I mean, I've been struggling with the same thing, Mr. Mino, and I've got the ERP data up here, which shows retail sales increasing by like 0.3% from 2020. Peak demand is actually down from 2021 levels. So I'm just struggling with the exact same issues, and I guess maybe per customer usage is down and offsetting new customer growth, but it does. I mean, I'm just struggling with the same issues, and it feels like instead of spending so much money on the distribution system, maybe we can manage the load shape better. So, any comments on any of that?
if managing low shapes, that if customers adopt that kind of behavior, that's one thing. But if they, if these are commercial and industrial customers that are, just trying to keep their businesses in operation and then not necessarily curtailing the demand or shifting the load around, I think we'd have to make sure the system's ready to handle that growth. As I mentioned multiple times throughout our, my testimony and this hearing, as these loads materialize, we're constantly reevaluating the needs on the system and reprioritizing where we invest the infrastructure, build out the infrastructure to support our customers. So I agree. It's tough to draw those kinds of conclusions from a transmission level aggregation, where each individual feeder is essentially its own system. So they're not quite an apples to apples comparison, but I appreciate the struggle to try to make that correlation.
I don't know. I wonder if something happened during the pandemic where residential usage went up and commercial and industrial usage went down. But
we're seeing higher deployments of like renewables behind the meter too, which are cutting into sales too. So I think that's maybe part of it as well. But I think as the peak demands that we're seeing on individual assets are continuing to increase, that we're seeing from a distribution standpoint.
It's just a couple of follow-up questions from Commissioner Gilman's first line. I think you said today and previously that the capacity need is driven almost entirely by customer applications for new or expanded service. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Can we pull up figure DCM D8 from hearing exhibit 105? It's page 26. And this is sort of the bar graph of all the components driving usage and demand. Do I have the page 20? No, that's the attachment. I'm looking for just the direct testimony, not the attachment. Sorry, it's figure 8, not attachment 8. So 105, page 26. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Ms. Kunkel. So it sounds like in 2025, the capacity check is just a small fraction of the overall non-coincident loads. Is that right, Mr. Mino?
From a nameplate, so what this graph represents is the nameplate peak demand of each technology type, not necessarily their coincident contribution to each asset's peak. So I just wanted to kind of caveat that. How this growth is materializing and how those load shapes are being realized will determine how much each of these tranches of growth contributes to the peak demand. But based on the nameplate that we're seeing here, I think your statement's accurate, but how these individual technologies contribute to peak, I think is another story.
Okay. And it's a mix of beneficial electrification, C&I, EVs, residential, and behind the meter PV. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And have you conducted an analysis of the grid needs based solely on the customer applications without these other elements like BE and EV?
I have to see if that was included in the filing. Essentially, what that would be is the risk analysis that would be computed against our capacity check forecast, which just includes the capacity check portion of this growth picture here. I don't know if that was included in the filing or not, but I think that's essentially what you're getting at.
And yeah, I'm just struggling with how you can make the claim that it's driven by almost entirely by customer applications if you haven't segregated it out. It seems like a decent portion of this could be, a BE or EVs in existing homes or increased usage per customer. So it seems like that claim may not be fully supported by this record. So I don't know, any comments on that?
struggle?
I think what we were saying in that is that it's a combination of the applications we've received and the current state of the system. As we've already illustrated, 20% of the system's already over 100%, over 50% is over 75%. That combined with the actual applications we received, which are in this chart increasing year over year, I think that in those first 3 years is really those applications combined with the state of the system is what's driving the majority of this investment. Those other factors are helping influence the projects we build out to make sure the system's ready to handle those kinds of demands. But I still stand by the statement where it's the applications we've received and it's the current state of the system that's largely driving this investment need here.
Among the capacity checks, do you know what percent of the megawatts represented are related to residential versus commercial?
I don't know that number.
And how would multifamily buildings be presented, as residential or commercial?
They would be categorized as residential.
Okay. And are the outstanding capacity checks for service from all prior years? For example, would the 2025 bar have capacity checks from applications submitted 2, 3, or 5 years ago?
I would say the majority are not, but as I've explained previously, where each year during our annual forecasting and planning cycle, we look at all the ones we've approved previously, and if they haven't gone to service and they've been delayed, we'll continue to include those in the forecast. If they've gone into service and their load has been represented in the SCADA data that we're using to drive the forecast, we'll remove them. So it really depends, but I would say the majority of them are mostly new ones, I would say.
And if an application doesn't get energized, or if a business or an entity goes out of business, it sounds like the company does account for that based on the actual SCADA data.
Correct. Yeah. So if we're going through our process each year and we review the ones we've approved, the capacity checks we've approved previously, if we find that project is no longer moving forward, we'll remove that from our forecasts and make sure that we're not accounting for something that's not going to move forward.
And is that done in load year or just in the capacity check?
So we remove it from the capacity checks that we have entered into load year, essentially. So we will pull that one out if an application were to be canceled.
Let's go to residential for a second. Is it fair to say that this blue bar represents new developments below the 500 megawatt capacity threshold or growth in existing homes, right? It could be either.
500 kilowatts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be, a new development that only has a handful of homes, or it could be single residential multifamily home that is on the smaller side, or it could be larger ones too that we just haven't received applications for yet. So could be a combination of either of those.
And does a portion of the residential load growth include greater use per existing home?
If it's just getting the residential curve applied to it, then it would have the same assumptions that were, it would be a similar home that we've seen previously. If that build out also had electric vehicles or BE, those would also get layered on. So I think it depends on how that allocation process works.
How do you know what portion of the growth in existing home usage is associated with EVs or beneficial electrification, which are separately accounted for here, versus what portion is growth in usage occurs outside of these two areas?
Can you repeat that question? Sorry.
Yeah. So you have growth in residential, you have growth in, also growth in commercial, and then you separately show growth in EVs and beneficial electrification.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know, for example, that the residential growth isn't occurring through BEs or EVs? How do you back that out of that residential growth?
So the residential growth is accounting for just the typical home usage, and then if we assume that residential building also gets electric vehicles, we'll apply that curve on it as well. For the capacity checks, if we get a residential build out that has, all electric heating and has EV charging built into it day one for occupancy, we'll use a residential curve for their base load, and then we'll add in a BE curve to account for their heating demand that would be added onto that, and then also an electric vehicle charger as well. So it depends on for applications. It depends on the technologies being requested. For new growth, it's more so driven by that allocation process and how that load materializes per premise.
I mean, just looking at this from a broad perspective, you have growth by residential and commercial customer sectors in this chart, and you separately have growth by EV and BE technologies. I guess what I'm struggling with is how do we know that the commercial and residential growth doesn't overlap with the EV and BE technology growth? It does seem like there's potentially some double counting in here.
I think the residential and commercial assumes it's a dual fuel premise, and then if it were to adopt those other technologies, it would kind of remove that assumption. So it would, I think the existing residential C&I curves are just assuming it's the electric component of a dual fuel premise. And then if it adopts those other technologies, those curves would be layered onto that to kind of illustrate how that electrification demand will coincide with the other usage that we're anticipating for that premise. I would think I would point to my attachment DCM9, the technical appendix, to show what those low shapes look like and how they overlap with each other. So to show that we're not necessarily double counting that there.
Ms. Dundas, do you have additional questions to try and tie this down that I'm missing, or can you help me here?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mino. Maybe just for my own clarification. So it sounds like when you get word that residential development's coming in, and you also know that they're going to put in chargers, let's say to all new homes, that total load that you're expecting from that new development is not solely in the blue category. It's split up between the blue and the black category on this graph. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we can't think of blue as the total summation of growth in the residential area. It's just a total summation of kind of status quo electric use for new development.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Within electric vehicles and beneficial electrification, there's different residential usage based on each technology type that's broken out in attachment DCM9. So, residential all electric heating, residential water heating. There's even some residential dual fuel heating where, the gas is the supplement backup heating, as well as residential EVs as well. So there's the managed, the unmanaged. All those different tranches are kind of separated out from the business as usual residential growth, essentially.
Okay, so even simpler, the blue category on this chart right now would be blow drying my hair, my microwave, those typical electric uses. And then you've accounted for beneficial electrification and EV use in separate categories.
Correct.
Does any of the blue category represent increased so-called status quo electric use in existing customers, residential customers?
I don't believe it does. I believe we have that broken out in that attachment, but I don't think it does. I think it's just what we're currently seeing for typical home usage.
So that blue category then is just new residential, not expanded use of existing residential.
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. And then
actually, maybe this one caveat, like if there's like gentrification in an area, or smaller homes are being rebuilt as larger homes, that's that kind of infill housing, that gets captured as well in there. But typically it's just net new. greenfield development.
Okay, and then explain to me, we might come back to residential, but really quickly back to that CNI category, the red category. That is, what's the distinction between the growth in CNI and the capacity check growth represented in, we can call it TAN?
So it's, you're talking about in terms of like what each category represents there, or how they're separated?
Yeah, so we just discussed how for the residential that really the blue and black and the green kind of add up to the total load you're anticipating from new residential growth. What can you just explain more generally what the red category accounts for in CNI?
Yeah, I think it's similar to the residential curves here. It's what we've modeled as what we've been seeing for commercial and industrial customers, without those other technologies layered in there. Within the BE and the EV growth vectors, there's commercial and industrial breakdowns, and there's also residential. So there's subsets of those two categories would apply to either the residential or the CNI growth that we're seeing, if they're adopted at the same locations.
Okay, so those CNI, that anticipated growth in CNI represented in red, is that growth that you did not find out about through applications, or how did you find out about that anticipated growth?
That is based on what we were anticipating hitting the system for growth that we were not aware of. So it's outside of that capacity check process.
So essentially, it's CNI customers that didn't tell you they were going to start using more, but you anticipate to use more?
Yeah, whether it's adding load to existing premises that we don't necessarily get notified of. So, for example, if a customer is behind a primary meter, we are not always aware if they're going to increase their demand, since they don't need to upgrade the system or their service point to do so. So some of those are represented there.
So how is a figure like that calculated for something 6 years out, like 2034? Or I guess 9 years out in this graph, if it's not something that you're made aware of before the fact?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
So let's look at year 2034. You've got some category of red there that I believe just said is growth with existing CNI that you weren't aware of coming through an application or a capacity check. So how do you know how much to anticipate in 2034?
So we use the different forecasts that are laid out in attachment 9. So what we're anticipating to grow, what each of these different vectors to grow throughout that time period. And then we use load steer to do that spatial allocation process. So it's really what we anticipate from a sales standpoint and just a growth standpoint that we're forecasting, similar to how that was done in the JTS. It was the same input that we used here.
So are CNI customers using more per customer this year than last year? And is that part of what you're anticipating with this red growth?
Partially. We're seeing more data centers asking for distribution interconnection. We're seeing industrial facilities requesting service that may take some time to ramp up. They may not achieve their actual demand year one. They may ramp it up over time. So it's kind of a multitude of things kind of driving that growth for that category.
And then remind me again, you keep pointing me to your attachment DCM 9. Is that correct?
I believe that's the right attachment. It's the load steer technical appendix.
Okay, and those are there work papers justifying the calculations in there, or is that just the results of the calculations in that technical appendix?
I think the work papers I had for the grid needs assessment captures that information better. I forget what attachment number that was to my direct testimony.
Okay, perhaps we could cover that on redirect. I just have a few more. So going back to the C and I category, you talked about with the chair, that some of the, oh, I'm sorry, not the C and I category, the capacity check category. You talked about how some of them could be, applications from years prior that, have not been energized, yet in the current year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so do you ever get capacity checks for new businesses that are entering into the same location where a business was prior? Let's say turnover in a strip mall or a larger business where one's just replacing where an existing business was. How would that be represented? And I'm sorry, that was a compound question.
No, I think I got it. Yeah, so we do. If there's, a premise leaving and a new one starting up, if that happens, and if they don't need to upgrade their equipment at all, sometimes they don't go through the whole capacity check process. If it's a smaller business that is either relocating or going out of business and something larger is moving in, that'll trigger a capacity check, and we'll represent that in our forecast. We'll also account for whether or not that demand is not going to be there anymore versus the new as well. So it's something that we try to monitor and keep our eyes on in our forecasting process.
So you can assure us that if there's a business going out of business and a new business coming in with similar energy use, that's not double counted in these forecasts?
Yeah, as long as we're aware of that actually occurring. Not that always doesn't come to us, but especially if it's a net, the equivalent demand is going to be used with a new premise, that doesn't necessarily come to us, and that's just kind of it's the same, essentially a similar usage that we would anticipate for that new customer. But if it's an increase in demand, then we'll account for that.
And by not come to you, you mean like, obviously the account name and number have changed at some point, some part of the business, but that doesn't necessarily translate to the distribution planning team. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, correct. Probably should have been a little more specific there. Yeah, it doesn't come through the capacity check process because it's essentially the similar type of demand that was being used previously that was already on the system.
And same if that's an application for new service, that would be accounted for through your system, through your planning process.
If it's a new application, and they're increasing demand at an existing building that's no longer, being used by the original tenant, then yeah, that comes to us and we'll review that.
Okay. And then back to, I swear, three more. Back to the BE category, the green category on this graph. And you've talked about this a little bit throughout the proceeding, but what percentage of the BE is expected to be installed in new construction versus retrofits, in the next few years in this graph?
I'm not sure on the specific breakdown there. Yeah, I'm not sure.
But again, so we've covered this a little bit, but the BE portion of the graph would include some new construction that's not already accounted for in the capacity check or residential section, right?
Correct. Yeah. So as we do the spatial allocation of beneficial electrification, it can get adopted by existing premises that don't already have electric heating or water heating or whatever the technology is that we're allocating, or it could be more greenfield adoption with new growth. So it could be a combination of those two. I'm not sure quite on what that breakdown looks like.
Okay, and then similar for the EV category, I can think of that black category as, and the technical work papers would probably show that that's a summation of EV growth, both from C&I and residential.
Correct. Yep. It's a combination of residential, both managed, unmanaged, and there's that future managed charge. There's workplace charging, public charging, and fleet charging based on different charging levels.
And so when a company comes in with a capacity check to, let's say, put 5 chargers in their mall parking lot, how do you know that's what they want to use it for versus expanding some other electric use versus charging use?
In the application in their site plan, they'll lay out, where those EV chargers are going to go. They'll include like general characteristics of it, like the nameplate capacity of those chargers. And then we would apply our public charging curve to those to represent them.
Okay, so you would take the total capacity check, say it's an expansion of the mall plus 5 chargers are coming in, and some of it would be represented in the TAN category and some would be represented in the EV category.
It would all be represented in the TAN category. The other category is kind of net new outside of that. So ones that we've received an application for, all that kind of demand goes into the capacity check demand. Those other categories are ones that we haven't received applications for, whether that's kind of just customers adding chargers to their homes, or they don't quite reach the capacity level that triggers a capacity check for my team to review. So if it's like 100 kW chargers, we're not going to see that on my team.
Okay, so that could be accounted for, that you anticipate some EV residential, or excuse me, EV commercial growth in that area. That would be in the black based on your projections. And then the capacity check, when that actually comes in from that commercial building to expand those chargers or add new chargers, could still be in the TAN category. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's all I have for you, Mr. Mino. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Dundas. Mr. Simpson, redirect.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for level setting, would it surprise you, Mr. Mino, if I were to tell you public service is about a 7,500 megawatt peaking system? That's not about right to you?
Sounds reasonable.
All right, can we bring it back up here in Exhibit 105, page 26? I think it will be helpful to kind of walk through this a little bit. So if we're looking at the forecast here in 2025, Public Service is not forecasting an additional roughly 2,000 megawatts of load on the system in 2025, correct?
That's correct. That's just the nameplate demand additions. Whether or not how those different technologies are used will drive what the coincident peak would be. And
so help me understand why you are presenting the non-coincidence results of the base forecast. What are we trying to demonstrate here?
Just the magnitude of the demands that we're anticipating to hit the system from a nameplate standpoint. It just kind of illustrates how we anticipate this kind of demand to materialize over time, and how that would eventually impact the distribution system.
And that's based on the clean heat plan, the beneficial electrification plan, all the other policy goals that the company has put forth before the commission and have been approved. So your forecasts are, is that right? Let me not ask you a compound question.
Yeah, there's varying vintages of each of those forecasts depending on the timing, but yeah, generally that's true.
So there was a lot of discussion here about double counting and drivers. Does the fact that we've identified the non-coincident results of the base forecast really enter into a double counting question?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. You got to ask a lot of questions if BE is covered, if residential growth is also covered in BE growth, to make sure there's no double counting, correct?
Correct.
Explain to us why, well, is that a relevant inquiry, I guess, is the fundamental question.
It's not as relevant, I would say, from like a total aggregation versus how that impacts a local distribution system.
And that's because we're not showing how the different assets are on the system are being impacted.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't account for any of the existing growth on the distribution or existing demand that's being served by the distribution system. Doesn't represent current state of the system. This is just nameplate growth that we're anticipating, based either we know about or anticipating.
Okay, and I know you're a distribution system planner, but you are aware that in bulk system planning, essentially, the bulk system is designed to meet a single peak. Is that fair?
Yep.
And in some regions, it's my understanding it's you can also develop a bulk system to meet seasonal peaks, Would that be fair?
I think so.
Does distributions planning work the same way?
No, it doesn't. Each individual feeder, each individual substation transformer has its own load profile and forecasted and anticipated growth based on the customers that it specifically serves.
So do sales drive any of the peaks?
Not exclusively, right? I mean, how the energy usage is consumed over time, it somewhat, aligns, it supports what the growth would be from a peak standpoint, but really depends on the usage of those. It's not a direct correlation between kilowatt hours and peak kW.
And you recall Mr. Eiley mentioned that we're really looking for a 3-year approval. So that'd be 25, 26, 27. Does that ring a bell to you?
Rings a bell.
Oh, sorry, 26, 27, 28. Does that ring a bell to you?
Yeah, I think that does. Yep.
Yep, because 25 has already been approved. That's pretty short term as far as planning goes, correct?
Yeah, I think it does for distribution system.
And you would go through 3 distinct planning cycles internally. You probably have already done the 2026 one, correct?
We are, yeah. So we performed the supplemental analysis between the time of the filing, which was our 25 forecast. We're ramping up for our 26 forecast now, and we do that each year.
And these are short-term forecasts, correct?
It's a combination. I mean, it's a 10-year forecast that we compute, but our budget's really based on the 5-year need.
And so you have much more certainty over the next 3 years than you would over the next 10 years to 2034, wouldn't you? Like any forecasting?
Absolutely.
And when you look at 26, since you're just getting through the planning cycle, what data points do you use to fundamentally determine if the projects you've already slated are the right ones?
We evaluate what the historic loading was on those assets, to look at the current state that they're operating as, determine if they're overloaded or if they're within their appropriate ratings. And then we look at what the growth is, between the known growth and what we're anticipating on the system. But it's based on what the most recent peak was for each individual asset.
For each individual asset. And then how do you forecast that growth in the short term?
We look at how much growth we've received from an application standpoint, and then we look at each of the different drivers that we're allocating, whether it's BE or electric vehicles, and we remove any of approved capacity for each of those technologies from that total amount that we would allocate, so we don't kind of double count that growth, and then that delta is what we spatially allocate.
So if you have a capacity check from a new residential development that's all electric, would that be a cap check, or would that be BE, or would you just reconcile the two?
Can you repeat that question?
If you received a application from a residential development that was all electric, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would that be a BE growth? Would that be cap check growth? How do you reconcile all of that?
That'd be cap check growth. So within that cap check growth, we would have, electric vehicle or EV growth or BE growth or residential growth, whatever the application had on it. But that would be a combination of all those different technologies.
So you were asked a question, what's the best way to verify the growth that we're discussing? What do you think is the best way to verify that growth?
To verify it, look at, each year over year, how we're evaluating these applications, what we're anticipating the growth to be on each of these assets, compare that to what we had anticipated. And it's challenging to put a metric around as customer plans continually change, as timeline shift or the actual peak demand value that we were anticipating changes from the time of application to in servicing. But yeah, I would say look at, each year that's what we try to true that up each year with our forecasting process to make sure that we have the right assumptions going into it. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
No, that's helpful. So in other words, when you start the next year's planning cycle, you take a look and see what of last year's planning cycle came to fruition.
Correct.
Is that correct? And
Yep.
so looking at these charts is a helpful way to see if there's things pushing the green into the yellow and the yellow into the red.
The yellow, the solar, or you talking about the cap check?
No, sorry, in the McDermott.
Oh, gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fair.
And if you're not seeing the green go into the yellow and the yellow into the red, that means your capital plans are doing as expected, correct?
I think so.
And,
That's fair.
and you talked a lot about how your forecasting also takes into account the existing system. Can you help expand upon that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, these numbers in themselves doesn't really tell me anything about the impact to the distribution system. It's really what is the current state of each asset serving customers? What does its loading profile look like? And how do each of these different growth categories layer onto that, which is really how we determine the impact of the local distribution system. That's where I've kind of been saying before. It's a struggle to compare an aggregate level of growth to what we are, how that impacts each local part of the distribution system.
So to be clear, figure DCM-D-8 is not a useful metric with which to compare actual growth to expected growth.
I think that's fair. This doesn't show the coincident impact of each of these different technology types. It's just the nameplate peak demand of each category type. And
does load seer help you with that because you're entering in the curves and it's spatially allocating it?
It does, yes. We have our curve for the existing load served by each asset, and then we layer on each of these different growth vectors to determine how that load would materialize and how that would impact the peak demand that needs to be served by each asset.
And to the best of your knowledge, we're using values that were approved by the commission.
I believe that's the case, yes. And that's also true through the supplemental analysis as well.
And let's talk about the supplemental analysis for another minute. The supplemental analysis you had noted provided quite an increase in customer applications, correct?
It did.
And it didn't materially change your capital program, did it?
It didn't show a reduction in the need for a lot of that investment. If anything, it showed an increase in need.
Would it be fair that you wouldn't necessarily change your capital deployment based on the supplemental analysis?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, we didn't really see a lot of shifting in terms of the timing of these risks or the magnitude of these risks. I broke all those numbers out in my second supplemental direct testimony, where the majority of I think over like 70 or 75%, most of them, the first year of risk didn't change, and I think most of them were under a megawatt in terms of the delta that we were anticipating.
So the supplemental analysis may be a good place to demonstrate the veracity of your short-term forecasts and identifying the growth that you've been talking about in the short term, at least.
I think that's helpful to compare it that way.
And that would be more helpful than using figure DCM-D-8, correct?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's fair.
I have nothing further.
This time, Mr. Mino, you may be excused. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break till 10:40, and then we'll come back with Mr. Paquette. Thanks.
You're muted.
Mr. Paquette, are you out there? There you are. Can you hold up your right hand?
Yes,
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No,
That changes. Will you let us know?
I will.
Back to you, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Paquet.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Jason Paquet. That's Jason Peuquet.
And what is your role at the company?
I am the Director of Regulatory Administration for Public Service Company of Colorado.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, before we get going with Mr. Paquet, I wanted to come back to the conversation from Friday morning about hearing exhibit 140, hearing exhibit 141C, and hearing exhibit 142.
Okay.
So 141C, as I understand it, there is a dispute about the confidentiality of that. We would propose to move it into the record now, and then have, entities can brief the confidentiality as part of statement of position. So I would move 141 now.
So moved. I think we've already discussed that, and there was no objection other than the confidentiality.
All right, thank you. And then also with respect to hearing exhibit 142, we did circulate to the parties, and there was not an objection to take an administrative notice of that document.
Any objection? Hearing none, so noticed.
And then with respect to hearing exhibit 140, I'm going to move it in through Mr. Paquet. Some of the parties requested that we handle it in that way. So we'll proceed accordingly if that works for you.
I think that works.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair Blink, 141C is in their box, but I don't show a public version of 141 yet.
We can create a sheet for that if that's helpful.
Yeah, we'll need that to make the record complete. Thank you, Ms. Kunkel.
Thank you. We'll prepare that over to lunch break. So Mr. Paquet, do you have before you what's been marked as, we're going to start with your rebuttal, hearing exhibit 126.
Yes, I do.
And was that prepared by you or under your direction?
It was.
If I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
So turning to your direct testimony, which is marked as hearing exhibit 107, do you have any corrections to hearing exhibit 107?
Yes, to one of the attachments to my direct testimony.
And is that attachment JJP5 to hearing exhibit 107?
There is. There's a confidential version of it and a public version.
And can you describe what the change to attachment JJP5 is?
Yes, through the discovery process, we learned after reviewing it in response to a question or two that it excluded some costs on the staffing side, particularly AIP costs. There's no LTI for the indicated positions, but we incorporated that into the updated spreadsheet, and so the cost changed a little bit.
And what is the magnitude of that change approximately?
So I believe my direct testimony described it as a 8 to 9 million figure from the staffing analysis. That would update now to about 9 or 9.1 million. So it's roughly a $800,000 change.
Thank you. So Mr. Chair, I would move attachment JJP5, which is hearing exhibit 107, Rev 1. We have both the public and the confidential version in our box.
Any objections? So moved.
And with that, Mr. Paquet, both your direct testimony and rebuttal testimony have already been admitted into the record. One more item before we make you available for cross-examination. Could we please call up hearing exhibit 140? I believe that's in our box, Ms. Kunkel. Thank you. Mr. Paquet, have you seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
And what is this document?
This document shows the installation of various technologies that various programs incentivize that we offer. So largely focused on the heat in the heat pump space.
And what is and this is rebates issued from what date to what date?
This would be year to date 2025. So starting from the beginning of the year when our clean heat programs launched up through some point last week.
And were you involved in the preparation of this exhibit?
Yes.
With that, the company would move hearing exhibit 140.
Any objections? Hearing none, so moved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, Mr. Paquet is available for cross-examination.
I have 30 minutes for trial staff and it's 10:47. Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning, Mr. Paquet. My name is Katie McLaughlin and I represent trial staff. I believe we've met before.
Good morning.
I have 3 topics that I'd like to cover with you today. I'm hoping that I won't use my entire time, but I'd like to start with you by discussing the GMAC and ratepayer bill impacts. Have you been listening to some of the hearing, particularly last week on Monday, Mr. Eiley's testimony?
Yes.
So you heard that there was some disagreement over what the GMAC bill impact would be on residential bills, whether it's about 6.5% or 9%, correct?
Yes.
And you were the witness that provided GMAC specific bill impacts, which are summarized in your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
And your direct testimony shows that there's a 9% bill increase on residential ratepayer bills from the GMAC by the year 2029, correct?
Correct. That's through 2029. The number is obviously less if you pick an earlier year, and I think that gets to some of the conversation with company witness Eiley.
Sure. And just to confirm, your bill impact analysis focuses solely on electric bills, correct?
Correct.
And your estimated GMAC bill impact is on top of the TCAD bill impacts that have already taken place, correct?
No, those revenue requirements were incorporated into the revenue requirement, I believe, of the GMAC. So that should be inclusive. I don't think that's additive.
It's inclusive of the TCAD?
Correct.
Okay. But these forecasted bill impacts do not include possible future increases in electric rates through electric rate cases, correct?
Correct. We keep all else equal. We keep usage constant. We keep base rates constant. Oh, the only thing that's changing in the bill impact analysis is the proposed GMAC rates.
So I want to actually bring up your direct testimony real quick and go back to this TCAD issue. If we could please pull up hearing exhibit 107. And I'd like to look at page 41. Okay, and this table JJPD, this is the illustrative bill impacts.
Yes, it is.
Hold on one moment. In the first row, this current includes TCAD, does it not?
That's a good question. Yes, I would imagine that the current line includes TCAD. Right.
Okay. So back to the question that I asked earlier, your GMAC impact bill analysis is on top of the TCAD, correct?
Right, but whether it's on top of or it's included in the proposed GMAC rates, it's showing the same view of the world. Either way, that this is inclusive of the TCAD. And it's not like the TCAD, if it were continued and not being part of the GMAC, would be additive to this. This is an all-in view of the world.
Sure, we can go ahead and take this down, but your GMAC analysis does not account for the billions of dollars in investment that the company is expected to make under its wildfire management plan, is it?
It excludes the costs of the WMP that the commission recently approved.
And this also does not account for the billions of dollars in investment that the company plans under its electric resource plan, correct?
It excludes all these other items, as I was saying earlier. It keeps everything else frozen and just looks at the DSP in isolation.
And so it excludes all of the company's various other riders as well, correct?
Yes, those all remain unchanged.
Okay. Were you listening on Monday when Mr. Larson asked Mr. Eiley on redirect whether the company had conducted any analysis to measure affordability beyond electric bill impacts?
Yes.
And Mr. Eiley's response was that the company provided such analysis in terms of household energy bill impacts. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And on Tuesday, during Chair Blank's questions of Mr. Pollock also addressed the household energy bill impacts. Do you recall that?
Yes, vaguely.
Can you identify where in this proceeding the company provided these household energy bill impacts?
I think what they're both referring to are these estimated bill impacts that you just pulled up from my direct testimony.
Okay, but as we just discussed, those are the electric bill impacts, are they not?
Yes, they are.
So would you agree with me that a household energy bill impact is likely to include more than just electric needs?
For customers that receive more than electric service from us, yes, there could be gas service as part of their bill as well. But this DSP focuses on the electric distribution system, and so we've limited it solely to electric customers.
Would you agree that a household uses more than just electric service?
At times.
Okay. Did any other witness sponsor a bill impact study in this proceeding?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you're the only witness that has sponsored a bill impact study?
I'm sorry, you broke up there for a second. Could you say that again?
I apologize. You're the only witness that has sponsored a bill impact study, are you not?
Yes, as far as I'm aware.
And do you have an estimate of how many customers on Excel system have both gas and electric service?
I haven't done the math in my head, but I believe it's somewhere between 60 to 65% of our customers receive both gas and electric from the company.
Okay, so the only bill impact study that the commission has to consider in this proceeding is the one that you provided in your direct testimony, correct?
Yes, as far as I know.
And Mr. McKay, I'd like to move on and talk to you about the company's carrying charge proposal for the GMAC. I'd like to pull up your rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 126, please. And I'd like to look at page 15, lines 4 through 8. And Mr. Piquet, I'd like to thank you in advance for accurately quoting this portion of the statute. I have a couple questions for you on it. It's your position that the commission should establish a symmetrical true-up between under or over recovery under the GMAC, correct?
Yes, that's the company's position.
But this statute does not use the word symmetrical, does it?
It does not. It refers to an appropriate financing cost. It doesn't make that plural or otherwise modify it. So I interpret that to be a financing cost applied to both under and over recoveries.
And so would you agree with me that the debate should really be over what is the appropriate financing cost, as you have correctly noted that the statute uses the word appropriate?
Correct.
We can go ahead and take this down. I appreciate it. And you believe that a symmetric carrying charge would be fair to both the company and ratepayers, correct?
Correct.
And who controls what projects that the company funds through the GMAC, ratepayers or the company?
It's the company in concert with the commission.
And who controls when the company purchases equipment for projects under the GMAC or EDA, ratepayers or the company?
Could you state that question again?
Yeah, absolutely. Who controls when the company purchases equipment under either the GMAC or EDA, the equipment to advance distribution activities? Would it be the company or ratepayers?
The company determines the timing of when
Great.
equipment is ordered.
And who controls the company's forecasts? The company or ratepayers?
The company.
And who will be paying for the costs that flow through the GMAC? The company or ratepayers?
Customers would be paying the approved GMAC rates.
And I believe those are all of my questions. And I have one more topic that I'd like to talk to you, Mr. Piquet. I'd like to discuss the company's labor needs under the DSP. The company is requesting to add FTEs to the total of 117 new people or employees for its DSP plan, correct?
Yes.
And this is the incremental number of personnel, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, if we could please take a look at a portion of Senate Bill 24-218 that you've quoted in your direct testimony. That's Hearing Exhibit 107. And I'd like to look at page 19. And those lines with the block quote on 11 through 17. Feel free to familiarize yourself with this, Mr. Piquet, but I have a couple questions for you.
Yep, I'm ready, thanks.
So this portion of Senate Bill 24-218 specifically requested an analysis of current and future staffing needs, correct?
Yes.
And this 117 number that we've just discussed, that's the future staffing needs that the company predicts, correct?
I disagree with that framing. It's a consideration both of where we are today as where we need to be in the future. Hence, that's the incremental amount to get from here to there.
The incremental amount. So it would be what is on top of what you have today.
Correct. So it builds in both elements of where we are today as where we want to be in the future to implement all of the proposed work.
So are you saying that the company needs 117 employees total, including those that currently work on the DSP, to continue working on the DSP?
No, that's not correct. That is the incremental needs that the company has identified.
So 117 on top of what you currently have, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How many current employees are needed to achieve the policies and requirements of the DSP?
That's not a question that we analyzed. What we focused on was the incremental amounts.
You did not provide an analysis of the current staffing needs?
No, that's not my testimony. My testimony is the staffing analysis that indicates the incremental needs to get from our current state to our future state. In terms of what the aggregate number is in that where we stand today or where we'll be with the DSP, implementing the DSP, I don't have those totals in front of me, right? Of course, they exist in producing an incremental staffing analysis, but that's not what is proposed in my attachment.
Okay, so just trying to make sure that this is completely clear because I think it got a little bit muddled. The 117 is an additional amount than what you currently have.
Correct.
Okay. And the company did not provide an analysis of how many employees currently work on the DSP.
We did not provide a number of current internal or external employees that work on the distribution system.
So you could not tell me how many total employees the company anticipates to work on the DSP, both current and additional future incremental, whichever word you prefer to use, employees.
We didn't provide an aggregate amount. We focused on the incremental, the gap analysis between here and there.
Okay, we can go ahead and take this exhibit down. I appreciate it. Regardless, Mr. Piquet, you'd agree with me that there are current employees that work for the company that contribute to the DSP as it's been proposed, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how much their cumulative salaries are?
I do not know.
Okay, so right now you couldn't tell me the total labor costs of current and incremental personnel that will be used for the DSP, correct?
We put forward the incremental total, not the cumulative total. So no, I don't know the cumulative or aggregate amount.
Okay. And I want to talk to you a little bit about your comparison in the labor cost recovery between the TIPA rider and the GMAC. Do you recall that discussion in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that the TEP and the DSP serve two different goals. One is increasing transportation, one is distribution investments, correct?
There are a lot of overlapping goals there, right? From Senate Bill 24-218, there's a lot of conversation around state goals and promoting a distribution system to encourage the achievement of those state goals. Transportation electrification being a chief goal as part of that.
Right. And I agree with you that Senate Bill 24-218 includes discussion about transportation electrification, but does it include anything about the TIPA rider?
No.
So Senate Bill 24-218 is more focused, or it's entirely focused on the GMAC, correct?
DSPs and the GMAC, yes.
Okay. And then transportation, TEPs, that is separate and it's a distinct type of proceeding from a DSP, correct?
Yes, it's a separate proceeding.
The company first submitted its very first TEP application in 2020. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes, on May 15th, 2020.
And the company requested a budget amount of approximately 100 million for that first TEP, right?
I believe it was 102, but yes.
And the company has since filed a second TEP?
Yes, in May of 2023.
And I'm going to ask you this anyway. You probably already know the exact number, but the commission approved a budget of approximately 260 million in that most recent TEP. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And could you remind me what the total cost estimate for this DSP is?
Well, the company is focusing on the 26 through 2028 period now in our case. And so I don't have the exact number in front of me, but I think that's roughly on the order of $3 billion.
Okay. So roughly $3 billion for what the company is asking for. And the company proposes that the labor costs in the GMAC will eventually be rolled into base rates. Do I have that correctly?
Likely to be rolled into base rates.
But in contrast, the TEP, no labor costs are rolled over into base rates. They're all collected through the TIPA rider, correct?
I'm actually not aware of how labor costs were dealt with in the company's last electric base rate proceeding.
Yeah, not a problem. If we could please pull up what has been marked as hearing exhibit 541 in staff's box, please. This is the settlement agreement in the company's 2021 electric rate case. That's proceeding number 24A-0317E. And I'd like to take a look at page 14. And that's subparagraph 35C, if we could scroll down. Mr. Piquet, could you read that first sentence of that paragraph to yourself?
Yes.
So the company recovers TIPA labor costs through the TIPA rider, TEP labor costs, I apologize.
At least some portion. I don't know if this is the total amount or
Okay. We can go ahead and take this down. Do you know how many new positions the company created to support the TEP?
not the exact number.
Okay. Do you think that it's 117?
I do not think it's 117. I believe it was less.
If we could please pull up what has been marked as hearing exhibit 542 in staff's box. This is the testimony of company witness Romaine in the 2021 electric rate case 24A-0547E. And if we could go to page 56. Do you see where this title says Transportation Electrification Adjustment?
Yes.
And then if we could take a look at page 57. And I'd like you to look at lines 5 through 10. And let me know when you have finished reading that.
Okay, I'm finished.
So you'd agree with me in the 2021 electric rate case, there were only 6 new positions that were being asked for recovery related to the TEP.
Yes.
And you'd agree that 6 employees is significantly less than 117, correct?
It is a number that is less. Yes. However, I'll also note that there was a TEP that came before this second TEP and before this rate case. And so
Sure.
it's, yeah, lots of reasons to explain the differences there. Of course, the underlying work at its core.
We can go ahead and take this exhibit down. Thank you. And right now, the company intends to use forecasted labor costs in the GMAC November filing, right?
Correct.
So the actual amount recovered from ratepayers could be lower or higher than what is estimated.
Correct. And that's one of the reasons for the true-up process that the company proposes.
And even after a rate case in which the company potentially rolls some labor costs into base rates, do you anticipate that the company will still recover some labor costs through the GMAC?
It's hard to say definitively one way or the other, right? Because it could be beneficial for tracking purposes to keep those labor costs recovered through GMAX. It could be more efficient to move it into base rates if the company achieves a steady state of labor and doesn't think it needs to deviate much from that level. So the company wanted to preserve that flexibility. And that's why I've described it as likely rolling those costs over into base rates, but not necessarily. But that would be addressed in future rate cases.
Okay, but there is potential that labor costs for the GMAC will be recovered in 2 separate places, base rates and the GMAC, correct?
Yes, there's a potential for some to be recovered in 2 different places.
Okay.
But not the same dollars, to be clear. The
Okay.
company would not double recover those same dollars. We'd make sure that it's only being recovered in one place or the other for a particular individual.
And the company would include those forecasts and the corrections that you had made earlier with Mr. Larson in your introduction.
Yeah, sorry, what was the question?
There were some corrections that Mr. Larson made to the table that you had for some of the labor costs.
Yes.
And so it would be those updated, corrected labor costs that the company would be using.
Correct.
Okay. Just checking my notes real quick. I think those are all of my questions, Mr. Piquet. I really appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Boulder, Ms. Stockmeyer, I have 20 minutes.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. And Mr. Bouquet, good news, Boulder is going to waive its cross of Mr. Bouquet.
Thank you, Ms. Stockmeyer. Commissioner Gilman, questions for Mr. Piquet?
Good morning, Mr. Piquet.
Good morning.
Just a couple fairly broad kind of regulatory type questions for you. So generally, I know you've discussed SB 24-218, and I'm pretty sure you're not a lawyer, but
I'm not.
would you generally agree with me that SB 24-218 sought to cost effectively and reliably reduce greenhouse gases through electrification of various uses, including ensuring customers can get new service or have their services promptly upgrading, including for new housing, for beneficial electrification? Do all these sound like the relevant policy goals referenced within SB 218?
Yes, they do.
So I just want to ask more from a policy perspective than a legal perspective. Do you think we would meet the legislative intent of SB 218 if new and existing customers do not experience improved timelines to receive new or upgraded service from the company as a result of implementation of the GMAC and this distribution system plan?
Well, I think the DSP directly contemplates those various performance screens. And it's my understanding that we've got one screen in this first DSP and we'll have additional ones added in future years. So I think that broadly aligns with the direction that the statute took and thus the company took in this DSP application. And so I think those timelines are directly contemplated.
Okay.
Not the specific timeline, but the fact that there would be a timeline around some of this energization, I believe comes in the next DSP.
Okay, so do you think there's an expectation, not that there is a timeline, that the timelines improve?
I'm not the distribution expert in this case by any means, but as a layperson, I would expect things would speed up. Yes.
And do you think the intent of the statute would be met if customers do not experience improved reliability related to their service from the company?
I believe that they would indeed experience reliability improvements based on the asset health and reliability portion of the budget.
Okay. And then just really a couple more questions. The statute also states that electrifying transportation and buildings may put downward pressure on rates by spreading fixed costs over more kilowatt hours of usage, so long as demand and supply can be dynamically integrated in ways that encourage utility investment in an affordable and reliable system that optimizes the use of grid assets. I'm curious if the company has completed any evaluation to determine if the way the company is modeling electrification of transportation and buildings in its base forecast would put downward pressure on rates.
I know that downward pressure on rates concept has been explored a lot in the company's transportation electrification plans. I know it's been modeled there. The extent to which that's been modeled here, I'm not sure. That Ms. McDermott or Mr. Mino would be better suited for that.
Okay. And then I was also curious if the company has completed any evaluation to your knowledge to determine if the way the company is modeling electrification of transportation and buildings in its base forecast would optimize the use of grid assets as it's referred to in the statute.
Again, I'm not sure what here in the record might speak directly to that. I think that the distribution witnesses themselves could speak much more.
Okay, those are my only questions. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I just wanted to follow up on some questions that Ms. McDermott and Ms. Block both sent your way, so hopefully no surprise. I believe both of them generally acknowledge that the grid modernization statute had language saying that new customers must be able to connect to the electrical distribution system, and existing customers must have their service levels promptly upgraded. I can pull up the statute, but would you accept that characterization of the statutory language?
Yes, I'd accept that.
Okay. Furthermore, I believe that staff's customer care and billing issues report for public service company. It's summarized in hearing exhibit 2307 and is generally acknowledged by both Ms. McDermott and Ms. Block, found the following: that customer complaints about public service company filed with the PUC have more than doubled from 2022 to 2024. That overall customer satisfaction has fallen by 17% from 2020 to 2024. The PSCO's average response time to respond to a customer call in 2024 was over 7 minutes, or an increase by a factor of 10 since 2014. That the company terminated 200,000 calls in 2024, or over 4 times as many calls as from 2022. And 5, that billing complaints increased by 40% from 2022 to 2024. And the time to resolve all billing complaints increased fourfold in 2024 from the 2020 to 2023 average. Given that these findings were based on company data, do you have any reason to believe that these staff findings are inaccurate, or that I mischaracterized them in that summary?
Right. So I'm glad you brought that up again. The staff's analysis there was incredibly detailed, and we worked closely to make sure that they had all that data. So no issue with the data itself. The company did provide a response to help provide more context around all of that. Again, not to push back on any of the data, but to say why we experienced some of those challenges that we did, and also to explain the actions that we've taken to improve across all of those items. Of course, the commission is well aware that we have quarterly reporting now on much of those metrics. And so between the response we submitted, I believe it was in May or June, right after that CWM or CIM presentation from staff, as well as the quarterly report that we just submitted at the beginning of this month, beginning of August, to continually provide the commission with updated information on all those. And I think the important takeaway there is that the company recognizes 2024 in particular was a really challenging year. Yes, there's been some trends in previous years leading up to that, that the company takes full ownership over, and we've committed to providing a better level of service to customers. However, we also wanted to explain that there were some particular challenges in those years, and related to staffing, related to extreme weather events, new wildfire protocols and approaches we've been taking. And so I think a lot of it is trending in better directions, Chair Blank. I did just want to alert you to the fact that we are providing a lot of information on all those fronts on a regular basis now.
Any concerns if this commission were to look at all those metrics, including the outage metrics, and given the statutory requirements as part of our review of whatever second year GMAC filing occurred?
I would expect the commission to take into account all information that's presented, both through these DSPs as well as all the other reporting that we provide, be it specifically for the distribution system, as you just referenced, on outages, or quality of service generally. Right? We've got a lot of those metrics that we track and report on.
All right. I want to bounce another idea off you. In the JTS process, upon commission requests, the company has engaged both an independent engineer and associated with that, an independent transmission consultant to help support trial staff and other state entities. Any thought if the commission, as part of its order in this case, were to ask the company to use a relatively small portion of the GMAC funds to engage an independent third party to help staff and the other state entities to better understand the validity of some of the customer service claims we've seen, particularly the larger ones. Although I think our customer service team is terrific, I'm told that the volume of complaints is now starting to overwhelm them. I'll run this idea by trial staff, but I thought I'd see if the company had an initial reaction or thoughts about trying to get some resources to look at some of these issues.
Yeah, it's a good question. Generally, right, the company is always in favor of helping the commission understand all the features around its systems or various metrics that it needs to. On the particular use of an independent engineer or evaluator, I might refer you to Mr. Eiley, who I think has more direct experience around that on the generation or transmission side of things.
Fair enough, but I don't think we're going to go back, Mr. Eiley, at this stage. In your discussion with staff counsel, you said the company is planning to hire, I guess, over 115 new employees. Is the company planning on capitalizing those labor costs, earning a return, and putting them into the GMAC, or is it going to be expensed in the GMAC?
So that's actually a big feature of that attachment to my direct testimony. I believe it's attachment JJP5C. And it shows not only the individual positions and the general groups within the company, we'd need those additional personnel, but also then based on historical trends we've seen in recent years on what the split tends to be between those labor costs being expensed versus being attributed to specific capital projects. We then develop an estimate of what amount we would expect to be expensed and how much would be capitalized as part of a distribution project. So those estimates. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, sorry, go ahead. Say again.
I was just going to say, so those estimates are directly part of that attachment. I believe those specific numbers were confidential. However, I think I can generally describe it that, of course, right, not 100% is being expensed. I believe it's less than 50% would be recovered through the O&M revenue requirement as part of the GMAC that I sponsored. And that's because much of these personnel will be working on specific projects to be in service in support of customers today and in the future. So we believe it's appropriate to capitalize those. And I can go into depth there if you'd like.
Is that being decided today? Would that be decided in an advice letter filing, or is that decided in a future rate case?
Good question. I think that's decided at any of those points. However, I would say that it is industry practice for every other utility that I'm aware of to treat capitalized labor in that way. That when someone is working on a project, on a capital project that is in service to serve customer needs, that component of their costs then becomes part of the capital cost of that project.
If they're dedicated, so the piece of their time dedicated to an individual project gets capitalized into that project. At the time, I guess it becomes a capital project. Is that a fair summary of the criteria?
That's correct. And the reason that we do that is because when we think about capital projects, right, we want to capture the total cost to bring that project to fruition, right? The cost of materials, and we think the cost of labor is an important component of that. And if you think about every other product that you buy in modern life, right, it just shows up as a price. There's a lot of underlying components of that as well. And so we think, right, that's kind of standard practice on basically everything else you buy. There's also an important kind of intergenerational piece here too, right? If the cost of providing that service was in some portion labor, and that asset is going to provide service for customers for years or decades, which most of our distribution assets will, and we want to make sure we're spreading those costs appropriately over time, commensurate with the benefits that they're providing to customers. And so to expense it all up front would would allow future customers to free ride in a sense.
Not sure I totally agree, but we can keep on moving. Can we pull up your direct testimony hearing Exhibit 107 at page 31? Focusing on just the type 1 distribution activity, is it fair to say you're proposing a $24.8 million revenue requirement for 2025, 109.9 for 26, 194.9 for 2027, and 291.7 for 2028?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got the years wrong. For 2029.
Correct, for the type 1 activities, yes.
And what are we approving here? 26 and 27? Are you asking? This is all forward-looking based on projections, right? So what are we approving here? Just the first 2 columns, or are you asking us to approve the 3rd column too?
It's the first 3 columns, so 2026 through 2028, because I believe our proposal is to file our next DSP towards the end of 2027, which would then deal with 2029 and beyond.
Okay. And so the 2027 109.9 revenue requirement, that would roughly support $1 billion in 2027 capital spending. Is that consistent with your view of how revenue requirement translates into capital spending? I think staff said 10%. And I get it's like depends on depreciation and whatnot, but is that like a rough order of magnitude that you'd agree with?
Yes, that's a rough rule of thumb that I think gets you to the right order of magnitude.
So, and staff is proposing a cap on GMAC spending of $25 million, a cumulative cap, I think, through 2027 capital spending levels. So, well, I guess through 2028. So through 2028, they're proposing a cap of $25 million, which would support maybe $250 million in capital spending. And I can talk more to Mr. Hagland, but is that consistent with your understanding of how the staff proposal would work?
Yes, that is consistent. I think that highlights just how restrictive such a cap would be based on the revenue requirements that we've put forward to capture the DSP investments as part of this file.
Okay, so it's a massive difference, right?
Yes.
It's off by a factor of roughly 15. Well, by 2028, it's off by a factor of 8, I guess.
That's fair, Blank.
All right. I guess my last question to you, if the PUC is struggling with levels of both the GMAC and capital cost spending levels proposed by the company, any guidance on how this commission can find middle ground between where some of the parties are at and where you're at? I mean, even if we agree with you that the staff proposal is too restrictive, it's possible we could find your proposal too expansive. So any thoughts on how to find a middle ground given the enormous ranges we have in front of us?
A good question. I don't have thoughts on the middle ground over the next 3-year period as proposed in this DSP, but I would want to focus on the fact that we are just talking about the next 3 years. And I think what our distribution witnesses have made clear is that these are for needs that we know about now. This is not a situation in which we'd be overbuilding the system and not relying on these assets. I think that the statements by Mr. Mino and Ms. McDermott made that pretty clear. And so if we're thinking about this DSP over the next 3 years for needs that we know of today, it's important to recognize that the future years are then open to those future conversations, those future DSPs, right? So we're not setting policy there. If we determine that the needs suggest roughly $1 billion a year in investment today, I don't think that presupposes or prejudges what might come before us in future DSPs. The need might stay the same, it might grow, it might decline. And so I would just highlight that fact that we want to target these DSPs to the needs, and that's what the company has done in this instance, and that we'd continue to do so in future DSPs. So I don't want to create a sense that this is locked in or permanent in any way, that we want to match the investment to the need.
I get that, but I mean, you understand current rate base is maybe $12 billion, and this is a $3 billion investment in only 3 years. So it's just a significant trade-off for us about rate impact and affordability versus the need in an environment with considerable uncertainty. So again, I just push you, is there any middle ground that you can help us think about, that can help manage the spending down from what looks like really high levels, given the current sales base and revenue requirement of where the utility currently is. So any guidance, help you can give? And I've asked Mr. Kenny, I've asked Mr. Iley, I've asked Mr. Mino, and they've pushed it along. So I'll ask you if you have any guidance or help you can give to us.
I can appreciate that it is it is significant investment that we're proposing here. I would just caveat by saying that the needs on the system are ever changing, right? And again, I'm not the expert there. Our distribution witnesses, I think, have made that clear. But also just reiterating that the 2028 bill impacts are, of course, right, not the same as the out years in 2029 or beyond, that the full revenue requirements or bill impact analysis would have shown. And so the 2028 impact is, I believe it's roughly 6.5% change in a customer's bill. Of course, right, if we're growing kilowatt hours and customers are increasing their reliance on the electric system based on beneficial electrification, based on heating and transportation, right, then that percentage change will get smaller and smaller. And so I think that's what gives me confidence that this will be a manageable change for customers. Of course, we don't want to overbuild and we don't want to underbuild at the same time. And this is the need that the company has identified.
That's all I have, Mr. Larson. Redirect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning again, Mr. Bouquet.
Good morning.
I want to start just with actually an exchange you had with Ms. McLaughlin on behalf of staff and similar to the conversation you were just having with the chair. So you had a discussion with Ms. McLaughlin about the 9% bill impact going out through 2029. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And 26, 27, 28, is that about 6.41%, 6.4%? Is that approximately the
That
number?
sounds right. Yes, slightly less than 6.5.
You also had an exchange with Ms. McLaughlin about affordability and the bill impact analysis that you provided. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And outside of the pure bill impacts, would it surprise you if the grid of the future analysis that the company provided along with Mr. Pollock's testimony here in Exhibit 103 also had some analysis on page 7 of the grid of the future analysis?
Yeah, that would not surprise me at all. I know that analysis looked at household energy use a little bit more holistically. So yes, that makes sense.
And that's a different kind of view than the pure quote unquote bill impact that Ms. McLaughlin was asking you about, right?
Correct.
You also had a discussion with Ms. McLaughlin about the symmetrical carrying charge that the company proposed with respect to the GMAC, you recall that?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about how the company tries to manage the carry in both directions when it implements a rider and when it puts budgets forward and carries them through over the course of the year?
Yes, happy to. The important piece to remember there is that we only want to collect the actual costs, right, of the investments, of the labor amounts, of all of it, right? And so the carrying charge allows that to be true, both for customers as well as the company. We forecast what we think that cost will be, turn it into a revenue requirement for the year, and the proposal would be to flow that through the GMAC on an annual basis. Then the following year, once that year is complete, by April 1st, we file a report that says, hey, here are the actual costs, here's what we covered, and figure out the difference. The important piece is we want to make everyone whole for what that difference was. If funds were slightly over collected from customers, we'd give that back to customers with interest. If funds were slightly less under collected from customers, we would collect that from customers with interest. It makes everyone whole in recognition of the time value of money. It's not a performance incentive. It's how we do it on a lot of other riders here in Colorado. And it simply reflects that we're trying to put together the best estimates that we can a year in advance. And we want to make sure only the actual costs are recovered from customers with an appropriate value of the time value of money on top of it.
And is it fair to say that the company seeks to avoid a carrying charge in both directions to the best extent that it can?
I'm sorry, Mr. Larson, you're a little faint for me. Could you say that again?
I'm sorry, can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
I think I leaned away for a moment. Is it fair to say that the company is going to seek to manage, investments over the course of the year to be avoiding a carrying charge in either direction?
Yes, that again, our hope is to estimate costs. What we try to do every year is to estimate costs for the actual cost that we expect to see at the end of the day. Of course, that's going to be a little bit off one way or the other. No forecast is ever completely correct. The symmetric carrying charge simply recognizes that it could be over or under, and you want to value those funds in the same way, both for customers as well as for the company.
We also had a discussion with Ms. McLaughlin about the staffing analysis that you sponsored. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about the differences between staffing for a TEP and staffing for distribution-related investments that are contemplated by Senate Bill 24A-0547E?
Yes, the magnitude of investments here is very different, right? As Ms. McLaughlin was pointing out, the first TEP was in the order of magnitude of $100 million. The second one, roughly $250, $260 million. There were incremental staff required as both of those proposals. Those incremental needs were far below what the company has identified here as part of this DSP. Again, because the magnitudes that we're talking about here are very different. We're thinking about $3 billion in distribution investment roughly over the next 3-year period. That's an order of magnitude different than both those TEPs, and I think the staffing analysis underscores that. And so we've identified needs across the company, both in community outreach, both on the regulatory front, on the actual distribution planning front, on the project implementation front, on all fronts, really. And so we think that those incremental staff are critical to successfully implementing those projects.
Yeah, and is it fair to say that the TEP process is more programming focused, while this DSP is more physical investment focused, understanding that there's non-traditional solutions proposed alongside that physical investment?
Yes, that's correct. The TEP programs used to be a little bit infrastructure focused, but there was a big component of rebates, and I think now moving forward, it's largely education and rebate focused, whereas what we're talking about here is very capital project intensive.
And would it surprise you if proactive investments that were proposed in the TEP were actually sent over to this DSP to be analyzed further?
That's my general understanding, is that this DSP brings together all the needs that the distribution system has over the next few years, and whether that's coming from transportation electrification or beneficial electrification writ large, from customer growth, from commercial and industrial uses, from all of it. And so it's all inclusive of those needs, yes.
We also had a discussion with the chair just now about the capitalization of a portion of labor costs. You recall that?
Yes.
And you talked a little bit about accounting guidance and the fact that other utilities, every other utility uses that type of approach. But can you talk a little bit about the rate impact if you were to expense all labor?
Yes, if all of those costs were to be expensed, not just for distribution projects necessarily, but for any capital project, that would be a very large near-term rate impact for customers compared to the alternative, which again it follows FERC guidance, follows GAAP guidance, and again, as I said earlier, follows the approach taken by every other utility that I'm aware of that takes those costs and spreads them over the life of the underlying assets. And so you're essentially comparing an upfront cost that is expensed in real time to customers over a single year period, essentially, or one that's spread over the life of the asset. In the distribution space, right, that can be many decades. So there's a very, very real bill impact component of this as well.
So to the point about bill impacts, table JJP2 of your direct testimony, hearing exhibit 107, showed those bill impacts. Do you expect that they would look quite a bit different if labor was being expensed as opposed to capitalized for at least a portion of the labor costs?
Yes, they would look extremely different. I have not conducted an analysis of what they would look like if those labor costs were expensed, but I would expect them to be significantly higher.
Also had a discussion with the chair about the staff cap of 25 million revenue requirement on the GMAC. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Just a quick question on that. Is it your understanding of that cap that it's a static cap? So it's not an incremental cap every year, but it just stays flat at 25 million the entire time?
Yes, my understanding is that it's a flat 25 million cap based on cumulative investment, and that it would only go down to zero following an electric base rate case, at which point those costs and investments could then be recovered through base rates, which would then open up another 25 million of investment headspace.
And is it your understanding that APP costs and any true up costs, that cap first, and then whatever's left is available for concurrent recovery of investment?
Yes.
You also had a discussion with the chair about an independent engineer, and I know you kind of sent that question to Mr. Eiley, but is that something that the company could address in its statement of position in this matter?
Yes, that's certainly an item that the company can speak more to through its SOP.
Okay. And then kind of last area, you had a conversation with the chair on a series of questions that have been sent down the line with respect to outages and the staff report, which is, I believe, hearing exhibit 2307, and it ultimately ended up with you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can we call up, and you referred to the company's response to that report that staff put together. Do you recall that?
Yes, it was an 11-page response, I believe, towards the end of May that we submitted that.
Can we call up by hearing exhibit 136, please, Ms. Kunkel? Mr. Piquet, do you see that document on the screen? Was marked as hearing exhibit 136.
Yes, I did.
You recognize that document?
Yes.
What was that document?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Mr. Larson.
All right. What is that document?
This document is the company's response. Again, I believe it's about 11 pages here. Yeah, see 11 over on the right. We filed this within a week or two of the PUC staff's presentation at that weekly CWM in response to its investigation on the company's outages, billing challenges, and customer care generally. We walk through each of those three areas in this response, as well as putting more context around the rationale behind those challenges, as well as what has the company been doing to address those challenges. And first and foremost, you can see here in these opening paragraphs, I believe you see it both in the second paragraph and third paragraph, that the company acknowledges these challenges. We understand the impact this had to customers, how it's frustrating for everyone. You know, we take that more seriously than anyone else, and we own that. We apologize to the impacted customers, and we're doing a whole lot of things to correct for it.
With that, the company would move the admission to hearing exhibit 136.
Any objections? So moved.
And the company also filed a report following this initial response. Do I have that accurate?
Yes.
Can we call up out of the company's box what's been marked as hearing exhibit 143? You could scroll down just a tiny bit, Ms. Kunkel. Thank you. Mr. Perquet, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is this document?
So following that staff presentation and investigation, a new MDocket was created, again, in the May or June timeframe of this year, to provide regular reporting to the commission on various metrics, which I had mentioned in my conversation with Chair Blank. And so on a quarterly basis, the company will be reporting on, I believe it's upwards of 25 different metrics related to staffing in certain departments here at issue, outages in particular, response times to PUC complaints, and working with the customer care division there on all those fronts. And so this is our first quarterly report, filed just about a month ago, and we will do so again, I believe, in October.
Company would move the admission to hearing exhibit 143, which is this document you see on the screen.
Any objections? So moved. And if you could email this to council, that'd be great.
So we will do that. And then just one, you referenced a series of reporting requirements. We can take this down, Ms. Kunkel. Thank you. You referenced a series of reporting requirements that the company is providing information on in reports like the one we were just looking at, right?
Yes.
Can we call up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 144 out of the company's box? And Mr. Perquet, I'll represent to you that this document, which is 8 pages in total, pulls out some of those reporting requirements and provides some graphical representations along with the underlying data. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So what is, and we can treat this, Mr. Chair, either as a demonstrative exhibit or we can move it into the record, but I would like to ask Mr. Perquet a few questions about some of these reporting requirements.
Sure.
So Mr. Perquet, can you describe reporting requirement number 1 here, and then what the data is showing from your perspective?
Right. So these represent some of those specific metrics in that previous report that was just up through that 25M docket that was created for this quarterly reporting. This reporting requirement 1 focuses on auto disconnections. This was a topic of conversation both at that CWM presentation as well as after, when the company was experiencing high call volumes and relying on this auto disconnect feature, which we've really ratcheted back on. So the data you can see in the table right there is verbatim from the report, and this is just a graph to make it more easily digestible. But all this data is straight from that report.
Thank you. Can we go to page 2 of this, Ms. Kunkel? And what is this one showing here on the page 2 of 8 here, Mr. Perquet?
Right. So just like reporting requirement 1, this is data straight from that report. Here we're looking at calls abandoned by customers, presumably because they couldn't get through to someone, or they were able to resolve their own issue on their own, either through the company's app or through other means. You can again see these numbers decline precipitously from where we were at the start of the year and from years prior, for what it's worth.
Can we go to page 3 of this document? And Mr. Piquet, this relates to reporting requirement number 3, which is the total number of customers not receiving bills each month by customer class. Can you describe what the status shows?
Yes. So just like the other reporting requirements, this one is from that same report. This focuses on customers not receiving bills. Again, we see downward trends here from where we were at the start of the year. And we explained this more in that response that we filed back in May of this year, talking about all the items we've been undertaking to improve the trend on a lot of these metrics. For this, we've relied much more on staffing, internal and external staffing in our billing department, which we had outsourced to IBM over the past couple of years, I believe. And so through that increased staffing, increased coordination, increased training, we've been able to get these numbers trending in the right direction.
We could go to page 4, please. And related to head count, that's what this reporting requirement number 9 is. Can you describe what the status shows?
Yes, the company staffing was a big priority for the company in recent months and years to recoup from levels from the middle of the pandemic, where we had reached lows, I believe, in the 2022 timeframe, when headcounts and customer care and billing in particular kind of reached a low, just based on attrition challenges and retention challenges during the pandemic. And so we've really focused on recruiting and getting those levels back up. And here in this graph, you can see just over the course of the past few months, those levels have rebounded. When you go back even further, back to 2022, these numbers look even better in terms of the upward trend.
Thank you. And then can we go to page 5? And we can kind of skip over pages 5 and 6, but this shows customer care headcount on page 5, and then billing services external and contractor headcount on page 6. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. This goes into more detail on some of those individual department headcounts.
Yeah,
again, showing upward trends in the numbers.
Thank you. And if we could go to page 7, Ms. Kunkel. And the last two here are related to, both the time to respond to PUC consumer affairs, as well as time to resolve concerns by PUC consumer affairs. Can you describe what this reporting requirement 16 is and the data associated with it?
Right. So customers can reach out to the PUC for guidance and help on certain matters, and we of course coordinate closely with that group. And so this tracks our average time of getting back to the PUC consumer affairs group with a specific person on our side to work through the case. And so we've been getting the average amount of days down over the course of this year, and again in previous years as well.
And this requirement 16 shows the average time to respond. Is that right?
Yes.
Can we go to the last page, Ms. Kunkel, page 8? And then is this, Mr. Piquet, does this represent the average time to resolve the concerns raised by PUC Consumer Affairs?
It does. And again, this is the average number of days. We can see a rough halving or so of that time over the course of this year.
So it's about almost in half from January to June. Is that a fair characterization?
Correct. From a high in February of about 28 days, we're now half of that in June at about 14 days. So speeding up that as fast as possible. And again, staffing is a big part of this story.
Thank you, Mr. Piquet. Mr. Chair, I do have 2 very minor exhibit evidentiary related cleanups, but I do not believe they require Mr. Piquet. So with that would be the conclusion of his redirect.
Mr. Piquet, you may be excused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Larson?
So first, hearing exhibit 141, we do have a public slip sheet now up in box. So with that, I'd ask for the admission of hearing exhibit 141, both the public and confidential versions.
Any objections? So moved.
Then this morning, thank you. And then this morning with Mr. Simpson and Mr. Mino, there was a discussion of hearing exhibit 148. And we noted that we were going to update that to reflect the years in the chronological order. And we also corrected a formula issue to ensure that the percentages accurately reflect feeder counts. So that new exhibit number 148 is now in the company's box. And I would ask for the admission of that document now.
Any objections? So moved.
And with that, Mr. Chair, I believe that is all we have for the company's case.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Why don't we take a 45-minute break? Ms. Stockmeyer.
Thank you, Chair. Before we break, I would just appreciate some clarification. Mr. Althouse had some cross reserved for Boulder witness Matt Lurman. I don't know if he's been participating since the initial day when I know he was ill. So if he could just clarify if he's still planning to have cross for Mr. Lurman, that would be helpful.
Mr. Althouse, if you're there, can you clarify?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Hopefully that gives you what you need. Thank you, Mr. Althouse. Any other matters before we break for lunch?
I just wanted to confirm, what's our order after lunch?
I think PUC Hagland, Bonjardina, Nardos, and then we go to AEU, Boulder, CEC, CEO, but we will, when we get to 1:30 or 2, we'll jump to IREC, Mafazi, and Valentine, since they're only available today.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
And then UCA will do last. Mr. Larson, any clarifications?
No, but UCA's witnesses will move in a tranche tomorrow, correct? So all of them will be in order tomorrow?
Yes, and last.
Cool, thank you.
Any other matters? All right, see everybody at 12:45. Thanks. Ms. Stockmeyer.
Thank you, Chair. For some reason, the Zoom is saying my video is disabled by the host.
Sorry about that. I saw it pop on during the break and I just turned it off. So let me just give you a click. Hold on.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else, Ms. Stockmeyer?
Yes. So with regard to witness availability, in the cross matrix that was filed by parties, Boulder indicated that its witness Lexus Teleshak is not available today. I don't know that that got caught in all of the witness movement this morning. So just want to make a note. Mr. Lurman is available today, but not Mr. Teleshak. He is available tomorrow, though.
Okay, we'll take them tomorrow, no matter what the order is.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other preliminary matters, Mr. Hagland, are you out there?
I'm here, Chair.
Can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes, I will.
Back to you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Gilman, as well. Good afternoon, Mr. Hagland. Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Eric, E-R-I-C, Hagland, H-A-G-L-U-N-D.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission as the chief economist.
And for this proceeding we're in today, did you provide answer testimony marked as hearing exhibit 500?
Yes.
And I believe a Rev 1 was noticed on, I believe, August 18.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then I just also wanted to confirm, were you also adopted the answer testimony of staff witness Kehinde Abiodun, correct?
Correct.
And that notice was also filed on August 18th, correct?
Correct.
And in adopting that testimony, you're indicating you can answer general questions regarding staff's position as stated by Mr. Abiodun?
Yes.
And did you, just as a final matter, even though we're not really discussing it here, you also filed settlement testimony marked as hearing exhibit 506 related to the AVPP settlement in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you were present in negotiations from which that settlement agreement stems?
Yes, I was.
Okay. With that, I have no further questions, and Mr. Hagland stands ready for a cross.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Let's see, what do I got? 15 minutes for ACE, and it is 12:48.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Hagland. It's nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kutzer.
For the record, I'm Ellen Howard-Kutzer. I'm counsel for the Associations for Clean Energy. And who's driving this afternoon for the legal assistance?
It's Stephanie Kunkel.
Hey, Stephanie, thank you. Okay, so Mr. Hagland, I'll be asking you a series of questions about staff's proposal to implement a $25 million cost cap on GMAC recovery. So in your answer testimony, is it fair to say that you provided a thorough analysis of staff's take of SB 24-218?
Yes.
And so it's also fair to say that you're quite familiar with that statute, correct?
Yes.
Could we please go ahead, Ms. Kunkel, and pull up hearing exhibit 1405, which is a copy of SB 218? I'd like to go to page 15. And then just Mr. Hagland, to level set, I'd like to discuss with you the term type 1 distribution activities in our conversation today. I believe that was a phrase originally used by the company, but also in your answer testimony. If I use the term type 1 distribution activities, do we understand that to mean the distribution activities that align with the statutory goals that are here on the page?
I don't think that's exactly the definition I would use, no.
Can you correct me and tell me how you would define that term?
I believe that sort of following the terminology that was introduced by Mr. Eiley in the company's direct case, that the type 1 designation applies to distribution activities that the commission finds affordably and strategically advance the goals in section 7B1 of the statute, and therefore must be recovered through the GMAC.
Okay, let me get into that with you in a second. Would it be more precise for me to say, instead of type 1 activities, the statutorily defined goals here on the page? If I use that term, would we have a common understanding?
Again, I'm not trying to be difficult, but I think there's a number of statutory goals that are delineated at different parts of the statute. So I'm not sure we have a common understanding of just the blanket term statutory goals.
Okay, let's try this a different way. How about I refer to the page 15 statutory goals as some of the statutory goals that are captured in SB 218? Would we have a common understanding if I use that term?
If I might ask for clarification, are these the section 5A goals? That's how I think of them and how I refer to one set of goals in my testimony.
They are. If Ms. Kunkel could scroll up just to confirm that. Let's use that term, section 5A.
Perfect. We're on the same page then.
Okay, great. I will try to adjust, and apologies if I throw in the term type 1, you can correct me. Okay, so turning back down to the top of page 15, we see here that the statute uses the term create sufficient hosting capacity. Do you see that as it relates to the section 5A goals?
Yes, I see that.
Does having sufficient hosting capacity as defined by the statute mean that there's adequate distribution capacity available in advance of customer requests to interconnect to the company's system?
I'm not sure that the statute provides a definition that's that specific, but I think I can generally agree with you that that's a reasonable understanding of hosting capacity. I'm just hesitating a little bit that I don't know that that's the statutory definition of hosting capacity.
Definitely not trying to trick you or ask you to come to a conclusion you're not comfortable with. I maybe in your professional expertise, does sufficient hosting capacity mean that there's capacity on a feeder available to interconnect a resource? So in other words, that feeder is not at 100% of its available hosting capacity.
Interconnect a load or interconnect a resource or energize a load, I think I would broaden it a little bit, but
Yep. Agree. So we both agree that there would be sufficient hosting capacity if there were enough capacity to energize a load or interconnect a DER.
Agreed, yes.
Okay, great. So under this new statutory approach that we're looking at on the page here, we aren't necessarily waiting until a feeder is at 100% capacity before waiting to implement an upgrade to that feeder. Do you agree?
I think that that's, again, a pretty specific question to interpret in terms of specific statutory guidance. I mean, I feel like you're asking for a particular case that's not contemplated specifically in the statute as I understand it.
Okay, let's maybe move on from this this line of questions and talk a bit more about staff's proposals. So as I understand your testimony, staff is relying on the phrase affordably and reliably here at the top of page 15 as one of the statutory bases for your cost cap proposal. Is that accurate?
I would put it a little differently. So I think that this section 5A discusses the company's obligation to propose a plan to affordably and reliably support the implementation of these goals. So irrespective of GMAC recovery, it appears to me that this part of the statute creates a requirement for the company's proposed plan to consider maintaining affordability and reliability.
Okay.
But in terms of what you asked about my proposal, I'm looking more specifically at the language in section 7B Roman 1 about affordably and strategically advancing those goals requires that recovery must occur through the GMAC.
So it sounds like you're looking at section 7A, but would you agree with me that the language in 7A at least shares some similarities to the language here in section 5A in terms of its reliance on the term affordability and reliability?
Well, the language in section 7 is not affordably and reliably, it's affordably and strategically. But other than that, I agree that they share some similarity.
Okay, great. And so we could take this down, Ms. Kunkel. Thank you so much. The way in which staff implements affordability under your proposal is to impose a $25 million cap on costs that can be recovered through the GMAC, correct?
Yes, I think that the discretion lies with the commission to determine an affordable level of bill impacts. And what we proposed was a revenue requirement of 25 million.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about that revenue requirement. So looking at your testimony, it's my understanding that this $25 million figure was derived based on a 0.76% impact on retail rates. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I would say there were two main parts. We looked at across a range of bill impacts and felt that that was a reasonable bill impact, and also considered the level of capital spending that such a revenue requirement could support.
Okay, so this is a calculation that staff derived, correct?
Correct.
Did the legislature include a retail rate impact cap in the text of SB 24-218? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So nothing within the statute requires this 0.76% retail rate cost cap, correct?
Correct. I'm recommending that the commission adopt it at its discretion.
Okay, great. Does this $25 million cap have any relationship to the proposed distribution system growth projections put forward by either the company or other parties in this proceeding?
Can you ask that again, please?
Yeah. Does the $25 million cap have any relationship to the proposed distribution system growth projections put forward by either the company or another party in this proceeding?
No, not specifically.
Okay, so we're not sure if the $25 million cap will cover any specific needs of the system. Is that correct?
Objection, asked for speculation.
Roll.
So I want to clarify that the cap is specifically a cap on the revenue requirement for GMAC recovery, that it's not a cap on what the company can spend.
Definitely appreciate that. So just to clarify that point where we're here, your recommendation is that if the company exceeds the $25 million cap, it could still recover those costs, but they would come through base rates, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But turning back to the $25 million cap, is it correct to say that we don't know if that is sufficient to cover some of the projected needs on the system put forward by the company in this case?
I think you used the term some of the needs. I think it's sufficient to cover some of the needs for sure.
Would it cover all of the needs, to be more precise? It's certainly below the company's proposed revenue requirement for GMAC recovery. Okay. Mr. Hagland, did you participate in or observe the commission's docket preceding number was 23M-0464EG, which looked at barriers to distributed energy resource and beneficial electrification adoption?
I'm aware of the proceeding at a high level, but I didn't follow it in great detail.
Okay. Let me represent to you that in that proceeding, the commission took a hard look at the company's capacity check process and how that may or may not be working. Any reason to disagree with that representation?
I will accept your representation, but I believe there was some discussion both earlier in this proceeding and referencing that proceeding about, I think there has been some ambiguity in the term capacity check between, on the one hand, service applications, which are, I think, the way the company is representing their capacity check forecast in this proceeding. There are also, I may be forgetting the exact terminology, I think there were informational capacity checks or theoretical capacity checks that were not the same as service applications. That was something that was discussed and differentiated in that proceeding.
Okay. I'm going to try to get on the same page in terms of our discussion here. If I say the term capacity check, what I mean is an application for capacity as well as those conceptual capacity checks. Can we be on the same page about that use?
We can be on the same page that that's how you're using it, but I might ask you to differentiate in terms of specific questions you have, because I think they're quite different.
Okay, understood. So I think we can get through this without needing to do that too much. Is it fair to say that the collective capacity check process serves as one reflection of customer need on the company's system?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Okay. Does the $25 million cap proposed by staff have any relationship to the capacity check system or process?
No.
So as it stands here today, we're not sure if the $25 million cap would be sufficient to cover the costs of customer needs captured through the capacity checks, correct?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay. Does the $25 million cap have any relationship to the projection of distribution needs associated with beneficial electrification load growth identified in the clean heat plan?
I would say that not directly, but I think there is a lot of uncertainty, especially in the longer term projections associated with that, and that one of the purposes of the $25 million revenue cap is that it could result in the company relying less on the uncertain parts of the forecast and more focused on near-term needs that are materializing in the form of, as you just asked me, capacity checks.
Okay, let me try to wrap things up here, Mr. Hagland, with a couple of final questions. So let's assume that the $25 million cap is not sufficient to meet the projected distribution investments that the company needs. In that situation, is there an excellent chance that the company would need to file a rate case to recover costs that go above the $25 million cap?
And I'll just object on this basis of it's speculative. It's also assuming facts and evidence. She literally started the question with assume.
Nah, overruled. Mr. Hagland can answer.
Can you ask again? I'm sorry.
Yeah. To be more brief, if the $25 million cap is not sufficient, is there a high likelihood the company is going to file a rate case to recover excess costs?
I think I would qualify the the assertion of the 25 million being insufficient with, the sufficiency of the amount depends on the timeline of the investments. But I would say that the revenue requirement cap increases the likelihood that the company would need to file a rate case if it makes these investments sooner than it otherwise would. And staff sees that as an advantage of its proposed approach.
Is it fair to say that a typical rate case in your time at the commission, litigation costs can be upward of $2 million?
I haven't worked on litigation expenses in some time, so I'm not prepared to agree with that specific statement. I agree that litigation costs can be significant.
Is it also fair to say that it's significant time spent by the commission in terms of staff time, advisors' time, seeing that case through to completion?
Yes, rate cases are important, and the commission and parties devote a lot of time and resources to them.
So a consequence of having a cap that may not be large enough could be more expenditures in terms of litigation costs as well as commission time, correct?
Correct, but I would add that the $2 million litigation expense that you cited is fairly small in the context of a proposal of $1 billion per year in distribution investment.
Fair enough, Mr. Hagland. No further questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kutzer. I have the Business Coalition with 15 minutes. Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Hagland.
Good afternoon, Mr. Davidson.
You had several pieces of testimony that were entered into evidence. I'm only going to be asking you about hearing Exhibit 500, your answer testimony this afternoon. So over it, and if you need to look at any of these pages, I'm going to refer you to, that's fine. But at page 18 of your answer testimony, you request that the commission limit recovery under the GMAC to only type 1 distribution activities. Do you remember that part of your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And in seeking that limitation, staff wants to minimize GMAC recovery, and I'll quote, to the greatest extent that the law allows. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you go on to assert that the GMAC recovery represents, quote, a piecemeal view of costs and revenues. Do you remember that part of your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with other commission-approved adjustment clauses, the ECA, the GCA, TCA, PCA, other adjustment clauses that the commission has approved over the years?
I'm familiar with those to varying degrees, but yes, broadly speaking.
Do you consider those as adjustment clauses to be a piecemeal view of costs and revenues?
Yes.
Okay. But the commission's approved all those in past proceedings, and they're either in effect now or have been in effect and have expired. Is that your understanding?
Correct. The commission has approved some have been mandated by statute, as is the GMAC. But sort of from the big picture perspective, I think staff has a preference for sort of a holistic approach to rate making that happens in base rate proceedings.
And I appreciate your clarification about the statutory designation of the GMAC as being the appropriate recovery mechanism for the distribution system plan cost recovery. Is that right?
Well, for I think that the GMAC is established in statute, and I think there's some disagreement among parties about what DSP costs specifically must be recovered versus should be recovered in the GMAC.
But the GMAC is the mechanism for the recovery of what we can say are appropriate costs, to use your term,
Yeah.
correct?
Or at
Okay.
least some DSP costs, let's say.
Okay. Now, you also acknowledge in your answer testimony that SB 24-218 has no definition of either affordability or strategically. Remember that part of your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And so, with respect to the commission's discretion, as you indicate they should use in this proceeding to determine what's affordable and what's strategic, you're recommending that the commission use, I'll characterize it as the most restrictive interpretations of those terms. Would that be fair?
I'm not sure that it's the most restrictive, but I do recommend that they limit GMAC recovery to the greatest extent the law allows, I believe is the term I used. So, yes.
Okay. Now, over at page 24 of your answer testimony, you've got a chart, and this is in Exhibit 500 at page 24 for those following along, that shows the GMAC bill impacts through 2029. Do you remember that chart?
If you wouldn't mind pulling it up, I'm just not sure if you're referring to, I have one table that's the company's proposed bill impacts, and I have another table that's bill impacts under my alternative proposal. So.
Okay, this is the one I'm referring to in your hearing exhibit 500 Rev 1, starting at line 1, table ERH-1. Are you with me?
Yes.
I would
Okay.
I would just ask for the record that if we could scroll down to the footnote, that's footnote 17, please. Thank you. And I'd just like to point out that this is Mr. Davidson. I think this is the one that is referring to to the company's testimony.
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Smith. Yes, correct. And in looking at this chart, I see for the residential line that through 2029, the estimated bill impact is cumulative 9.01%. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
And over the 4 years, I know the company's talking about 3 years for what they're talking about in this proceeding, but the chart goes through 4 years. If my math is correct, and please correct me if it's not, that's about a 2.25% increase per year over 4 years. Do you agree with that?
Not sure whether the compounding is correct in that calculation, so I'm not going to agree or disagree with that. I haven't performed that calculation.
And it's 9% divided by 4, about 2.25%.
Right, but that neglects the compounding, interest compounds. So I think you'd want to look at a percentage, a compounding percentage increase.
Okay.
But yeah, so I haven't performed that calculation.
Okay. Over at page 27, you state that the company is, quote, placing a large wager that future load growth will place sufficient downward pressure on rates to mitigate the bill impacts of its proposed level of spending. Do you remember that part of your testimony?
Yes, and I think that I substantiate that by quoting the company's testimony below, which is some of their commentary on the rate impacts.
Do you disagree that sales growth can offset the incremental cost of new investment in distribution?
I think that this is often captured in the sort of downward pressure on rates concept. I think that is a more complicated concept than is often assumed when people invoke that idea. I don't think load growth necessarily reduces costs. I think it can if managed carefully in some circumstances, but I don't think it's something that the commission should accept as a given outcome of load growth.
But I think you just said it could or can offset incremental costs by having increased sales growth, correct?
Correct, but the part of the company's testimony I'm referring to is really about load growth associated with transmission level customers, which really have nothing to do with GMAC bill impacts.
Okay. You also go on to say that if future sales don't occur, rates will increase. That's down at the further down on page 27. Do you remember that part of your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree the converse is also true, that if sales growth exceeds the forecast, rates will not increase as much?
No, I don't agree that that's necessarily the case.
And why is that?
Because load growth could occur that drives additional need for investment that raises costs. I mean, I think one way to think of this is how much load growth is growing during off-peak periods, both on the distribution system and on the bulk system. This is a bit of a simplistic way of representing it, but load growth that does not strain the capacity of the system has greater potential to reduce rates, other things being equal, than load growth that occurs during periods when the system is at capacity.
Okay, well, I think you're sort of agreeing with me on this topic that growth in sales can mitigate rate impacts, increasing rate impacts. Is that a fair sort of broad statement about the impact of increased sales?
I think it can, but the commission should not assume that it will.
Okay, that's fine. You had a few questions with Ms. Kutzer about your $25 million proposed cap on GMAC recovery. I think you acknowledged with her, but let me just make sure that I understood that there's no basis in SB 24-18 for such a cap. Is that correct?
There is no basis in the bill for a cap on the GMAC, or no provision that requires a cap on the GMAC. But I think the basis for my recommendation is the commission's discretion to maintain affordable rates.
Understood, but the statute doesn't require any limitation on the GMAC recovery by the company, does it?
Not on the GMAC, no.
Okay. And you go on to say that capping the GMAC will allow the commission to prioritize distribution system investment other than public service company prioritizing that investment. Do you remember that part of your testimony?
I'm not sure I put it exactly like that. So if you could point me to the passage you have in mind.
You bet. Page 35 of Exhibit 500, lines 11 through 20.
Okay.
Did I quote that correctly in my last question? Would you agree with that?
Well, can you ask the question again now that I've had a chance to look this?
Sure. So capping the GMAC will allow the commission to prioritize distribution system investment other than public service company, correct?
Yeah, I think that the imposing a cap for the very favorable cost recovery provided under the GMAC would allow the commission to indicate what its priorities are and allow GMAC recovery for its prioritized investments.
Does that impose the commission's will on what I'll refer to as management discretion by public service company and what it believes it needs to do with respect to extending its distribution facilities to meet demand?
And I'd like to just object that I believe Mr. Davidson has misquoted Mr. Hagland's testimony here. He does not say over PSCO or avoiding PSCO, however he phrased it. In fact, I don't believe this paragraph actually mentions PSCO. So to the extent that he's asking a question that's outside of the scope of Mr. Hagland's testimony, staff objects.
Overall, they'll allow the witness to answer, but you may have to repeat the question, Mr. Davidson.
I can do that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. The point here, Mr. Hagland, is it sounds, at least to me, from this part of your testimony, that you're indicating the commission should prioritize distribution system spending over what public service company thinks it needs to expend to extend its distribution facilities to meet demand. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that.
You think the company should have management discretion over how it extends its distribution facilities?
I think there's a broader question here than what you're characterizing as how it expands its distribution facilities. I think it's well within the commission's discretion to establish priorities and to provide for favorable cost recovery for public policy goals that the commission has decided to elevate to priority goals.
All right, but you also, I think, understand that public service company in general has an obligation to serve customers that want service on its electric distribution system, correct?
So nothing about staff's proposal precludes the company from making any investments it wants and proposing them for recovery in a rate case.
So, and I think you mentioned this with respect to some questions from Ms. Kutzer too. Staff's preference would be limiting GMAC recovery to the $25 million cap that we've spoken about, and anything over and above that being sought by the company in a subsequent rate case, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have for you today, Mr. Hagland. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Let's go to the company. It's 1:22 and I have 45 minutes. Mr. Larson, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Hagland.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me okay? I've been having some audio challenges.
I can hear you just fine.
Okay, that may be fixed. Just a few questions today about your testimony that you filed, primarily focused on hearings Exhibit 500. So Senate Bill 24-218 mandates the establishment of a GMAC in this proceeding. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And SB 24-218 unquestionably represents an important shift in distribution system planning for public service. Isn't that true?
I believe that's a quote from my testimony, yes.
It is. So, among other things, we can agree that Senate Bill 24-218 established a GMAC for concurrent recovery of distribution costs, right?
Yes.
And we can agree that Senate Bill 24-218 was intended to facilitate a shift to proactive distribution system planning, right?
Among other things, I believe proactive distribution system planning is mentioned specifically in the legislative declaration. So
yeah, it was one of the drivers of the statute. Isn't that true?
I can't speak to what the drivers of the statute were, but I believe it's referenced in the legislative declaration.
And we can agree that the General Assembly passed Senate Bill 24-218?
Yes.
We can agree that Governor Polis signed Senate Bill 24-218.
Yes.
We can agree that the legislators that sponsored Senate Bill 24-218 and Governor Polis are elected and represent their constituents, right?
I suppose so, yes.
Elected officials are elected by their constituents, isn't that true?
That's true.
So when you stated in your testimony that there were no stakeholders that advocate for the interests of or ratepayers who were supporters of the bill, that wasn't entirely accurate, was it?
Objection. That's a mischaracterization of the testimony, and we're talking about how the legislation was passed and how representatives are elected. That's beyond Mr. Hagland's expertise.
We can call up his testimony if that's helpful, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. Is it still Ms. Kunkel?
Yes.
Hi, can we call up hearing exhibit 500 and go to page 13, please? And if we can go down to line 7. And Mr. Hagland, I'll give you a moment to read that. Let me know when you're done.
Yeah, I'm done.
So in this testimony right here on hearing exhibit 500, you're testifying about the interests that supported the passage of Senate Bill 24-218, aren't you?
Well, if you look at the previous Q&A, the reference is to supporters of the statute not being parties that typically advocate for the interests of ratepayers before the commission.
But legislators represent the interests of their constituents, and that includes ratepayers, isn't that true?
Yes.
We can take this down. Thanks, Ms. Kunkel. So, Mr. Hagland, there were a series of settlements or stipulations filed in this proceeding. You're aware of those, aren't you?
Yes.
And one is related to AVPP, and that's hearing exhibit 131, and staff joined that settlement, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then one related to another settlement related to non-wires alternatives and targeted demand areas. And that's hearing exhibit 132. And staff took no position on that settlement, but didn't oppose it, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a third, which is a stipulation, hearing exhibit 133, that's related to the GMAC, correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Kunkel, do you mind actually calling up hearing exhibit 133? Just scroll down a little bit. Maybe go down to, and Mr. Hagland, I'll represent to you that this is the stipulation hearing exhibit 133 that we're discussing. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we can go down to page 2. So, Mr. Hagland, under this stipulation, several parties support the initiation of a GMAC and the company's budgets for 2026, 2027, and 2028. Isn't that true?
Yes, I believe that's what the stipulating parties agreed to.
And on the screen here, we have the different parties that supported it, which include Boulder, East Metro Area Business Coalition, the Associations for Clean Energy, SWEEP NRDC, Advanced Energy United, and Public Service. You see that?
Yes, I do.
We could scroll down a little bit. It's Kunkel. Actually, to the next page. And there in paragraph 2, this group of parties supports the implementation of the GMAC for eligible costs without caps on concurrent recovery. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And this group of parties supports the company's proposed GMAC budgets for 2026, 2027, and 2028 there in paragraph 3, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
So is it fair to say that local governments, investors in Colorado, distributed energy resource developers, and conservation organizations support this stipulation?
You used local governments in the plural. I think Boulder is the only one. I don't believe Denver joined.
There's a local government in support of the stipulation, isn't that true?
There is a local government in support.
It's fair to say staff does not support this stipulation, right?
Correct.
That's because staff has a different view of the GMAC than these parties, right?
I won't speak to the views of other parties on this other than what's in their testimony that I've read, but our view is laid out in my testimony.
Yeah, let's go into your view a little bit. We can take this down, Ms. Kunkel. Thank you. So staff's overall view on the GMAC is to minimize GMAC recovery to the greatest extent that the law allows, correct?
Correct.
And your point in making that statement is not that the commission should minimize the distribution budget to the greatest extent that the law allows, right?
I think I would disagree with that. I think limiting GMAC recovery might lead the company to a different approach to implementing its budget.
But your recommendation is focused on the GMAC and not on the actual budgets, isn't that true?
Well, the budgets are derived from a lot of opaque modeling that parties had trouble digging into and making specific recommendations regarding the proposed list of investments that resulted from the modeling. So given those limitations, our recommended approach to the commission is to consider affordability in terms of the bill impacts and do that by limiting GMAC recovery.
Right, and it's focused solely on GMAC limitations, correct? Not on budget limitations, correct?
Correct. The company, this is limited to what's flowing through the GMAC.
So in other words, regardless of the distribution budget that the commission approves, staff wants to minimize GMAC recovery, correct?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's entirely accurate, but I think that the commission should limit GMAC recovery to what is consistent with an affordable bill impact.
Your minimization proposal is related to the GMAC, correct?
That's correct.
And you're the lead witness for staff in this case, right?
Yes.
And your top recommendation to the commission is about the structure of the GMAC framework. Isn't that true?
I suppose so. I don't know exactly how to characterize top recommendation, but it's certainly an emphasis of my testimony.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll represent it this way. In the list of recommendations that you have, the very first one relates to the GMAC framework and GMAC minimization. Isn't that true?
That's probably correct. I don't have it in front of me, but I'll accept your representation.
So is it fair to say that minimizing GMAC recovery to the greatest extent that the law allows is staff's top priority in this case?
I would say maintaining affordability is staff's top priority.
But the top recommendation that you have is related to the GMAC framework, correct?
Objection. I think frankly, it's irrelevant where in the testimony the recommendation comes. Mr. Hagland's already testified that the order was just the order that it was. I mean, he can answer the question. He's already answered the question, but I'm not sure I see the relevance.
We can move on. Mr. Hagland, you're familiar with the company's proposed Type 1 and Type 2 distribution activities framework, right?
Right, yes.
And Type 1, I'm gonna rattle off some statutory numbers. If we need to go look at them in the bill, we can certainly do that. But Type 1 is based on 40-2-132.5, Section 7B2. Does that sound right to you?
I'll accept that. I agree that it's in Section 7. I don't remember exactly what subsections after that, but that's probably correct.
And Type 1 is covering distribution activities that advance the state policy goals in 40-2-132.5, 5A. That was the Section 5A policy goals you were discussing when this kid said. Correct.
But I don't believe that's what defines a Type 1, no. According to the company's definition or ours.
You don't think that Type 1 is related to investments that advance Section 5A goals?
I believe that what the company refers to as Type 1, which we've basically accepted their terminology, is in Section 7, and it's the reference to if the commission finds that distribution activities affordably and strategically advance or benefit the goals in section, I believe it's 7B1, then the Type 1 designation applies. But the 7B1 goals are inclusive of the 5A goals, but also include other goals.
If 5A goals play a role in type 1 distribution activities, you and I can agree on that, can't we?
Sure.
And under this section 7B2 that we're talking about, recovery
I'm
for
sorry, Mr. Larson, are we able to bring this up just for the clarification of the record?
Sure.
Just so that we're all familiar with what we're talking about.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hearing exhibit 1405. Ms. Kunkel, if you're able to access that, it'd be appreciated. I think it's 1405. It might be multiple exhibit numbers. There we go. Yeah, why don't we go down to page, what I believe is page 23 of this document. If we could scroll just so we can see a little bit more of the screen. And Mr. Hagland, just to reset you on the question I was asking, I'm focused there on the bottom of B Roman 2. It says recovery must occur through the grid modernization adjustment clause. See that?
Yes, I see that.
And staying with this, if we could scroll down a little bit more, looking at B3, see that, Mr. Hagland?
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of rolls on the page there. That's the type 2 distribution activities come from, correct?
Yes, I believe that's what the company described as type 2.
And that's to generalize distribution activities that do not advance the state policy goals in section 5A, right?
Well, do not benefit or advance the goals described in 7B1 is what the statute says.
Right, and 7B1, if we want to roll up there, I believe routes back to section 5A.
In part, but 7B1 also includes other goals.
Mm-hmm. And for type 2 distribution activities, recovery may occur through the GMAC subject to the application of a performance screen, correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry to jump around, Ms. Kunkel, I apologize. We need to go to 5E, which is pages 18 to 19. Mr. Hagland, do you see that?
Yes.
And I'll represent to you that's subsection 5, subsection E of Senate Bill 24-218, and that's setting forth the performance screens. See that?
Yes.
And we can agree that E1 applies here with a performance-based framework consisting of applicable interconnection timelines, correct?
That's what it says.
So coming back to staff's strategy of minimizing GMAC recovery, well, let's take it in reverse order and start with type 2 distribution activities. Your proposal does not have any type 2 distribution activity GMAC recovery at all, correct?
Correct.
And your proposal has no interconnection timeline-based performance screen, correct?
That's correct.
So essentially, we just decide now that type 2, the distribution activities covered in B3 that we were looking at before, are not going to be recovered under the GMAC in any circumstances, right?
In this DSP proceeding, that's our recommendation, to limit it to a specific understanding of type 1 distribution activities.
Yeah, for the duration of this DSP, no type 2 distribution activities recovery at all through the GMAC, correct?
That's our proposal, yes.
And taking type 2 distribution activity recovery off the table is the first part of staff's GMAC minimization proposal, correct?
I don't know if it's the first part. It's part of staff's proposal.
It's a part.
Yes.
And staff's not saying that the company should not do the activities or the budgets the company has designated as type 2, is it?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, what budgets refer to type 2.
Yeah, so take, for example, a corresponding budget that's associated with a particular category of investments that's in a type 2 distributions activity. your proposal is not telling the company do not make those investments, is it?
No, it's not. It's limiting recovery to, it's recommending to exclude recovery of those costs from the GMAC.
Yeah, just to clarify the record, staff's just recommending that the commission deny GMAC recovery for those costs, correct?
Correct.
So shifting over to the type 1 distribution activities, staff proposes a $25 million cap on the GMAC, right?
A revenue requirement cap, yes.
Yeah, that's a good clarification. A $25 million revenue requirement cap. And that $25 million revenue requirement cap is a static cap. And what I mean by static is that it doesn't adjust each year. It's $25 million on a revenue requirement basis until a rate case resets the cap. You agree with that characterization?
Yes, or until the commission determines to revisit the cap in a future DSP. But for this DSP, that's the proposed cap.
It's static until either the rate case or a future DSP, correct?
Correct.
And that cap has to absorb AVPP costs and any true ups, and then the remainder is available for type 1 distribution activity recovery, correct?
That's correct.
So in terms of actual distribution investments in each year, the actual cap could be quite a bit less than $25 million revenue requirement. Isn't that true?
It could be less than 25 million. I don't know about quite a bit less. I don't know how what to expect in terms of the magnitude of the true ups. The AVPP administrative costs are, I don't recall off the top of my head, but they're relatively small.
But in other words, those costs come first, then we do the type 1, correct?
Correct.
So even if the company engages in qualifying type 1 distribution activities that exceed $25 million on a revenue requirement basis, staff would not allow any mechanism to recover the cost of those activities through the GMAC, right?
Correct.
And you also note in your testimony that the $25 million revenue requirement cap is approximately a 0.76% retail rate impact cap, right?
For residential, I believe that's right, yeah.
And you point out that this level of impact falls within the maximum impact specified in Senate Bill 24A-0547E for 2024 and 2025 distribution activities recoverable through the TCAD, right?
Yes.
And those maximum impacts you're referring to, we can call the statute back up if you want, are in section 4D of the statute. Does that sound right?
I know they're in section 4. I don't remember the subsection, but I'll accept your representation.
We can agree that section 4 and section 7 are two different sections of the statute, correct?
We can agree.
And we can agree that section 4D applies, quote, prior to the establishment of the grid modernization clause, end quote, can we?
Yes.
And while the legislature used retail rate impact caps in section 4D, it did not in section 7, correct?
I agree that those caps do not apply to section 7.
And the General Assembly didn't discuss a 0.76% retail rate impact cap anywhere in Senate Bill 24A-0218, correct?
That's correct. That's what staff recommended as what we consider to be a reasonable bill impact.
And I think you had this conversation with Mr. Davidson on behalf of EMABC, but you're familiar with some of the other adjustment clauses that the company uses, correct?
Yes.
And some of those, like the CEPR, the Clean Energy Plan Rider, or the RESA, the Renewable Energy Standard Adjustment, also have a basis in statute, don't they?
Some of them do, yes.
And in the case of the CEPR and the RESA, for example, there's actually an explicit retail rate impact cap for both of those riders, right?
I believe that's right.
So long story short, you and I can agree that Senate Bill 24A-0218 does not establish a revenue requirement cap, right?
Correct, but I believe the commission has authorized riders and imposed a cap at its own discretion in other cases, like the PSIA, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but that's not in Senate Bill 24-218, right?
No, I'm just citing an example of when the commission has imposed a cap on its own discretion in a rider.
So your proposed 25 million revenue requirement cap is directed at the GMAC and not the company's actual budgets, right?
Correct.
So you didn't go through the company's budgets and determine certain investments that meet Section 5A goals, look at those that did not to come up with the 25 million, right?
As I mentioned earlier, the company's modeling approach made that almost impossible for other parties to do in this case.
But you didn't do it, right?
We were not able to do it.
The 25 million revenue requirement cap is something you're proposing because you're focused on, quote, limiting GMAC recovery, end quote, right?
I would say it falls from a focus on affordability.
But it's an arbitrary round number you came up with, right? It's not based on some specific calculation, isn't that true?
I wouldn't consider it arbitrary. I think we evaluated what bill impacts would result over a range of revenue requirement caps and considered the amount of capital spending it would support.
But you didn't actually take the 25 million and juxtapose it with the budgets that were proposed and come up with some kind of number based on an analysis of the budgets, did you?
No.
And you agree with the company's statement that if the commission finds that the projected distribution activities and corresponding budgets affordably and strategically benefit or advance the goals of the statute, Senate Bill 24-218 provides that recovery must occur through the GMAC, right?
Yes, I agree with that statement.
And on page 15 of your testimony, we can go to it if you want. It's here in Exhibit 500. You reference Section 7B2. Would it be helpful to pull it up?
Yes, please.
Ms. Kunkel, can we call up here in Exhibit 500, please?
I'm sorry, did you say a line number?
No, just page 15 for the moment. I think there's a block quote on that page. It actually starts at line 13. My pagination is correct. Mr. Hagland, you see that block quote there? And if we can scroll down, see the footnote for a moment.
Yes, I see that.
That's referring to Section 7B2 there, right?
Yes.
And when we look at that language, it directs an assessment of whether projected distribution activities and corresponding budgets affordably and strategically benefit or advance the goals. You see that?
Yes.
So the commission needs to make a finding about the projected distribution activities and corresponding budgets, correct?
And whether they affordably and strategically benefit or advance the goals, yes.
Yeah, but they need to focus, or the statute directs the commission to focus on the projected distribution activities and corresponding budgets in doing so, correct?
Well, and the budgets are in part a function of the timing of the investments, and the bill impacts are affected by the timing. So I would say that the commission's determination of what affordably and strategically benefits or advance the goals in the statute may have to do with the commission's consideration of the specific budget items, but it also is affected by the timing of those investments.
Right, and I think you and I are saying the same thing, that the commission needs to make a finding about the projected distribution activities and corresponding budgets and make a determination about what budget to approve in this case, right?
And it needs to, I mean, it needs to make a finding about whether that budget as proposed on the timeline proposed affordably and strategically benefits or advances the goals in the statute.
But your cap, just to come back to what we were talking about before, is not based on an assessment of the budget. It's based on a predetermined amount of money that can flow through the GMAC, right?
Yeah, it's based on an estimated bill impact.
And staff doesn't take the position that a $25 million revenue requirement on the GMAC is in an affordable and strategic manner to accomplish Senate Bill 24A-0218's Section 5A goals, right?
Well, I would note that this part of the statute doesn't consider accomplishing the 5A goals. It contemplates advancing or benefiting the goals.
Okay, so staff doesn't take the position that a $25 million revenue requirement cap on the GMAC is an affordable and strategic manner to advance the 5A goals, does it?
I think that the revenue requirement cap helps to ensure that the company advances the goals in a manner that considers affordability and according to a strategy that considers affordability.
Ms. Kunkel, can we go to the company's box and call up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 138? Mr. Hagland, if we could scroll down to the bottom of this, this is a discovery response that you're the sponsor of. I can show you where at the bottom. You see that?
I see that.
And Mr. Hagland, I'll represent to you that this is staff's response to Public Service Company Colorado's 1-7C or 1-7 request. Do you see that?
I see that.
And you're the sponsor of this discovery request, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Chair, the company will move the admission of PSCO 17, hearing exhibit 138.
Any objection, Mr. Smith?
Can we just see I believe it's a 3-page. Can we just quickly scroll to page 2 and just so we can see the entirety? So staff doesn't necessarily object to the admission, although I will note that we have a rather extensive objection to the request as a whole. So I would reiterate those objections as stated for the record.
So admitted, subject to the written objections.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we could roll up to the question, section 1, or request 1-7, subpart C. And Mr. Hagland, I'll represent to you that the staff, that this request says, does staff take the position that a $25 million annual cap on GMAC recovery is an affordable and strategic manner to accomplish Senate Bill 24-218's Section 5A goals? You see that?
Yes, I do.
And then can we roll down to the answer? A little bit further, sorry. And subject to the clarification about benefit or advance, that conversation you and I just had, your answer there was no, correct?
Well, I think that clarification is important. No, it's not sufficient to accomplish those goals. It's sufficient to benefit or advance the goals, as I state here in the answer to this question.
Thank you, Ms. Kunkel. We can take this down. So zooming out a little bit, Mr. Hagland's affordability concerns are the basis for your GMAC cap, generally speaking, right?
Yes.
And you focus on estimated bill impacts through 2029. Sorry, I lost it there on the screen for a second. You focus on estimated bill impacts through 2029 to support your position, right?
Yes, I reproduced the company's bill impacts it provided in its direct case.
And two minor things that I think we can agree on. We can agree the company's only asking the commission to set DSP budgets for 2026, 2027, and 2028 through this case, correct?
I believe that has been established. I would say that there are some given the timelines of some of these projects, it's not clear to me that limiting this to only a 3-year window captures all of the investments that the company would begin under the first 3 years of its proposal that wouldn't be complete until after those 3 years. But subject to that clarification, I agree with you.
And you don't provide any other affordability related analysis, correct? Outside of estimated bill impacts.
No, I don't believe so.
And you don't provide an alternative portfolio of DSP investments or other distribution activities that could be targeted to advance or benefit the Section 5A policy goals within your cap, correct?
That's correct.
And because you haven't provided an alternative portfolio, we don't have an assessment on this record of what investments will be moved out into the future to accommodate your cap.
I think that would largely be at the company's discretion. I think if the company chose to move some investments further out to the future because they couldn't get GMAC recovery for them, that would be the company's choice. The company can make those investments now according to its methodology of identifying projects and recover them in a rate case that it can also choose to file at its discretion.
But you don't have an alternative portfolio of investments, right?
As I've said a few times, the company's approach to identifying projects left us little opportunity to propose an alternative portfolio of investments.
And you had this discussion a little bit with Mr. Davidson, but you referred to the company's proposal as placing I think your words were large wager about growth, right?
That was specifically looking at what little the company had provided in testimony regarding affordability and bill impacts, that the company appeared to be emphasizing the potential downward pressure on rates associated with load growth on the transmission system.
Your proposed approach could be a large wager that deferred investments won't be more expensive in the future. Isn't that true?
Again, it's up to the company if they defer investments. This is purely, our recommendation is limited to the extraordinarily favorable cost recovery provided under the GMAC.
You think your proposal could be a large wager that future economic development opportunities won't be delayed or foregone?
No, I don't see it that way.
So you don't think we're making a bet on what economic development opportunities will still be here several years from now when investments are actually made?
I think if there are economic development opportunities available today, the company is free to make investments to serve those right now without the GMAC in place.
But you wouldn't provide any kind of GMAC recovery associated with the investment to facilitate that economic development, correct?
I would not recommend that the commission use the extremely favorable cost recovery under the GMAC for those until other priorities had been met, such as reliability.
What about future customer opportunities? Do you think it's a large wager that future customer opportunities will not be limited?
What do you mean by future customer opportunities?
Opportunities to electrify the home, opportunities to purchase an EV, opportunities to interconnected distributed energy resource, that kind of opportunity.
I'm not aware that the company has offered any evidence in this proceeding that it is limiting those opportunities based on the status quo.
And you reviewed Mr. Eiley's testimony, in this case, his direct testimony, right?
Yes.
Can we go to page 13 of Hearing Exhibit 101, it's figure ES6. Mr. Hagland, have you seen this graphic before?
Yes.
And have you done any analysis of what the consequences of your revenue requirement cap might be with respect to the way the system looks after the 5-year action plan? In other words, how many substations, how many banks, how many electric vehicles? Have you done any of that?
Again, those are decisions that are at the discretion of the company.
But you haven't actually looked at how your cap might limit the number of substations, the number of banks, the number of feeders, correct?
I have no way of providing that analysis. These are decisions that the company can make.
Thank you, Ms. Kunkel. We can take that down. Just a couple more questions, Mr. Hagland. So Mr. Hagland, your view is that the public interest is best served by an approach to rate making in which the commission sets rates based on a holistic and comprehensive view of a utility's actual costs and actual revenues using historical, not forecasted information, right?
Yes.
And we can agree that the company's GMAC proposal results in the recovery of actual costs because it has a true-up mechanism, correct?
But the investments themselves are based on the company's forecast.
Understood, but ultimately, customers only pay actual costs because of the way that the true-up mechanism functions, correct?
Actual costs of projects that were potentially overbuilding the system.
It's not really about actual costs. It's really about your preference to use historical data as opposed to forecasted data with a true-up, right?
The first part of your question broke up a little bit. Could you repeat it, please?
I was talking about audio thing. So that we're not really having a dispute about actual quote unquote cost recovery. The dispute is about your preference to use historical data versus the use of forecasted data with a true up, right?
I don't think that those are entirely distinguishable, because I think the actual investments may differ if the basis for the actual investments is a company forecast.
But you don't disagree with me that via the true up mechanism on a forecast, the company ultimately only recovers actual costs, right?
Actual costs based on the company's forecast.
And staff has a consistent and longstanding view that historical rate making is the preferable path forward. Isn't that true?
Correct.
But it's true, is it not, that Senate Bill 24-218 does not contain any provisions that reflect a policy choice to subject qualified distribution activities to regulatory lag, right?
I do not believe there's any provision considering that, no.
In fact, staff's support for rate making based on historical information is not based on any provision of Senate Bill 24-218, but rather is based on staff's longstanding view that an appropriate amount of regulatory lag is beneficial for ratepayers, right?
Objection. This is getting beyond the DSP. We're now talking about staff's positions over the past cases, which we understand the company disagrees with. I don't think we need to relitigate it all here.
What I just read came directly from a discovery response provided by Mr. Hagland. We can call it up if we want to.
Sure, if you're going to quote it, then
it's overruled. You can keep going with the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hagland, it's helpful if I repeat the question.
Yes, please.
So what I was saying was that staff's support for rate making based on historical information is not based on any provision of Senate Bill 24-218, but rather based on staff's longstanding view that an appropriate amount of regulatory lag is beneficial for ratepayers, right?
Say that and traditional rate making principles that rates should recover costs of assets that are in service, used, and useful.
Would you disagree with the statement I just made?
I agree that I agree that there's no provision in SB 24-218 regarding regulatory lag.
So on this record, the commission has the directives of Senate Bill 24-218 on the one hand, and your longstanding support for rate making based on historical information on the other hand, and it needs to pick one. Isn't that true?
No, I wouldn't put it that way. I think that Senate Bill 24-218 is quite clear that the determination of what flows through the GMAC depends on a commission finding of something, of an activity affordably and strategically advancing the goals of the statute. And it's in that consideration of what affordably benefits or advances the goals that I think the commission should consider a cap on the revenue requirement associated with that investment.
It's an activities and a budget, correct?
I believe that the language considers activities in a budget. Yeah.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Hagland. I don't have anything else to add.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Commissioner Gilman.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Hagland.
Good afternoon.
I just have a few questions for you. So much of the GMAC discussion, and I think we've heard references to some of the statutory language regarding if the commission finds that the projected distribution activities and corresponding budgets affordably and strategically benefit or advance goals in statute. And that's kind of related to qualifying for GMAC recovery, right?
Yes.
And so I take it you're very familiar with this concept. So, you know, staff's put forth a significantly smaller budget, I think primarily focused on that affordability component. And I'm curious, how have you determined that that's the exact level that's affordable, or how would the commission kind of determine what level they are, or in between that and the company's proposal presents an affordable level of spending?
Sure. So our recommendation of the 25 million was, based on looking at a range of bill impacts that would result from different revenue requirements, and also considering the amount of capital investment it would support. But I included in my testimony, if the commission is interested in considering a cap on the revenue requirement, but something different or potentially higher, I did provide executable attachment ERH5, which is a spreadsheet that would allow the commission to input a different revenue requirement cap and see what bill impacts result. So if the commission is interested in a different cap, I believe you have a record to consider a modification to that.
Okay. And then related, so I wanted to spend a minute to talk about the other part of the sentence, the strategically. How would the commission best be able to understand if certain investments strategically advance those policy goals?
I think that it's an opportunity for the commission to articulate a strategy and to sort of put the onus on the company to comply with the commission's priorities. So what we've offered in testimony is a framework for prioritizing reliability investments and prioritizing investments in DI communities, because we think that's consistent with both this statute and previous statute. That to simplify a little bit, the recommendation is sort of to prioritize those investments, and if there is space left remaining under the revenue cap after that, then to proceed to capacity investments. But I think we take a broad view of that it's not sort of, it doesn't depend on the company's proposed budget categories of asset health and reliability versus capacity. I think a capacity investment could improve reliability and could qualify under staff's prioritization framework. So I think I've drifted afield of what you actually asked me, so I can stop here, but I think I would encourage the commission to articulate what it wants as a strategy and to use the GMAC to prioritize what the commission wants to prioritize through this plan.
Okay. And curious, as we, presumably we end this, see some GMAC implemented. And then looking kind of retrospectively after that's happened, do you think that we would have affordably and strategically benefited or advanced state goals if customers don't see upgraded or new service on improved timelines from what is happening now?
I don't have an opinion on that off the top of my head, of whether that's a specific criterion identified in the statute. I think it's certainly a reasonable criterion that the commission could choose to apply. I just don't remember if that's called out specifically in the statute.
Well, they talk about several times the timeliness of interconnecting, especially electrification loads and things of that nature. I'm curious, related to reliability as well. Do you think in order to have affordably and reliably benefited or advanced state the goals in statute, do you think it's important that customers have measurably more reliable service once implemented?
Yes, I think that reliability is at a minimum must be maintained, but I would think it's consistent with the statutory guidance that reliability should increase. I think that it's called out in Section 7 as one of the other non-Section 5A goals, but even the Section 5A goals are subject to the qualifiers strategically or affordably and reliably.
Okay.
So I think GMAC recovery with declining reliability, I would think is inconsistent with my understanding of the statute.
Okay. So curious if the commission preferred some reliability performance screen to track and perhaps condition treatment of certain GMAC recovery versus ordinary course recovery on those reliability screens. I'm just curious if you would have any suggestions for us. Ms. Valentine suggested we align with reliability metrics already in the company's QSP, which are kind of company-wide metrics largely. The company objected to kind of such a broad view of them. So just curious if you would have any thoughts on reliability metrics that might be reasonable.
Yeah, so I did offer some, I think it was a little bit different than Ms. Valentine's recommendation, but rather than conditioning recovery on those metrics, I proposed using those metrics to target investments, but I think that the relevant metrics are the same. I think like SADI by census block group. I think your discussion with, I believe it was Ms. Block, was sort of referencing some of these metrics that are included in the QSP at the system level, but the QSP report already identifies several metrics, including SADI by census block group, which allows for pretty granular geographic focus, including specifically identifying DI communities.
Okay, so you might look at that kind of in a global sense, but also specific to staff's position that we should be prioritizing improvements for DI communities.
Yep, I think that
special focus to those areas.
Yeah, I think in my testimony that was sort of the top tier of priority was investments that increase reliability in DI communities as identified in the previous year's QSP report, which does specifically call that out.
Okay. Excellent. Those are my only questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Can we pull up the hearing exhibit 107 at page 26? And let me represent to you, this is the company's revenue requirement analysis that I discussed with Mr. Paquet. Can you scroll down? Do I have the wrong page number? I got the wrong page number. You can take this down. Do you recall that for the January 1st, 2028 revenue requirement number is about 195 million, excluding type 2 recoveries and TCA-D revenues. Mr. Hagland, were you listening to that conversation?
I was listening to that. I don't recall the number, but I can accept your memory of it.
All right. Subject to later check, would you assume it's roughly 195 million, excluding type 2 recoveries and TCA-D revenues?
Yeah, I can accept that.
All right. Thanks. And you're proposing to cap the revenue requirement recovered through the GMAC at a cumulative total of 25 million, or I guess roughly a distribution capital spending of $250 million, or maybe an eighth of what the company is requesting. So would you accept that characterization? And is it fair to say that there's a very large difference between the staff and company on the GMAC?
I'd say that's fair. Yes.
Thank you. So I guess the question I've been asking all hearing is if this commission chose not to limit GMAC recovery to the greatest extent allowed by law for all the statutory goals and the reasons you were talking about with Commissioner Gelman, but still wanted to find a more middle of the road approach between what you're recommending and the company's proposal. Because of all the affordability and long-term rate impact concerns you raise, would you have any guidance or advice for us?
Yeah, I guess my first bit of guidance would, would be to repeat what I suggested to Commissioner Gilman about if the commission believes that the GMAC recovery under our proposal is too restrictive and is comfortable approving a higher bill impact. The commission does have my executable attachment ERH5 to consider what bill impacts would result from other revenue requirement caps. So that would be one way to provide for a higher amount of recovery under the GMAC, sort of within the framework that staff proposed. So I think that, our emphasis is really on the bill impact side of it, because the approach of trying to look through the specific investments has been very difficult to understand how applying different assumptions or, different load forecasts or other inputs to their modeling would affect the projects that their modeling suggests are necessary. So, I'll defer to Dr. Bonjardina on, the proposal that, accounts for the uncertainty and the out years of the forecast and focuses more on the near term. But I think that if the commission is really focused on the bill impacts, then I would recommend focusing on the bill impacts as such and not try to bank shot that through picking investments that might fall out under different inputs used in the modeling.
Yeah, I mean, the struggle is it's just a trade-off between affordability and, a benefit consistency with the statutory goals. And I think we're just struggling to trade off between them. Let me ask you one question about your executable your spreadsheet attachment. It just looks at bill impact at just the distribution capital spending in isolation. Can you help me understand why staff doesn't use the company's executable long-term rate impact spreadsheet, which does seem to look at everything all at once, including additional sales and revenue growth? And I think in this case, it's showing something like a 30 to 50% rate increase by 2031, which is the end of the wrap in the ERP. And it's, pretty clear that it's tough to reduce distribution spending once you get it up to really high levels. So can you just help me understand how staff thinks about the tools? I've always been focused on the long-term rate forecast, but you seem to be, picking a smaller, more focused thing.
Yeah, I guess that one reason we have not based a lot of recommendations on the long-term rate forecast is that it would seem to implicate a lot of things that are outside of this proceeding. I think we're trying to focus on the proposals here and the, what's up for the commission's consideration here is the distribution spending and what flows through the GMAC. So I don't think that I don't, nobody on staff, I think, has a problem with sort of the long-term rate forecast as a tool and as one look at the combination of all these things. But it's also to start basing recommendations within this proceeding on alterations to that model. It seems like it would be difficult to do without things that are not sort of properly within the scope of this proceeding.
Can you understand why this commission or this community would feel very different about these distribution investments if we weren't simultaneously surging investments in wildfire mitigation, new transmission, new generation? So it seems like we gotta look at the big picture. And just any thoughts about the tools we're using, which I'm just struggling to look at all this stuff in isolation.
Yeah, absolutely, and I wholeheartedly agree with you that it's important that the commission keep in mind all these other proceedings that are, that are not exactly the proposal that's in front of you in this proceeding. But I did reference those other cases in my testimony and recognize that this DSP budget is only one part of the big picture. So, I don't know exactly what the way that these decisions are presented to the commission. I'm not sure that there's an opportunity for sort of a holistic determination of, we want at one time to approve such and such bill impact associated with distribution and a different bill impact associated with transmission and another one associated with generation. I just don't think that either normal commission process or even the sort of statutory mandated mechanisms here allow for that. So I don't want to discourage you at all from thinking about those things as relevant to your consideration here. But sort of our analysis is really focused on what's been proposed in this proceeding and what the commission has to approve or not approve here. I guess I would maybe one final sort of lasting thought on this is just that, part of, to return to my conversation with Mr. Larson, I think it's staff's position that to the extent that the commission wants to incentivize sort of more cost discipline on the part of the company of these things, this is why we lean so hard on the rider recovery part of it, because the recovery based on forecasted information and a forecasted revenue requirement is really like an accelerator on the spending from our view. And that regardless of whether the ultimate investments are necessary or not, we think that imposing an appropriate amount of regulatory lag really forces the company to exercise some cost control and to moderate the timing of the spending. So that's really what we're after in imposing regulatory lag through limiting rider recovery.
I understand it's just there's an underlying statute here we all have to orient to. Switching topics, are you generally familiar with the customer service issues identified in the staff reports surrounding call response time, billing, communication, outages, and customer satisfaction that have shown significant deterioration in the prior few years? It seems like it applies for both large and small customers, but maybe improving. Are you familiar with all that?
Yes.
And just want to bounce the idea off you that I bounced off Mr. Paquet. In the JTS process, in the ERP process, the company engaged both an IE and an transmission consultant to help support trial staff and the other state entities. Any thoughts if the PUC, as part of its order in this case, were to ask the company to use a very small portion of the GMAC funds to engage an independent third party to help staff and other state entities to better understand the validity of these customer claims, particularly those of large customers? Although I think our customer service team is terrific, I believe that the volume of complaints is now starting to overwhelm them. Perhaps this independent entity could present its finding as part of a June or whenever DSP report that staff suggests be filed prior to the commission approval of the next annual GMAC filing. Any thoughts or guidance on that?
I guess it's a little bit difficult to react to. I think of most of the examples where the commission has authorized the use of an independent evaluator or consultant have been, the cases that come to mind, like the independent evaluator in the ERP context is really kind of a, what they're evaluating, as I understand it, is sort of looking at the modeling and making sure that the transparency is being upheld and that the company isn't biasing modeling results according to its own interests. I know less about the transmission consultant and what the scope of work there is. So I guess it's a little bit tough to understand what the potential third party expert here is providing. That is, I mean, if the concern is that the commission doesn't have visibility into whether the complaints that appeared in the staff report or other complaints that the commission hears about are valid or supported by data, that might be something that that staff can look into sort of outside of this proceeding. I don't know that it's necessary that a third party would need to be the one to assess that. And it's hard to come to like a conclusion about whether that would be a good use of ratepayer funds without a little more, a little better understanding of like what the scope of that engagement would be.
Yeah, I talked with Ms. Block and Ms. McDermott about a couple letters the commission had received from very large customers about billing mistakes, lack of transparent communication, design errors, last-minute scope changes, and chronic inefficiencies that the letters allege have created significant harm. Also, there's been a bunch of media reports about energization issues. We've seen it in, part of the ERP about delays with energization. I think it was one of the reasons the statute was passed. And my sense is that the volume of those is now very large. And if there was an independent entity and some additional resources to investigate it, it could help. So that's the thinking, not so much and maybe the staff, the outage reports too. So that's the idea. I mean,
yeah,
it's
I guess,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, I think as staff, kind of, we have a tendency to want to use existing mechanisms and process, before sort of incurring additional costs for something else. I mean, I guess there is an existing PIM on the interconnection and energization timelines, right? That's already been approved by the commission. I don't know what the latest status of that is, but if this is sort of a growing problem, I would expect we would see that in the reporting on that PIM. I mean, I think if particular large customers are of the belief that the service they're getting or the response to their request for service or billing issues are inconsistent with the company's obligation under its tariffs, I mean, I think they have options. I mean, people reach out to staff all the time to discuss billing issues, and you know, Ms. Wood's team is great at talking them through a lot of that. Sometimes they get referred to our team. You know, if it's a real serious situation, customers have the opportunity to file formal complaints. So I guess just before assuming that there's something really extraordinary that would require an outside expert to kind of evaluate this, I would just want to get a better handle of whether existing process is not up to the task.
Well, as we shift to a proactive planning framework, it seems like we should maybe switch to a proactive customer communication and outreach effort, especially given what seem to be ramping up problems. If the commission asks you to talk to the company and the other parties about this and see if there is potential in this, any objection to that request from the commission?
Nope, we don't mind talking to other parties about it. I guess if, you know, to the extent that the commission could be as specific as possible, and if you're looking for something to be reflected in SOPs, I think we might need a little more guidance than what we have here. If you're looking to order something in a final commission decision in this case, I think that could establish another process, but it's obviously going to happen outside of this proceeding.
Yeah. All right. That's all I have. Redirect, Mr. Smith.
Yes, Chair, and I understand. Am I understanding correctly that we need to be moving on by 3 o'clock? Is that, well, we have another.
Roughly, we have to wait. Did somebody? Oh, did I screw up? Yeah, we had one witness who was leaving by 3.
Sorry, Chair. Good afternoon. IREC witness Mafazi has to leave by 3 today, but if necessary, he could be available tomorrow before 3. So if we don't get to him this afternoon, I would request that he go first tomorrow, if possible.
Yeah, that's definitely possible. How much redirect do you have, Mr. Smith?
I would hope I could get it done in half an hour. I don't think I could get it done before 3.
Oh, geez. All right. So it's no problem to get Mr. Mafazi on tomorrow morning, or?
Yeah, we can make it work that he can come on first thing tomorrow when the hearing's,
Okay.
I think at 1.
And okay. And yeah. Is 1 p.m. okay? If he starts first?
That will work. Yes. Thank you, Chair.
And Mr. Barroso, Ms. Valentine is available till 5.
She is.
Okay. Yeah, why don't you do the redirect with Mr. Hagland, and then we'll keep going.
And I will endeavor to not take that long, but I just want to be respectful of everyone's time.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Hagland, I have a few questions here. I don't know that I'll be able to take them in a specific order, but I just want to start by if we could just go back for a second to I think I want to start where Mr. Larson started, and I think when he first began talking to you, he brought up legislation, legislators, representatives. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
And he indicated the legislature represents the ratepayers, right? That was his I guess his theory.
I believe it was something to that effect, yes.
Sure. But I know you're not a legislative expert, but you've had some experience dealing with the legislature. You're fairly familiar with how, especially when it comes to energy legislation, how that goes through our legislative process here in Colorado.
Broadly familiar.
Sure. So I think that, can we agree that the legislative process is also directly impacted occasionally by lobbying efforts, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And that includes lobbying efforts by corporate interests?
Yes.
And legislation may be influenced by different corporate interests in the state as a bill's moving through, correct?
Correct.
And those corporate interests might include those that are advocated for by a company like Public Service Company of Colorado, wouldn't it?
It could include that, yes.
So is it fair to say that, and is it also fair to say that, as we talk about this legislative process, that a legislator may not always fully understand something as discrete as a consequence like bill impacts when it comes to utility rate making, when it comes to legislation they pass, right? I mean, they may not have a full view of those consequences when they pass it, right?
They may not.
And that's why we have this process, right? That's why we're here doing this. Okay, I just wanted to clear that up a little bit, that it's not as cut and dry as the representatives represent the ratepayers. So I won't belabor that. Mr. Hagland, is it staff's position that GMAC recovery is advantageous to the company?
Yes, absolutely.
And could you explain a little bit as to in what way it's advantageous?
Yeah, the GMAC recovery is based on forecasted investments and the estimated revenue requirement to support those investments on a forward-looking basis. So to put this in plainer terms, that it actually allows the company to start recovering the cost of a project before the project has even begun. So if the company files its November advice letter filing for the following year, and that includes a project that might begin in the second half of the year, they're already recovering the revenue requirement for that project as of January. So, I think most businesses in the world would love to be able to recover the costs of something before they even build the product or sell the product. So yes, it's very advantageous for the company to recover costs on a forward-looking basis.
And is it fair to say that the company doesn't really have an incentive to keep its actual costs low if they receive accelerated cost recovery through a rider? Isn't that generally the way staff views it?
Yeah, I would say that they have less incentive to control costs than they do if they're subject to an appropriate amount of regulatory lag.
And I think it's important to kind of delineate this here. So I think there's been a little confusion with this, that the company could still make any investments it wants without the GMAC, correct? If assuming the commission were to adopt staff's cap, they could still make these investments, correct?
Correct. Or even before the GMAC is approved by the commission, any of the currently overloaded feeders as of 2024 that has been presented many times during this proceeding, that there's nothing preventing the company from making investments right now to address those overloads.
And
even before the GMAC exists.
Sure. Then the company still has incentives to invest and recover prudently incurred costs through a rate case, right?
Right. And assuming that those investments are deemed recoverable, they will get a WACC return on them.
And the $25 million cap that staff has proposed, that's not necessarily a comment then on the company's budget, right?
No, it's focused on affordability and limiting the bill impacts.
And I don't want to get too far over my skis here, but it isn't allowing accelerated recovery and investment in uncertain load. Doesn't that represent a risk, for example, for stranded assets?
I would characterize the risk more in terms of the risk of overbuilding the system than stranded assets specifically, but I would say that the shift from historically based to forecast-based cost recovery shifts the risk that the system will be overbuilt onto ratepayers.
And I think you mentioned this in talking with one of the commissioners, that staff views regulatory lag as having a certain degree of benefit. Could you just one more time for me to just clarify, what does staff view as the benefit of that regulatory lag? Some degree of regulatory lag. Oops, apologies.
Sure. So if the company makes an investment today and they will not recover or not begin to recover the cost of that investment for some period of time, usually until the time when a rate case is concluded and it's included in base rates, then the company has a greater incentive to control the costs associated with that investment and to make sure that those investments in the first place are going to meet the prudency standard, that those costs were prudently incurred, and that if they don't sufficiently control costs, that they may not recover the full cost of the investment they've made. So in our view, this incentivizes efficiency in the company's operations.
And I believe you described it as cost discipline, right?
Yes, I believe I use that term.
I think I heard that term. And regarding the GMAC, I think Mr. Larson asked you at one point just a very brief set of questions on the GMAC settlement that's been proposed by certain parties in this proceeding. Do you remember that?
The GMAC stipulation, but yes.
GMAC stipulation, apologies, yes. And did staff contribute to that draft of that, or without revealing any kind of confidential information, did staff participate in that type of? Okay. And staff didn't join it, I think you already stated to Mr. Larson.
Correct.
And he did show you briefly a list of interveners. He asked you some questions about the interveners that were represented there. Is it fair to say that each of those interveners has a very specific interest in having the GMAC recovery be, virtually unlimited?
I don't know that each one has one specific interest. I think that they do have their own interests, and I would characterize those as not prioritizing the interests of ratepayers.
That's right. And I believe, as you stated to Mr. Larson, there's actually only one municipality or one that local government that participated in that, correct?
Yes, I believe that's right.
And that was City of Boulder?
Yes.
Okay. So I think I'd like to just transition just a little bit here to talk for a moment about the statute, the SB 24-218. There's been a lot of, you fielded a lot of questions about them. I recognize you're not a lawyer. The term strategically and affordably, that's mentioned in both your testimony and SB 24-218, correct?
Correct.
And in staff's view, the commission has the discretion to determine what meets this definition of strategically and affordably, correct?
Yes, I think that the statute specifically references the commission making a finding that the distribution activities and associated budgets affordably and strategically advance the goals, but doesn't define those terms, which in my understanding leaves the commission discretion to apply its own interpretation of those terms.
And staff, I think you've summarized that staff's main concern in this proceeding is affordability. Am I capturing that correctly?
Yes.
And can you just provide some context as to why staff is so concerned about affordability as briefly as you can?
Yeah, as I just discussed with Chair Blank, this proceeding is only one part of the picture going on right now at the commission, that there's multiple proceedings, that the proposed amount of spending rises into the billions of dollars. So we are quite concerned about the cumulative effect of all this on customer rates and bills. I referenced, the possibility of an affordability crisis. That I think the company has even used a similar term in a letter that it signed to the legislature this year. So I think big picture affordability is something that all of us who participate in commission proceedings should be focused on right now. One thing I'll just add to that is that it's also a potential detriment to the state's electrification goals to have electric rates soar. This makes the economics of electrification much less attractive than they are when rates are low. So, we're mostly focused on the affordability angle, but there's also, the angle to consider here that high electric rates make the electrification goals of the state much more difficult.
And I think staff's concern about long-term rate impacts. So if I'm understanding this right, staff's concern is that if capital spending continues to increase and the revenue growth don't materialize, and I think there was sort of an idea, a wager on both sides, but I'd like for you to just explain to us quickly that the staff's concern about if this doesn't happen, about you've described it as a wager, and could you just elaborate on that just a bit?
Sure. So this was in response to the very little testimony the company provided in terms of what its approach to addressing the affordability challenge is. Really, the only response to that question is that the company provides some testimony regarding the long-term rate impacts, which are done on a total company basis, including costs well beyond the scope of this proceeding. And the suggestion that the company makes is that load growth, especially attributable to large loads on the bulk system, will help to pay for a lot of other investments. So mechanically, in terms of this proceeding, it's a little bit of an awkward way to an awkward bet to place in terms of affordability, because that could, according to that approach, that could conceivably mitigate transmission and generation bill impacts, but it really doesn't affect distribution bill impacts at all. But there's a lot of uncertainty about whether that load will show up at all. And if it doesn't, we have modeling in this proceeding showing bill impacts associated with lower load growth scenarios, and those are quite alarming from our perspective. So the fact that there doesn't seem to be any other approach than expecting or hoping that large loads will arrive and drive down average costs seems the fact that that's the only option on the table for controlling rate and bill impacts is concerning to staff.
So I have one more, just a couple more questions here on a topic that Mr. Larson brought up, and I believe there was some exchange about modeling difficulties that staff encountered. And first, I just want to level set by asking you, are you, as much as you can speak to, do you think it's staff's job to provide alternatives or to provide an alternative portfolio as part of its answer testimony or as part of its case? I mean, is that something that staff is required to do?
Staff is certainly not required to do that. I think we often look at alternatives we can provide. We do hope to give the commission options to choose from. And in this case, we encountered real challenges trying to dig into the company's modeling and see, how much of the proposed spending resulted from specific inputs to the modeling. We just weren't able to test any of those assumptions or apply alternatives or make recommendations based on that kind of consideration of alternatives.
So even if staff wanted to provide alternatives, even required or not, how difficult would it have been to provide an alternative portfolio given the lack of information provided by the company?
I don't think it would have been feasible. We looked in very early on in this proceeding. We looked into whether we could get funding for a license for staff to run LoadSeer on its own. We actually met with Integral Analytics, which is the vendor of the LoadSeer software, and came away from those discussions basically believing that there was no possibility that we could sort of control our own version of LoadSeer and run different scenarios with it. And sort of that experience combined with the company's response to a commission order to run different scenarios through LoadSeer and see what happened, which the company said it wasn't able to do, convinced us that it was just not going to be a fruitful approach to try to push on different inputs and assumptions in the modeling and see what different portfolios of investments would result from that.
And without putting you too much on the spot here, do you have any recommendations for the commission that could help alleviate this information imbalance going forward in future DSPs or in future cases overall?
One of our recommendations regarding the sort of process going forward was for the company to provide sort of a comprehensive annual report on its DSP investments in June, and that would include kind of a first draft of its proposals for the next year. We are really hoping that we don't have to litigate every GMAC filing. That will consume a huge amount of resources for staff and for the commission. But we had hoped that we could establish a more collaborative approach by getting basically a preview of their filing in June and working over several months with the company to understand better what's in there and see if there are any alternatives we could recommend as part of that discussion. The company did not support that recommendation that we made.
Okay, well, Mr. Hagland, I believe that is all I have for you. I appreciate it. I did manage to cut it a little shorter, so tried to do my best, but appreciate your time, and I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Hagland. You may be excused. Let's take a 10-minute break till 3, and why don't we just start with Ms. Valentine. Thanks. Mr. Barrasso, Ms. Valentine, are you out there? There you are. Can you hold up your right hand? Right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, and I hope my pets do not begin communicating with me.
Well, exclude pets from the answer to that question. And if that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
With that, back to you, Mr. Barrasso.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Valentine.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Claire Valentine, C-L-A-R-E, last name V-A-L-E-N-T-I-N-E.
And could you please identify by whom you're employed and in what capacity?
Yes, I'm employed by Western Resource Advocates as a senior policy advisor.
Thank you. And Ms. Valentine's answer, cross-answer, and settlement testimony have already been admitted into the record. With that, she's available for Commissioner questions.
I think up to you, Commissioner Gilman.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Ms. Valentine.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Gilman.
So I'm trying to wrap my mind around interpretations of some of the statutory language, including what it would mean to strategically benefit or advance the state policy objectives listed in the statute. Are you familiar with the reference I'm talking about?
Yes, I am, and I think there's been some conversation today about some of the different portions of statute where some of those goals might be listed.
Yeah. So you talk in your answer testimony about the promise of downward pressure on rates that BE and EV loads have the potential to bring. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I do recall referencing that.
Okay. And so you talked in your testimony about the realization of downward pressure on rates, however, is dependent on numerous factors, including avoiding overbuilding, efficiently utilizing assets through strategies such as demand management, and materialization of the expected load growth. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
So it sounds like, well, I guess I'll have you answer. Do you consider it then important strategically to ensure that bringing on these loads as part of those policy goals would include trying to limit their impacts on the system's peak capacity requirements?
I do see it as, I guess I stand by, my testimony there that I do think it's important that to realize that downward pressure on rates that that technologies are able to leverage demand management opportunities in order to realize that. I think I'm perhaps still thinking through how that might relate to an interpretation of statute that relates to cost recovery. And so I if there's maybe I'm not sure if there may have been a specific part of your question that was tying back to that.
Yeah, trying to understand. I know you addressed the concept of performance screens for some of the GMAC recovery in your testimony. Specifically, you talk about reliability. And I know there's like a concept of, energization timelines and other things also, but I was curious in looking at this strategic piece, if there's possibly the need for a performance metric to better define strategic use of the system, whether that's looking at load factors of equipment or looking in separate proceedings at our expectations around demand management of new loads. How do we kind of best address that strategic portion, and does that occur here or elsewhere to ensure we're kind of fulfilling the intent of the statute with that regard?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think, part of the intent of the statute as it appears to me as a non-attorney, there is a component that references the inclusion of a demand management piece in the next distribution system plan for the performance-based framework. So I do think there's some potential development around that would be beneficial. But I think with that said, I think it would also be I suppose a benefit for the commission to define the role of the performance-based framework moving forward, just given the different proposals made by parties in this proceeding. I think in terms of effectuating demand management and getting programs that can effectively send customers the right signals to engage with demand management, I do feel like some of those details are well addressed in some of the specific proceedings designed for that, whether that's like the transportation electrification plan, the company's demand side management plan that can assist with many of the details here. So I think those are some ways that it can be tied in here. I'm not sure that I have a specific perspective on whether or how demand management efforts could or should be tied to that strategic language and statute that relates to cost recovery.
Okay. I'm a bit curious as far as your perspective, since you highlighted some of these high level kind of requirements around BE and EV loads in order to actually see the promise in the downward pressure on rates. I'm curious if in the way you're seeing the company model and forecast these loads, you think that necessarily will lead to what you've laid out as this promise of downward pressure on rates, or if further action modifications are necessary to really lead us in the direction of the demand management and other criteria that you discussed.
I do think further action is needed on several of those pieces, and I guess I'll point to my colleague Ms. Kapoloff, who testified on some of the assumptions around transportation electrification, and so she may have some additional commentary specifically on that piece, as she was a bit more focused on it. I think as it relates to beneficial electrification, I think the commission pointed out early in this proceeding the kind of concerning way that water heating was modeled in LoadSEER in the original modeling, and so I think that the company took a beneficial step in supplemental direct to revise that to a more appropriate load shape. But I do think with electric air source heat pumps, there's certainly some more work to be done with defining the load shape. And I think that the company had brought forward a hearing exhibit that showed that year to date they've completed over 5,000 heat pump rebates, and that presents a huge opportunity for us to do things like using advanced metering infrastructure to actually study how those are performing and to determine load shapes that can be used in this proceeding and hopefully consistently across other proceedings.
Okay. Switching more to the reliability type performance metric. I think in your answer testimony, you had brought up that we already have QSP metrics related to reliability, and so that you saw it as most reasonable to likely just utilize those as a sort of reliability performance screen. Do I have that accurate?
Yes, I did reference the QSP metrics, and I also referenced, I know staff has done an analysis of outages, and I believe there was some discussion as well a few days ago around the feeder performance improvement program. So definitely a few potential sources to define improvements to reliability and how to focus on certain strategic improvements through those existing metrics or identified issues.
Okay. And so as far as performance metrics would go for reliability, would you see maintaining the reliability in, say, system-wide safety numbers or the more localized census block group SAIDI metrics? Would you see the goal as maintaining those, or seeing some marginal percentage improvement in those reflective of the effort and spending intended to be put into improving reliability?
In my view, it would be important to focus on the improvement specifically. I think looking at the wording of some of the goals set forth in statute, and I have before me the section 7B 1 that addresses some of the goals put forward, specifically references increased reliability and increased resiliency as objectives. And so I think that, to the extent that we're looking at a favorable cost recovery mechanism for the company, that should be tied to those increases and not necessarily to maintaining the existing system through more routine or I guess routine work.
Okay. When Ms. Block was on the stand, she talked about some flaws of using SAIDI or SAFE on like a system-wide level, given that some of the improvements might be more discrete or might take some time to materialize in reliability improvements, like proactively replacing poles or things like that. So I was just curious if you had any thoughts on that perspective and if that influences your thoughts in any way.
Yeah, I think my main takeaway from some of that discussion was I guess an appreciation for Ms. Block. She has a lot of expertise clearly working with the company in this area. And I think that there's just broadly value in having those conversations about what are the appropriate reliability metrics to include in this type of framework, because I don't know that has been a central part of the kind of conversation within this proceeding. And I will, I guess re-emphasize my own testimony of putting forward the concept of including the reliability metric as a straw proposal, as one that could benefit from refinement from, whether that's other stakeholders, whether that's folks at the company, and certainly the commission. And so see the importance of including a reliability metric, but welcome her perspective on that information, that it takes time for those types of metrics to manifest, and for that reason perhaps there is value in looking toward other metrics, whether that is certain types of more specific improvements in specific locations, or other types of metrics.
Okay, yeah, and related to that, I had a discussion with Mr. Hagland where he highlighted, staff's interest, especially in DI community reliability, referencing some of the statute there. And so I was curious, any perspectives you have on SAIDI at a census block level to really especially look at impact to DI communities in terms of improvement?
I suppose I agree that it would be important to focus there, and I do think that the language in Senate Bill 24-218 specifically calls out reliability improvements for disproportionately impacted communities. So I think that would certainly be a good place to start looking, subject to an interest in continued conversations and additional information on the best types of metrics for this framework.
Okay, and if we continue a conversation on the best reliability metrics, but don't settle on one in this proceeding, how do you see that actually manifesting and getting applied?
Yeah, I think, one opportunity could be and as much as I am hesitant to recommend another proceeding to the commission, if there is some efficient way to go about a miscellaneous proceeding or another type of docket to more fully develop this type of framework, that seems that it would be beneficial. In my view, that could be potentially completed before the company brings forward the next framework brings forward a framework in the next distribution system plan. So that to me seems like it could be one way to go about the development of that. Or I'm not sure when the company might file, say, its next QSP, and if that could potentially be another forum to look at that specific type of metric, though that does not seem like the right place to consider an entire PBF framework for this.
Okay. Do you see the possibility of this being included in the DSP rulemaking, or likely not?
That's a good question. I hadn't considered that, so I am responding spontaneously here. I guess the benefit of that is efficiency, and a potential drawback is a potential difficulty in modifying the framework later if the commission sees it as necessary. So I might want to consider that one further, but those are some advantages and disadvantages that come to mind.
Okay, thanks. And just a couple of questions with regard to integrated planning across the gas and electric systems. So to my understanding, the GIP and NPA and some of the clean heat assumptions as well essentially assume that electrification necessarily results in costs across the distribution, transmission, and generation parts of the system. So I was curious kind of your perspectives on that and the integrated planning, especially considering that we're hearing from the company that the majority of the projects here expenses are caused by new load applications rather than the materialization of beneficial electrification, at least in the near term.
Can you maybe say that specific question again?
Yeah.
I hear the context, but
yeah. So are you familiar that the companies essentially characterize that in the near term, the vast majority of the expenditures they're expecting on the distribution system are driven by new load applications or upgraded service rather than beneficial electrification?
Yes.
So I'm curious how you see that kind of assumption or reality influencing some of the gas proceedings in terms of GIP, NPA, Clean Heat Plan, where there are fairly broad assumptions about the cost impacts to the electric system of beneficial electrification.
In what the company has presented here, and I do, my perception of what has been presented is aligned with kind of what you've set up here of that a lot of the infrastructure investments that are needed are to serve new real load requests that the company can't currently meet, and that and I testified a little bit to that in my testimony, having formerly worked for the city and county of Denver, where I frequently saw projects that the city was trying to complete that could not be pursued, whether the developer was pursuing all electric or pursuing dual fuel, because there simply wasn't enough capacity to serve them. And my understanding of that is that that these grid constraints are barriers to whether that's electrification, whether that is new housing development, whether that's infill or other economic development, and not necessarily caused by these long-term electrification forecasts. And so I do take issue with the I guess some of the assumptions that are put forward in other proceedings about the degree to which electrification itself is causing the need for some of these grid upgrades when the system itself is shown to be overloaded from from SCADA data that the company has presented. So I suppose that is a perspective that I have on that.
Thanks. Those are my only questions. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Commissioner Gilman. I do have one question for you, Ms. Valentine. If you could pull up Exhibit 2309, and let me represent to you that this is the load shape for the 2030 summer peak demand day that the internal PUC team put together. And it's based on the hourly load shape provided by the company, which was used to forecast future distribution capital spending, in this case, at the technical conference, the JTS DSP technical conference. Subject to later check, would you accept that representation?
Sorry, you were stating that this came from the JTS and the technical conference?
Yeah, the joint technical conference. We asked for hourly load data in supplemental direct, and this is what was provided, and it's just the graph of the data the company provided.
Okay, yes, I'll accept your representation.
Thank you. Just one question. Does this look like a load shape that's going to result in lower rates?
I do not think that that this is a load shape that looks like it would be the optimal one for effectuating downward pressure on rates. With that, I do not know. I think thinking back to the forecasts for the JTS, WRA did have some strong concerns about how electric vehicles were modeled in that proceeding as well, and do not believe that they should be modeled in such a manner where the load is peaking during what is known to be the system peak hours. And so certainly believe it would be best for electric vehicles to be charging off peak and to be sending the right signals to do that through various programs and incentives.
And is it fair to say WRA had, and your witness in the JTS had very strong opinions about how the company modeled beneficial electrification?
That is also my recollection.
And if I represented to you the exact same forecast and load shape was used here, would you have any reason to doubt that representation?
I don't believe I have a reason to doubt it, though this is perhaps responding to this figure for the first time here.
Fair enough. That's all I had. You can take this down. Back to you, Mr. Barroso, on redirect.
Thank you, Chair. No redirect questions from me.
Thank you, Ms. Valentine. You may be excused, and hopefully that meet your needs. So thank you.
Thank you.
Let's jump back to Dr. Bonjardina. Sir, can you hold up your right hand?
Yes, one sec. Let me just get my airplane mode on. There we go.
Your other right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes.
Ms. Dundas, did I screw something up?
No, I might be behind. I thought we were taking both WRA witnesses because they both had availability issues. Did I make that up?
I think so.
Okay.
Mr. Barroso?
Thank you, Chair. My understanding was that we were just taking Ms. Valentine out of order today, though I will note to Ms. Dundas's point that WRA witness Ms. Kaploff is unavailable after 2:30 tomorrow, and so would ask that she's able to go in the early part of the day tomorrow's hearing.
So maybe Ms. Dundas will take IREC and Ms. Kaploff first tomorrow.
Okay. And sorry for the interruption.
No, thank you. Back to you, I think, Ms. Chong. Or I forget. It's been a long day already.
No problem.
Back to you.
For the record, my name is Aileen Chong. I'm an Assistant Attorney General representing trial staff in this proceeding. Good afternoon, Dr. Bonjardina.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Nick Bonjardina. That's Nick, last name Bongiardina.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission as an analyst in the engineering section.
And did you cause to be filed in this proceeding what has been marked as Hearing Exhibit 502?
Yes.
And if I asked you those same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. And Dr. Bonjardina is available for cross-examination, Chair.
Thank you. Let's see. I just have, what do I got? 10 minutes for the Business Coalition. That's it. Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Dr. Bonjardina.
Good afternoon.
In your answer testimony, Exhibit 502, you proposed that the company use staff's recommended risk uncertainty framework as part of its distribution system planning, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if I may shorten it to the RUF, is that okay for our conversation? I just have a few questions about this. That's another forecasting method like the load seer model that Public Service Company has used for this proceeding. Is that correct?
So it's not a forecasting method. To kind of take a step back to the way the company is using this 75% technical limit we've talked about in this proceeding, they're essentially using that as a break point in the forecast for future years on specific assets. If an asset under normal operating conditions surpasses that 75% limit, they count that as a risk, to say so generally. But in future years of the forecast becomes more and more uncertain for reasons that witnesses have discussed. Ms. Valentine just discussed how there are assumptions that go into different parts of the technology load curves and such that introduce uncertainty. And Mr. Mino testified that the company did not quantify that uncertainty in their forecast. So what the RUF does is look at those future years in the forecast and attempt to give the commission a way to assess how much uncertainty there may be in those years of the forecast. So it's not an alternative forecasting method. It's an alternative, essentially, trigger threshold for the company to use to determine if risks should be included in the grid needs assessment.
So another tool, in other words, that could be used for the next DSP, for instance, correct?
I would say it can be incorporated into the current forecasting approach. But yes, that would likely have to happen in the next DSP. It would be hard for the company has testified, it's pretty difficult to alter the current years, the most recent years in that forecast.
Right. And you also state at page 30 of your testimony, I don't think we need to go to it, I'll tell you what you said. You state that public services forecasting would not have to change in order to implement the RUF, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So at page 31 of your testimony, Exhibit 502, let's see. You discuss your understanding of the prudence standard, correct?
I believe that, yeah, that sounds like the right page where I discussed that, yes.
You remember including that in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And also at page 31, lines 11 through 14, you list what you refer to as a holistic set of considerations in consideration of the prudence standard. Do you remember that part of your testimony?
Yes, that sounds right.
Okay. And one of those considerations is the risk of overbuilding or stranding assets. You remember that part of your testimony as well?
Yes, and as Mr. Hagland said, I think our concern is more in that overbuilding category for the purposes of this proceeding.
So how is the risk of underbuilding and the company not being able to meet capacity demands addressed by the use of the RUF, if at all?
So part of my testimony included and attached the outage investigation that staff conducted for 2024, in which staff evaluated outages on the company's system since 2015, compared those to 2024. And as multiple witnesses, commissioners, et cetera, have discussed in this proceeding, there's been a lot of challenges that need to be addressed, and that's part of what this proceeding is designed to do. So the recommendation for the RUF was made in the context of that information, understanding that, yes, there's challenges we have to address, but given the uncertainty in the forecast, staff was really uncomfortable not incorporating a mechanism to account for that uncertainty in the forecast that the company is basing their budgets off of.
So does the RUF account for the length of time necessary to build out distribution facilities in the event of an underbuilding situation?
Yes, the RUF accounts for the fact that the first few years of the budget the company has proposed are largely locked in, and it accounts for the timelines for feeder substation and substation bank projects.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. That's all I have for you today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Commissioner Gilman, any questions for Mr. Dr. Bonjardina?
No questions, thanks.
I'll just ask the same question I asked Mr. Hagland. As part of your analysis and thinking about prioritizing capital spending, any thoughts on how we might find a middle ground between the staff and the company's position on cost recovery based on this record?
So my testimony is not about cost recovery per se, but it does relate to the budget itself in terms of what risks the company uses. And I say in my testimony with respect to the RUF, if the commission, based on the information that we have, thinks that 3% sliding scale is the wrong number, I think that could be one adjustment the commission could make. If they think 2% or 4%, for instance, are more appropriate to account for that uncertainty, that might be one approach to adjust kind of the inputs that go into the budget. It might not affect this particular first 3 years that the company has proposed, but that might be more applicable to the next DSP cycle.
That's all I got. Back to you, Ms. Chong, redirect.
Thank you, Chair. Staff does not have any redirect for Dr. Bonjardina.
Thank you, sir. You may be excused.
Thank you very much.
Let's see. Is the next staff witness available? Oh, there you are. Can you hold up your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Put your hand down. That'd be great. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No,
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Back to you, Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
First name Nardos, Nardos. Last name Deborah Xavier, Gbregziabher.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I work as a senior economist for the Colorado PUC.
And did you cause to be filed what has been marked as hearing exhibit 504, the testimony and attachments of staff witness Nardos Gregabir?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Ms. Gregabir is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Larson, I have 10 minutes, I think.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Can you pronounce your name one more time for me? I'm sorry. I was listening carefully, but I've been concerned about this all day.
No problem. Deborah Xavier.
All right. Thank you. So you filed hearing exhibit 504. That's your answer testimony in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And you focus on distribution system plan labor costs, right?
Yes.
And you particularly focus on the staffing analysis provided by company witness, Mr. Piquet, right?
That's correct. I focus on the request to recover some of these costs through GMAC.
And you ultimately recommend that these costs be presented in a general rate review for recovery, right?
That's correct.
And you oppose GMAC recovery for the costs?
Yes. Our preference is that these costs be recovered in general rate review and through base rates.
And are you familiar with Senate Bill 24A-0218?
I'm not a lawyer, but I am familiar with this.
And you'd agree that Senate Bill 24A-0218 has resulted in additional requirements and processes beyond those that the company has historically been subject to, right?
Yes.
And do you think that public service can accomplish the directives and policy goals of Senate Bill 24-218 without hiring additional staff?
I don't, I think that question is indicating that we have issues with the additional number of employees or the number of labor that is being added to support the DSP. And my testimony is not necessarily focused on opposing the additional labor that may be needed to implement these investments. My testimony is mainly focused on what that recovery mechanism should look like in the coming future.
Okay, so you don't question or dispute the level of labor needed to run the company's operations, correct?
Not necessarily. I think the company has more insight into what is needed in terms of what level of labor and what costs associated with that labor would be sufficient. So we're not questioning the additional labor that may be needed.
You are not aware of any provision in Senate Bill 24-218 treating labor costs in a distinct manner from other distribution activities for purposes of GMAC recovery, are you?
No, but as staff witness Mr. Hagland stated, I am aware that the commission has discretion over what types of costs could be recovered through the GMAC.
But just looking purely at the Senate Bill 24-218, labor costs and distribution activities treated the same way from a GMAC recovery perspective, correct?
If, distribution activities are broadly defined the way, the company's defining it in its direct testimony, then I see why labor would fit under that category. But I think we can go back to that same, question of whether it's strategic and affordable to recover those costs through the GMAC, which is what my testimony is focused on.
Sure, but you're not taking issue with the fact that labor costs are included in that broad distribution activities definition in statute, right?
No, I think the DSP is broadly defining different activities, and labor is needed to provide or to implement these investments, and staff is cognizant of that.
And just to circle back to where we were, you're not taking issue with the analysis that Mr. Piquet put forward. It's just a matter of when for the recovery, not what. Is that fair?
We do take issues with the recovery mechanism, as I stated, but there are also transparency questions that I raised in my answer testimony. Mr. Piquet's analysis focuses on additional labor that is needed to implement the DSP. We do have questions about what current level of DSP labor is needed or may be needed to implement some of these projects. And I don't think we have insight into, the current level of labor costs or, current level of employees that are needed. And that I think that lack of information goes back to the lack of transparency and why it may not be strategic to recover these costs through the GMAC.
We pull up here exhibit 122, attachment ZDP 8. Please, Ms. Kunkel, if it's still you.
Yes, just give me a second. It'll take me to get there.
Thank you. Do you see on the screen what's been marked as attachment ZDP 8, here exhibit 122?
I do.
And if we roll down to the bottom, this is already in the record via Mr. Pollack's rebuttal testimony, but I'll represent to you that this is a discovery response that you sponsored. See that?
Yes. Yeah.
So if we can just look briefly at question A. And so this question is asking, whether you believe public service can accomplish the directives and policy goals without hiring additional staff. See that?
I do.
We go down to the answer. And you have neither admit nor deny here, but then the second sentence you say staff's not questioning nor disputing the level of labor that is needed to run the company's operations in its answer testimony. You see that?
I do.
Is that still your answer?
It is.
All right, we can take this down. And from a status quo perspective, O&M recovery occurs through a rate case. Is that fair?
Generally, yes.
So you and I can agree that Senate Bill 24-218 puts new requirements and processes on public service, right?
Yes, to some extent. Yes.
And it permits labor recovery through the GMAC, right?
It permits the commission to approve the recovery of costs that it finds to be affordable and strategic.
Which could include labor costs, correct?
If the commission decides that it would be strategic and affordable to recover those costs through GMAC, I think it's, it's up to their decision. In staff's view, we find it, it's neither affordable or strategic to recover labor-related costs through GMAC, as I explained in more depth in my testimony.
And you don't dispute or doubt the level of staffing resources put forward by the company based on the answer we just looked at on the screen, do you?
I don't necessarily dispute the additional level of labor that may be needed to implement the DSP in the coming years, but I do have questions about the level of transparency that's been provided in the company's case, in this case, regarding the current level of DSP labor and what that looks like. And I think it goes back to what I mentioned earlier. There is a lack of transparency, and most times, we use rate cases to review, comprehensive labor costs and what they look like. And we don't have the ability to do that comprehensively here in this proceeding with the information provided.
Everything you just said went well beyond the answer we were just looking at on the screen in response to discovery requests. Isn't that true?
Can you repeat that question?
Said everything that you just said about transparency. You didn't say any of that in response to the discovery request on the screen that was shown as attachment ZDP8, correct?
Everything that I just said is also in my answer testimony.
I'm talking about the discovery response, and that's still your response today, right?
That is my response, yes. Again, I'm not questioning the level of labor that may be needed to implement investment projects in the coming years.
Great. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Gilman?
No questions, thanks.
Just one question for you on labor costs. Most of the concern expressed in your testimony seems to be around whether or not cost recovery for labor occurs through the GMAC with a WAC return for half the dollar amount, with you seeming to prefer a rate case. Any thoughts about a middle ground, maybe not giving the company a WAC return, but allowing for GMAC recovery of the expense? Maybe after the fact. I don't know. I'm just trying to see if there's a middle ground. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, and I think it's difficult to find a middle ground here. The concern we have here is, we understand that labor costs are sometimes recovered outside of rate cases, but generally, labor costs are reviewed comprehensively in rate case filings. And when we have a big proceeding and when a company is planning to, spend billions of dollars in the coming years, the staff finds merit in ensuring that the review of labor costs, both compensation costs and additional costs that may be associated, are streamlined in a recovery mechanism that support transparency, efficiency, and integrated review of these costs. In terms of discouraging certain types of returns if they are to recover these costs through GMAC, I don't think that has been explored enough, and I don't know what the company's position would be, but it still would not address the basis issues that we have with how these costs are recovered and whether they would allow for streamlined and comprehensive review of these costs. So I think staff's position here would be to encourage, at least at the level that the company is proposing in this proceeding for DSP investments, that those labor costs be reviewed comprehensively and base rate filings.
That's all I have. Ms. McLaughlin, any redirect?
Yeah, just briefly. Thank you, Chair. A couple questions for you, Mr. Gregabir. Mr. Larson asked you questions about the additional labor that the company needs for the DSP. Did the company provide the current labor costs to implement the DSP?
They did not.
Do you have any concerns with that portion of the staffing analysis that the company conducted?
I do. My understanding is that, SB 24-218 requires them to provide current and future needs, labor needs, and that, their analysis in itself lacks that existing current level of labor that is needed for the commission to be reviewed, and I think for parties in this proceeding to review. So we do have concerns with the level of information that was provided in this proceeding.
And then just following up on one of Mr. Larson's first questions of you, could you just give us an overview and an explanation, in your opinion, why it's more strategic to recover labor costs through a rate case as compared to the GMAC?
Sure. So the recovery of labor costs through GMAC is not strategic, as I mentioned earlier, and I discussed in my testimony, is it diminishes transparency, diminishes efficiency, and our role in reviewing these costs comprehensively. I think one of the key points, I've talked about some of the lack of transparency earlier, but the diminishing of efficiency is a key concern to staff, especially when it comes to affordability concerns. And the company will be able to recover labor-related costs dollar for dollar if they're able to do this through GMAC. If these costs are being recovered through base rates, there is less of an incentive to maximize the amount of labor costs related for recovery, and in staff's view, that in itself provides a level of efficiency that is needed in terms of cost control and addressing some of the affordability concerns that we have raised throughout this proceeding.
Thank you so much. That completes my redirect.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused. Is Mr. Turner there?
Good afternoon.
Hey, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Is anybody you can put your hand down. Is anybody communicating with you in any way?
No.
That changes, you'll let us know?
Yes.
And I think his testimony's already been admitted, Ms. Judkins, so I'm just going to ask him my one question, if that's okay. In your testimony, you seem to strongly oppose liquidated damages for VPPs and sort of customer usage programs. And if this commission were trying to get these resources to play on the same field as supply side resources, can you help me understand why the liquidated damages are such a problem? Said another way, how can we count on them if there's no penalty for not showing up?
Two responses. One, we have a performance-based compensation framework, which provides incentive for aggregators to show up and the resources to show up. And secondly, then the commission is setting up a new program and will gather experience over time with which you can refine the program. But I think the predictability of resources showing up consistently will be something that is revealed once the program is up and running and the commission and the company and aggregators gain experience. And so whether that number is 100% or it's 90% or some other number, the experience will provide confidence in the the incentive and the experience will provide confidence in what resources will show up when called.
So, but it sounds like there'll be some interim period where we'll have to be very skeptical that they're showing up. To me, that argument suggests we should start maybe smaller on liquidated damages, but I'm really struggling with the zero.
I don't know what the zero.
With no damages, all carrot, no stick.
Well, there is stick. I mean, you lose the compensation. Your aggregators are spending a significant amount of money to invest in this market, to develop their programs, to develop their to recruit customers, make their commitments to the customers that they have in the aggregation. And then they have the 2-for-1 reduction in compensation until you're compensated at zero if you're not showing up above 40%. So it's our members, the commercial participants in this new program, see that as a significant incentive to perform. And so I don't agree that being highly skeptical is appropriate at this time. We've seen some great response. I mean, you had a recent program in California, the DSGS program, in which you had 500 some odd megawatts showing up in response to the event.
All right. I just come out of the supply side world. It's really tough.
I mean, while the resources are, we do expect that they can perform similar grid services and avoid the need for large scale supply. It is a different program, and there will be different, some recognition of those differences in the program structure and potentially in performance, and that's something to be seen as it's implemented. But a minor difference does not mean that it is not performing.
Are you familiar with MISO and the SPP RTOs where they do have liquidated damages for failure to perform?
I am not deeply familiar, no.
All right, and it's more demand response. That's all I had, Ms. Judkins. Hopefully you didn't have to sit around too long for the 5 minutes of questioning.
All right, thank you.
No worries. If I may, I just have one question for Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner, from your perspective, do you think the presence of a liquidated damages provision in the AVPP program would make it more difficult for aggregators to enroll customers or to sign up to provide their services?
That was certainly the input that I received across members, across technologies, across business models, that the prospect of liquidated damages was a significant disincentive to participate in the program at all. From what was communicated to me, that was significantly more risk than they face in many other markets, and raised risk with especially with the structure that the company had proposed in terms of its capacity commitment and performance requirements, harkening back to this being a package of requirements. The prospect of liquidated damages was a significant barrier to participation by aggregators.
Can always have higher price. Thanks, Ms. Judkins. Anything else for Mr. Turner?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. I appreciate the conversation.
All right, thank you.
Order, Mr. Lurman. Can you hold up your right hand? Can you hold up your right hand, Mr. Lurman?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hold up your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Put your hand down. Is anybody communicating or with you in any way?
No.
That changes. Will you let us know?
Yes.
Back to you, Ms. Stockmeyer.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Lurman. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Matthew Lurman, last name Lehrman.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am the senior policy advisor for energy utilities for the city of Boulder.
Did you cause to be filed hearing exhibit 1100 Rev 1 answer testimony as well as hearing exhibit 1103 Rev 1 settlement testimony?
Yes.
And if you were asked the same questions that were contained in those testimonies, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And your testimonies have been admitted into the record, and so Mr. Lurman is now available for questions of other parties and the commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Althouse. Glad to see you're with us, and I have 10 minutes for you, and it's 3:55.
Yeah, hopefully I can get us out the door here. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Lurman, thank you. Just a couple questions. In your testimony, HE 1100, you cut and pasted a major section of Senate Bill 218, particularly the performance-based compensation methodology must reflect the full value of services. And you included a list of what those possible services might be. Peak demand reduction, clean peak service, voltage support, ancillary services, avoidance of upgrades. And then the last one, anything that the commission may deem supportive of efficient planning. And particularly ancillary services, you're one of the few interveners who mentioned ancillary services. Can you tell me why you think that was important?
Yes, I think there is the potential that resources that might be able to participate in an AVPP aggregation could provide ancillary services to public service.
Yeah, and I don't know if you heard Ms. Block's testimony. A question by Commissioner Gilman was asking about the variety of conditions that can put a feeder onto the non-performing, the FPIP list. And one of the things she mentioned was frequency issues. There's a number of feeders in the Boulder area on that list. And do you see the connection between needing ancillary services to address a frequency issue?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that specific questioning off the top of my head, but I can appreciate what you're saying.
Well, let's see. In the company's distribution plan, they mentioned the possibility of vehicles providing service. And I don't know if you recall, but a number of years ago, I was very excited and contacted you in response to press releases that I interpreted as a free car because of revenues you were able to capture at your recreational center. Do you recall?
I do remember that we had an email exchange about bidirectional charging. Yeah.
Yeah, I had used the term a free car, and you cautioned me on representing what you did that way. And since then, and the other day, there was a conversation with Pollock, witness, about innovation on the grid, and one of his big examples was the transportation electrification plan, and what they were doing was one of the ways they capture innovation. Now, it was case 23A-0242E that had a V2X summary of all the pilots. And so apparently, you in Boulder are one of the pioneers in pilots in Colorado for V2G. Is that correct?
We launched a bidirectional charging EV charging pilot with one of our fleet vehicles in the summer of 2020 at the North Boulder Rec Center.
And in that case that I just mentioned, there was an attachment that gave the revenue data that you registered, and it was almost $3,000 a year. But that particular case was only peak shaving, correct?
Yes, we only tested the ability to reduce peak demand at that building.
So going back to your testimony where you listed all the functions that deserve performance-based compensation. And I know I got spanked for saying free car, but you can lease a Nissan Leaf for $100 a month. So already that kind of puts you into the black. And if we were to add all the possibilities from this list of performance compensation, say the vehicle to grid had ancillary services capability, that also were getting a capacity factor, a non-wires alternative. Are we getting closer to the free car that I got spanked for before?
I, excuse me, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I think we tested peak demand reduction in that pilot. So I think if you were billed under a demand rate and you could reduce peak demand and get compensated for that, sure, that would be a start. I think the two things that I struggle with are one, I think the legislation, I don't have it in front of me, but I think it says may include these values. And I do think that they should be investigated. And I think I talked about that in my testimony. But that's related to the second challenge is I don't have a good sense of like what the value of that of ancillary services are. What like I don't think there's any data in the record to show that here's what we would pay for frequency regulation. And I'd hope that we could maybe develop that a little bit, but I don't personally have access to that value on like a distribution system level.
But your pilot did earn $3,000 a year,
We
3,900 something.
We measured peak demand reduction of about 12 kW per month over the course of that pilot. And so when you look at what Excel's demand charges were, I think that building was on schedule SG. I think you can kind of calculate, what we might have experienced over, say, like the 4 years of that pilot.
The other pilot was at Boulder Housing Partners, low-income housing organization in Boulder.
Yes. Excel is running a pilot at Boulder Housing Partners through the transportation electrification plan that you referenced.
I had heard, or I don't know if you heard from the director at Boulder Housing Partners that, the cost of transportation, owning a car, insurance, paying the utility bill for low-income people was stressful. And one of the thoughts in them wanting to do the pilot was if they could reduce the cost of ownership of the car and reduce the utility bill and possibly even generate revenue, that would have a really fantastic impact to the bottom line of low-income residents.
Chair, I'm gonna just lodge an objection to the former of the question. I understand Mr. Althouse is not represented by counsel, but the former of the question was a statement as well as hearsay. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, Mr. Althouse, you're in a lawyer world, so
sorry.
Yeah.
Can I restate? Did the director of Boulder Housing Partners show any interest in the economic impacts that the pilot might create for residents?
The director certainly may have. I mean, at a high level, I think, yes, there was discussion of like reducing transportation costs or energy costs are going to be beneficial for any customer, but probably in particular for residents of 30 Pearl where that pilot is.
I think that does it. Thank you very much, and sorry for my lack of legalese.
No, and I think you might have used the word spank for the first time in my 4.5 years here. So, Commissioner Goman, questions for Mr. Lurman?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Lurman.
Hello.
I had just a few questions for you. I recall Boulder participated fairly extensively in proceeding 23M-0464EG, which was the M docket examining barriers to BE and DER deployment. Does that sound familiar?
It does. I think there were a few of us that developed comments for that proceeding.
Okay, yeah, and I think you were involved somewhat, Ms. Elam was involved, so I don't want to push you beyond what you know, but did just want to relate that to here and get an update from the city of Boulder. So in that proceeding, I concluded that public service should solicit input from municipalities whose energy plans would influence forecasts based on local policies, building performance standards, approved upcoming development areas, and incentives, and that public service should strongly consider using that up-to-date information to develop this DSP forecast. As I understand from Fiasco, their forecast process may have had an issue in implementing that given the timing, but this morning Mr. Mino indicated that the company is currently ramping up for their 2026 DSP forecast. So I was curious what, if any, communication the city of Boulder has received from the company related to soliciting any input or information from the city in development of the next DSP forecast?
It's a great question. I'm not aware off the top of my head. That doesn't mean it doesn't, that it hasn't happened or didn't happen. I think there'd be other people at the city that might be more qualified to answer that.
Okay. Just curious from your perspective from the city, would the this DSP be a successful plan if customers in the city of Boulder do not see reduced timelines to add or upgrade electric service?
I think that would be an important outcome of this proceeding to be able for that outcome, for sure.
Okay. And do you also think it's important as part of this to be a successful plan for customers in the city of Boulder to see improved reliability?
Absolutely.
Okay. Those are my only questions. Thanks.
I do not have any questions for Mr. Lurman. Redirect Ms. Stockmeyer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Very briefly, if we could, Ms. Kunkel, please pull up hearing exhibit 1100, answer testimony of Mr. Lurman, Rev 1 at page 20, and then we're going to just spill over onto page 21. So Mr. Lurman, in your conversation with Mr. Althouse, he referenced your testimony regarding a proposal, and if we could scroll from page 20 down to the bottom of page 21, do you recall this testimony?
I do.
And at line 11 on page 21 was your recommendation regarding supporting or encouraging compensation for ancillary services. Do you see that?
I do.
And was this recommendation included in the AVPP settlement?
It was not.
And does Boulder still support the AVPP settlement?
We do support the settlement, yes.
Could you explain why Boulder supports the settlement to proceed with the program without this inclusion?
Yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, I think it's very important to launch this pilot as soon as possible. I think there's a few different examples around the country of successful pilots, but I think they're all probably going to look a little bit different in different jurisdictions in different states. And we shouldn't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I think launching this as quickly as possible is to try to generate some amount of savings, reduce some amount of the proposed capital expenditure on the distribution system, as well as generation and transmission is probably the most important outcome that we can get right now. And I think the settlement creates that opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lurman, and you can take this down, Ms. Kunkel. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lurman. You may be excused. The next one I have is Ms. Durk for CEO. Ms. Durk, are you out there? Can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Is anybody communicating or with you in any way?
No, they're not.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes, I will.
Back to you, Ms. Falcon.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Durk. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Jocelyn Durk. That's spelled JOCELYN DURKAY.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
The Colorado Energy Office. I'm the Associate Director of Regulatory Policy.
And did you cause to be filed in this record hearing exhibit 400 as your answer testimony and hearing exhibit 402 as your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
If I were to ask you those same questions today that you answered in your written testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. K is available for questioning.
The Business Coalition, I have 10 minutes and it's 4:10. Mr. Davis.
Mr. Chairman, we waive cross of Mr. K today. Thank you.
Thank you. Company, I have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Durkin.
Good afternoon.
We've met before, but Matt Larson on behalf of Public Service. I just have a few questions for you this afternoon. You're familiar with Senate Bill 24-218, I assume?
Yes.
And when we look at the language in that statute, it directs an assessment of whether projected distribution activities and corresponding budgets affordably and strategically benefit or advance the goals in Section 5A of the statute, right?
Yes, I can't recall if that is a direct quotation or a paraphrase, but I agree that that is generally consistent with the statute.
And I think you noted this in your testimony, but you would agree with me that the commission needs to make a finding about projected distribution activities and corresponding budgets in this case, correct?
That is one of the findings, yes.
Now, you took some issue with the company's type 1 and type 2 distribution activities nomenclature. Is that fair?
Correct. We had an alternative proposal for cost recovery that did not use that nomenclature.
Okay, yeah, and I have a few questions about that, so we can kind of jump into that. But before we do that, you would agree with me that distribution activities and corresponding budgets that benefit or advance the Section 5A policy goals must be recovered through the GMAC, would you not?
Consistent with Section 7B Roman 1, and so long as that is consistent with Section 7B Roman 1 and 2, yes.
Okay. And have you read Mr. Eiley's rebuttal testimony?
I have, yes.
Can we actually, Ms. Kunkel, can we call up hearing exhibit 121, which is Mr. Eiley's rebuttal testimony, and go to page 54? Okay, on the screen, you see what's been marked as figure JWI-R-1.
Yes, I see it.
I know we don't agree on the names, the naming at the bottom, but I want to kind of walk through this waterfall and see if we kind of agree on the assessment that needs to take place between your approach and the company's approach, okay?
Okay.
So the first question in this kind of rubric for evaluation asks, is it a distribution activity? And if it's not GMAC eligible. And if it is, you move on to the next question. You generally agree with that?
I agree that that is what the chart shows. I'm not certain if that is exactly what you asked me. Sorry.
Yeah, so my only question was that the first question we got to look at is whatever's at issue a distribution activity under the terms of the statute, right?
Under the company's framing, yes, that is correct.
But then the next question we ask is whether it's strategically benefiting or advancing state policies, and then it goes one of two directions, right? Which is the blue box and green box, right?
That is correct. That is the next step on this chart.
Okay. And then you have, we can take this down. You have your own chart or your own kind of table that you've brought forward as part of your answer testimony. And that's on page 24 of your testimony. Be familiar with that table. It's marked as figure JPD-1.
I am, and I would also note that attachment JPD1 is a more detailed version of that.
Yes, I think we can keep it at a relatively high level for purposes of these questions. I guess the first question I have is with respect to asset health and reliability. Your cost recovery designation for asset health and reliability is GMAC eligible with the exception of targeted underground. Is that fair?
That is my recollection. May I consult a paper
Yeah,
copy?
sure. Absolutely. So can we pull up Hearing Exhibit 400, page 24? Mr. K, do you see that?
I do. And yes, we had clarified that we were uncertain that targeted undergrounding was directly tied to increasing reliability and resilience. But with the exception of that subcategory of investments, we agreed that it was a GMAC eligible category.
Great. And then moving down to the next line with respect to capacity. Capacity you also have is GMAC eligible. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I did this math on my own, which is dangerous because I have a journalism degree. But I'll represent to you that those two budget categories comprise 79% of the distribution capital proposed for recovery in 2026, 2027, and 2028 by public servants. Do you have any reason to disagree with that number?
I do not, and I agree with the statement that those two categories comprise the majority of the company's budget for those years.
So there's not a major cost recovery dispute between public service and the Colorado Energy Office with respect to a large portion of the budget that's been presented for recovery and budget setting by PSCO here. Is that true?
That is true, and I would also note that the Energy Office is supportive of the company's DSP budget. And to your distinction, the differences in position that the Energy Office has is related to cost recovery and not the budget.
Yeah, so Energy Office does not take issue with any of the company's budgets. And then the Energy Office supports GMAC eligibility for asset health and reliability and capacity. Did I get that right?
That is correct with the addition of the conversation we had around targeted undergrounding.
Great. I don't have anything else. Thank you, Mr. K.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Commissioner Goman, questions for Ms. Durk?
No questions.
I don't have any questions either. Ms. Falcon, any redirect?
No, Commissioner, we have no redirect questions.
Thank you, Ms. Durk. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ms. Gagner, can you hold up your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. I will.
And put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
They are not.
If that changes, you'll let us know.
I will.
Back to you, Ms. Colicchio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note I saw Mr. Larson's hand up and I didn't know if he wanted to speak before I introduced Ms. Gagner.
Mr. Larson.
Apologies. I was really ambitious.
He's jumping at the bit.
It's okay. No
Look
problem.
out, Ms. Gagner.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gagner. Can you
Good
please
afternoon.
state your name for the record and spell it?
Yes, my name is Kathleen Gagner, Kathleen. Last name Gagner, Gegner.
And can you please tell us who you are employed by and in what capacity?
Yes, the Colorado Energy Office as a senior regulatory analyst.
Thank you. And did you cause hearing exhibit 401 to be filed in this case?
I did.
And do you have any changes to that hearing exhibit today?
I do not.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gagner. Commissioners, parties, I tender Ms. Gagner for cross.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Now would be timely.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. I actually have my hand up. We're going to waive the cross-examination of Ms. Gagner. So,
Oh.
All right. Sorry for the misdirection.
Sorry for the drama. Commissioner Goman, questions for Ms. Gagner?
No questions.
Me either. So I assume that means no redirect. I don't know if you're disappointed or not, but thank you, Ms. Gagner.
Thank you.
Mr. Klein, the Business Coalition, East Denver Business Coalition.
Mr. Chairman, I've learned about an hour ago that Mr. Klein is not available this afternoon, but is available tomorrow afternoon. He only has, I think, about 10, 15 minutes across by the company and whatever commissioner questions. So I think we can fit him in tomorrow just to finish. I know you're anxious to finish the hearing tomorrow, and I think that'll work. So I apologize for the late notice on his unavailability.
Yeah, no worries. So he's available anytime between 1 and 5 tomorrow.
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Let's see, Mr. Shea, Denver.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Can you hold up your right hand?
Can you see it?
No, now we can. It was blurred.
Oh,
do you swear
blurred getting in the way.
do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, you'll let us know.
Yes.
Is Counsel for Denver out there?
I am available, Mr. Chair.
We can just make the witness available to the company. I see you have 10 minutes, Mr. Larson.
Mr. Chair, apologies. We waived Mr. Shea earlier in the day.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's just me.
Oh,
I
sorry.
believe it's just Commissioner Gilman.
Sorry, Commissioner Gilman.
Thank you.
No worries. I didn't want to pull Mr. Larson, but I didn't want you to let him go. So I want to make sure I was off mute and ready.
Fire away.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Shea. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. You as well.
I have just a few similar questions to you that I had of Boulder, so they'll sound a bit familiar. And I'm aware you participated extensively in proceeding 23M-0464EG, the M docket, studying barriers to BE and DERs, do you recall?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and similar to the question I asked Boulder, I had concluded in that M docket that public service should specifically solicit input from municipalities with regard to forecasting, especially considering local factors that local municipalities may know more about to help inform more accurate forecasts. And I was just curious in the lead up to the 2024 DSP, and then also now in preparation for the 2026 DSP, if the city and county of Denver has been contacted at all by the company for input on those forecasts.
Yes, we have. So I believe the contact was initially proposed to be in relation to GIP forecasting, but in conversation with the company representatives, my understanding is that the forecast would have been, the information that we provide would have been used for both DSP and the GIP.
Okay. And to your understanding, was some of that used in this DSP forecast, or you think it's more for GIP and the 2026 DSP forecast, just so I can try and understand where we'll see that input start to show up?
So initial outreach came earlier this year in the spring and was not incorporated into this DSP. And just for, I guess, full transparency, no information has been fully shared yet because of some data privacy concerns and some data sharing, some holdups in establishing data sharing agreements between the city and the company. So we are still working through some of those details and exactly what information will be provided. I will say that that proceeding not only identified some of the information that we think would be helpful, but information that we are not currently collecting or had not been collecting in a way that it essentially, started the gears turning within the city in terms of engaging with other agencies at the city that are responsible for collecting certain information to provide a fuller picture moving forward. And that process is well underway. And like I said, we are at the point that we're hoping to develop a phased implementation of a kind of how we can share that information, both the information we currently have and the information we plan to begin collecting in much more detail moving forward. So I'm not sure as to whether that will be in time to inform the 2026 forecast, but we certainly are endeavoring to move as quickly as city government can.
Okay, I appreciate the update. Sometimes these things come through us and then I don't know what's going on.
Totally understand. I'm glad you brought it
Once we're
up.
not involved anymore. Curious also, I know Denver had put forth in that proceeding the concept of a capacity reservation pilot, really stemming from some frustrations, especially from developers in the Denver area, of not being able to really be able to plan their projects around available capacity. The company went through, in my questioning of them, some specific reasoning they don't want to pursue that. I was curious from Denver's perspective, do you still see something like that as important, or is there another workaround or way that you see some of these frustrations being alleviated besides just overall more capacity on the whole grid, but getting to the strategic nature of what we are supposed to be doing here? How are we being as strategic as possible in ensuring that loads that want to come online can find that capacity?
Yeah, I'm glad you raised that point. It was certainly something that we tried to progress through an open sort of pilot solicitation. Ultimately, the company had a number of issues which they expressed reservations within their testimony and within conversation with us as well. I think it sounds to me in reviewing the direct case that the 75% sort of loading limit was their attempt at resolving some of those issues. Obviously, that you could argue is less strategic potentially than the capacity reservation pilot, but we're at least appreciative that there is an attempt to address that issue proactively, and I think the 75% loading threshold could serve a similar function, but I think reporting out on the I guess the results of how well that has resolved the issue will be important in subsequent proceeding or subsequent DSPs.
And I'm just curious, how do you think we would get a feeling for how well that's resolved the issue? Is that in terms of energization timelines or some other metric?
I think energization timelines is the one that I would go to straight away. There may be some additional nuances within the process that could be explored as well, but certainly that's the issue that we've heard from some of our community members, and one of the issues that consistently we have identified as being problematic and needing to be improved.
Okay. We also heard some frustrations in that proceeding around the timelines to complete the actual application for service themselves, to get that to be considered complete, as well as kind of a lack of transparency around grid upgrades that a project might necessitate, and how that cost sharing or the sizing of those is determined, or if there were certain measures they could take to not bump over that threshold. I was just curious, if you hear from developers, if those are still concerns, or if there are any changes to your understanding with regard to any of those concerns that we were hearing from developers specifically in that proceeding.
I will say, just based on conversations with colleagues who are more boots on the ground, working with developers, that those concerns still crop up and exist, but I would say the volume has reduced since I certainly came on the job in January of last year. And so it's all kind of, I can't say definitively, but I can say that there are still challenges and concerns over the transparency. I will say that, in relation to the capacity reservation process, one of the things that we thought might be, potentially beneficial is having more of a technical assistance element of that process, where the company could identify potential solutions that might mitigate the need for grid upgrades if a developer were to consider certain technologies or DERs, and I would say that is, still unaddressed with the proposal as put forward by the company. But I don't know if that fully answers your question. We're still hearing about some of those issues.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think that was one of the issues addressed in the decision with regard to transparency around these grid upgrades, as well as how much headroom there actually is, and to what extent they could be avoided with different demand limiting equipment or other techniques. So it doesn't sound like you're hearing a marked improvement.
No, I don't think there's been improvement in that respect that I've heard specifically. But again, I don't hear everything, and it's usually when things go wrong that people start really reaching out. So
sure, this is my best shot for an interim update before the when things go wrong update that I get otherwise. Just two more questions, some that I asked Boulder as well. So I'm curious, would this DSP be strategically successful plan to the city of Boulder, or to the city and county of Denver, if you don't see reduced timelines for customers to add or upgrade electric service as a result?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Would we consider this to be strategically
successful, the implementation of this DSP, if the city and county of Denver and its residents do not see reduced timelines to add or upgrade electric service?
We would not see it as strategically successful. We expect and anticipate improvements in energization timelines.
Okay. Same question around reliability. Would you consider this plan successful if you do not see improvements to reliability metrics as a result?
We would also expect to see improvements in reliability.
Okay. Thanks. Those are my only questions. Appreciate it, Mr. Shea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I do have one question following up on Commissioner Gilman's questioning, maybe asking the same thing from a different perspective. Yeah, I just represent that we've heard from multiple existing, new, and potential large customers alleging concerns about billing mistakes, lack of transparent communication, design errors, last-minute scope changes, and chronic inefficiencies that have created significant harm. Although I don't think these alleged claims have been meaningfully validated, there are clearly some very unhappy customers out there. From your perspective, how much of your concern is addressed by the build out of the distribution system, and how much is communication, staffing, accountability, and other softer concerns, and spending billions of dollars on the build out gonna solve some of these other concerns? So I'd welcome any thoughts or guidance, given that we just haven't tracked down some of the other claims floating around out there.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and I would say that I think that both are important, and the process issues throughout from conceptual capacity checks to new service applications, we tend to hear quite a bit of frustration, especially when there are what turn out to be minor challenges. So there's just a lot of folks who ultimately something that sounded like it was a major impediment and obstacle with a multi-million-dollar price tag ends up being nothing near that. And again, want to note that we tend to hear when the process sort of fails folks, but I think I would say a significant concern for the city that the process issues be addressed as well.
All right. Mr. Solomon, redirect.
No redirect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too. Let's see.
If I would, Mr. Chairman, Denver's witness, Mr. Fugetta, doesn't have anyone listed as wanting to cross him, but my understanding is Commissioner Gilman wanted to cross him. Would this be an appropriate time to bring him up as well?
Yeah, is that right, Commissioner Gilman? You had questions for both Denver witnesses? We'll come back to that.
Okay, sounds good.
Mr. Solomon. There you are. Commissioner Gilman, did you have questions for Mr. Fugetta?
I'm sorry.
No worries.
Let me look. Sorry, 1 second. I do not.
So okay. Mr. Fugetta can be excused. And my apologies, Mr. Solomon. I had everything written down on a hard copy piece of paper that I've now misplaced. So
it's just
working off my online version. IREC, are we going to go with Mr. McCurley, Ms. Stanfield?
Yes, we can. Mr. McCurley is ready, I believe.
Mr. McCurley, you out there?
Yes, I am.
Can you hold up your right hand, sir? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Back to you, Ms. Stanfield.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. McCurley. Can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Sure. Matthew McCurley,
MATTHEW, MCKERLEY.
Thank you. By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am an attorney at the law firm of Sheep Mahali and Weinberger based in San Francisco, California. And I'll just note that though I'm an attorney, I am appearing on behalf of IREC as a policy expert to discuss issues related to grid security and the publishing of posting capacity data.
Thank you. Did you cause to be filed in this record hearing exhibit 801C, your opening testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes,
Do you have that before you?
I do.
If I was to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And was your testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
It was.
Thank you. I tender Mr. McCurley for cross.
Mr. Simpson, I have 15 minutes.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon, Ms. McCurley. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm just dandy, thank you. I was, your colleague, Mr. Maffezi, was actually going to go before you, and so I had some questions that relate to Mr. Maffezi's testimony for you as well. Are you somewhat familiar with Mr. Maffezi's testimony so we can lay some predicate?
I have read it, yes.
And would it be fair at a very broad level to characterize Mr. Maffezi's testimony to essentially say the company doesn't publish sufficient information, it should publish more information with respect to the grid, and that information should be widely available to developers and downloadable? Is that a fair characterization of his testimony at a very, very high level?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, in general, I think his testimony describes the information that the company should be publishing, ideally for developers to use, and my testimony goes into essentially the need to publish that widely to developers. Yes.
And you've now said developers twice. Is it fair to say that IREC represents the interests of developers?
No, IREC essentially is an independent organization that advocates for publishing of posting capacity analysis data in multiple states, and believes in the benefits of publishing that data, but IREC does not represent the interests of developers directly.
But the chair of the board of IREC is a vice president at NG is it not? Is he not?
Chair of the board, I am not aware of the chair of the board's role.
If I represented to you that the chair of the board of IREC was a gentleman employed by NG North America, would you have any reason to doubt me?
I would not.
And if I were to tell you that there were members of Amalgamated Bank, EDP, and other industry players on the board of IREC, would that surprise you in any way, shape, or form?
I don't know if it would surprise me. If that's what you're representing.
Jackson, this assumes facts that he doesn't have, and he's explained that already.
Overruled.
Okay, well, that's helpful to know because you've used the word developer twice, and I looked at Mr. Maffezi's testimony and I only saw the word developer, I never saw the word customer. Is it your opinion, Mr. McCurley, that the kind of information that the HCA load maps are going to be, or HCA generation maps, or any HCA data, quite frankly, that a normal everyday customer like, I don't even know, but just your normal average everyday customer has a material interest in obtaining this information for their own use?
Can you define your normal everyday customer? What do you mean by that?
A guy by the name of the artificial guy by the name of Bob Jones, who earns $75,000 a year and works on the road crew expanding our wonderful highways here in Colorado.
Would that person have an interest in looking at HCA data?
Correct.
It's hard for me to say. I certainly think that that person would probably not be the primary user of the data.
And who would be the primary user of the data?
Based on my experience, the primary users are those who need to use the data to optimize siting decisions, for example, as I've explained in my testimony, there are also other users of the data. For example, researchers could use the data in interesting and innovative ways, and I think the commission could also use the data.
But the main use case for the data are people making siting decisions. Is that fair?
I think one of the main use cases for the data are solar developers and EV charging providers who need to find optimal sites for siting their projects. Yes.
Thank you. Now, you make a number of claims in your testimony. Is it fair to say that you don't believe public service has met its burden to show that HCA data is sufficiently sensitive to be protected?
I think it's fair to say that the company has not met its burden of showing how publishing this data will cause the types of attacks and issues that the company is claiming. Yes.
And it's your position that there needs to be a direct causal link, or at least some evidence of past use of explicitly HCA data in order for the company to have met its burden?
That's not my position, no. I don't think I ever stated that there needs to be an explicit link between the data. What I've stated is that based on what I've seen the company provide and the various expert reports that have been cited by Mr. Marion and others by the company, that there, first of all, that the publishing the data, the link between publishing the data and an attack on the grid is highly speculative. That doesn't mean that, and I've stated that as well, that doesn't mean that publishing this data could potentially be used by a malicious adversary who wants to attack the grid. But I do think that publishing the data and the link between publishing that data and the types of attacks that have been explained are highly speculative, yes.
Okay, so when you note in your testimony that the company vaguely asserts in its protective motion that publishing HCA data increases the risk of cyber attack, you generally agree vaguely that that statement is correct, and that you agree that it could increase the ability of cyber attack?
I think that someone who is intent on attacking the grid could potentially look at this data and use it. But as I've stated in my testimony, there are no known documented instances of people using this data to attack the grid.
And you go on, but it does not substantiate the claim with an example of actual attacks that used in HCA, right? That's your view. That's our burden, that we have to demonstrate that linkage.
I think that it's fair to say that the company should explain how publishing this data will appreciably increase the risk of an attack on the electric grid. Yes.
I'm happy to recall Ms. McDermott in a highly confidential session. I was going to talk to your colleague, Mr. Mafazy, about all the things that this kind of data can do. But you're not an engineer, correct?
I'm not an engineer.
Okay.
I'm not an electric engineer. Yes.
Okay. You're not. Okay. I will take that as good enough. You do note, however, that, well, actually, let's say it differently. There are some states that provide their HCA, that require the utilities to provide their HCA data publicly.
Yes, including this state.
And in those states, you mentioned California quite a bit. Are you aware if the California Commission ordered those utilities to publish that HCA data over their protest?
I'm aware that there was a proceeding several years ago in which PG&E raised similar concerns, and that was rejected by the California Public Utilities Commission. Yes.
And would it be fair to characterize that HCA data is now publicly available and therefore open source?
I don't know what you mean by open source in that sense, but it is fair to characterize the fact that in California, that HCA data is publicly available. Yes.
And if I were to represent to you, I meant open source by saying that it is now whatever publicly available data anybody scraping the internet or looking around the internet can go find for themselves. Would that be a reasonable definition of open source?
Sure.
And in your testimony, you cite quite clearly that the examples that the company gave about potential security concerns were just too vague and that they were not satisfactory to you. Is that fair?
In some cases, they were vague, for sure. I think in other cases, they cited very, very specific reports, and I went and dove into those reports. And what I found was that none of those reports recommended classifying HCA data as a viable means for protecting the electric grid.
But the Colorado attacker that you note in your testimony did use power grid maps and blueprints found on open source websites on the internet. So that could be any publicly available data on the internet with respect to infrastructure here in Colorado.
Yes, and in fact, I think that kind of proves my point, that Colorado attacker did not use, essentially did not use the data that the company has classified, because they used open source data.
Okay, and so you're familiar with the events of 9/11, aren't you? Or September 11th, 2001?
The events of yes, I am essentially, yes, I lived through that, so I am familiar with that. It's been a while.
And to your knowledge, was there ever a hijacking of commercial airlines that flew into large skyscrapers prior to the events of September 11th, 2001?
Prior to the events, to my knowledge, not that I recall.
And now that it's so it doesn't necessarily have had to have happened in the past in order for it to happen in the future, correct?
Oh, I see. Yes, that's correct. I think, however, I would say that the fact that this data has been published in multiple states for years, and there has been no known documented attack, and I would expect that if there had been, the company would have presented it. But the fact that there has been no known documented attack that used this data, I agree with you that doesn't necessarily foreclose the possibility that this data could be used in the future. And none of my testimony meant to imply that. But I do think it's relevant for the commission to consider the fact that this data has been published in much more extensive detail, frankly, in other states. And there has been no known documented attack that has used this data to attack the electric grid.
And there could be attacks using open source information, which could include this data that was published in, say, California, though. We have no way of knowing at this point in time. Is that fair?
We have no way of knowing. I don't know if we have any way. I haven't looked into specifically the reports. I'm just going off of the reports that the company cited as reasons for why this data should be protected. And based on that data, based on those reports, there's been nothing.
And do you have a security clearance, a federal security clearance?
I do not.
Did you ever?
I have not.
And do you participate in cyber and physical threat discussions and conferences with respect to hardening the system, both the physical and cyber threats, both the transmission system and the distribution system?
I do not.
And do you have any reason to doubt Mr. Marion when he says that there are continuing threats by bad actors that the company has to safeguard against?
No, I mean, in fact, I would say, I don't contest the fact that there are bad actors that are looking to attack the grid. I think the reports that Mr. Marion cited explain that very clearly. My testimony essentially explains that even despite all of those bad actors that are looking to attack the grid, none of the documented instances or none of those attackers have reportedly tried to seek out HCA data in order to attack the grid.
So you testify against the use of a non-disclosure agreement as a protective tool for this data. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you argue that a non-disclosure agreement is too onerous for anybody to be able to sign?
This specific non-disclosure agreement is quite onerous, yes.
And you noted that the main use case of this HCA data is by solar developers and charging people who are going to site new chargers somewhere, and other, what are, to me at least, relatively sophisticated business people who are spending a lot of money to develop these items. Is that a fair characterization?
I certainly think that there are some of those developers and other entities that want to use the data for citing decisions could be sophisticated. I don't think that all of them are extremely sophisticated or have the level of controls that the NDA requires. And as I stated in my testimony, I have lots of other concerns with the NDA besides just the security control that it imposes on people who access the data.
So I hear you there, but if I'm reading Mr. Maffezi's testimony correctly, he doesn't support even the cyber protection of keeping the heat maps, however you want to describe them, on just on the secure portal, but rather would like for them to be downloadable. Do you recall that section of Mr. Maffezi's testimony? I can bring it up for you, but it's fine, just for argument's sake.
Perhaps you should direct this to Mr. Maffezi. I'm not really 100% sure. What I would say is that my understanding of Mr. Maffezi's testimony is that he recommends that all of this data be published in a single area, in a single spot, in a single portal, and not on multiple portals and multiple access points is where it is right now. I don't know that he necessarily said that it should all be publicly available and downloadable. I think he potentially agrees with me that putting it behind a login, for example, is acceptable.
He does. I will agree that IRIC does take a reasonable position that this information should be at least somewhat protected, unlike some of your other fellows. So we'll move on. With respect to the non-disclosure agreement, I mean, isn't it reasonable for the company to want to have the ability to go essentially try their best to put the genie in the bottle if somebody discloses this information, assuming it's not made public?
Is it reasonable to put the genie in the bottle? Can you maybe explain what you mean by that?
Sure. Engie is going and preparing a solar garden, let's say, right? And they have this information, and they have it on the laptop of one of the guys out in the field. And his truck is broken into from whomever, we don't know. But now we know we have the security information out in the loose. Wouldn't it be reasonable for the company to want to be able to get Engie to help them either track down the laptop or erase the information on the laptop, or otherwise mitigate the fact that this information is now in the hands of some third party that we don't know who could or couldn't be a bad actor?
I guess my issue with the NDA, first of all, I don't know that the NDA requires, maybe it does, requires Engie to do the things that you've claimed that Engie would have to do in that hypothetical.
Well, the NDA does allow the remedy of specific performance, which would fall into those kinds of items. And the NDA does have a requirement for essentially having appropriate industry-wide security standards. So for example, when my phone is lost, it's industry-wide security standard in the law firm world that it can be remotely erased so that privileged information doesn't get into third-party hands. So those are the two portions of the NDA that I'm referring to that would give Xcel Energy the potential ability to work with an Engie to go accomplish those things.
Right. I guess my issue with the NDA in general is that whether it actually acts as a security mechanism really depends on how the data that's subject to the NDA is used. And in this case, frankly, HCA data, almost by definition, is most useful when it's widely shared. I mean, developers will want to share it with their customers. I've talked about how researchers may want to use this data for other reasons. The commission may want to use this data. It's used as when it's shared with lots of people. And in my opinion, the NDA's efficacy as a security measure decreases significantly when you have data shared across potentially hundreds or thousands of individuals.
Well, let's talk about that for a minute. First of all, lots of researchers use confidential information that's classified by the federal government for their research, and they all go through the necessary security measures. So why wouldn't that be the case here? Do you think the company is, I mean, researchers sign NDAs all the time to the extent they're dealing with sensitive information.
Well, I mean, I think it's specific on the data, right? I mean, I don't know what specific data you're referring to that researchers signed for confidential information, but in this case, in my opinion, HCA data is really meant to be shared with lots of people. And the efficacy of an NDA, I mean, the company even admitted, for example, the reason that it doesn't want to publish the load HCA map ever is because the minute one person leaks that data, supposedly highly sensitive data, it's out there for good, right? And so the issue with an NDA, if you're sharing a bunch of data with potentially hundreds or thousands of people behind an NDA, that NDA, the efficacy of that NDA as a security measure, right, is really weakened the more and more people that have access to this data.
Well, I thank you for making the point that that the HCA load map is sensitive and that an NDA is not sufficient to secure it. I guess that's all.
And I think he's not stating what the witness actually said.
Well, I mean, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Yeah. Commissioner Gilman, do you have any questions for Mr. McCurley? And if so, how long?
I do not.
I guess I just have one, and then maybe tomorrow we'll come back for redirect. I assume for purposes of this question that this commission found a way to make available a more reasonable, more palatable NDA that modified or eliminated many of the type of problematic provisions that IRAC and other parties have objected to. Would that solve the majority of the problems for your client? It just seems like entities sign NDAs all the time. Isn't that just a simple and clear way to resolve this?
Chairman Blake, I'm not 100. I'm not really sure. I mean, in theory, it seems possible that potentially the NDA could be addressed and modified to address the concerns. But I'm not 100% sure how that would be done at the moment. We've identified certain provisions that are very problematic in our opinion, in my opinion, and it's not clear to me how that would be done, frankly, at this time. And as I stated earlier, I still think that the main reason that the company has put forward this NDA is to provide some security benefit. And in my opinion, the security benefit of the NDA is minimal, the more and more people that have access to this data. And I guess the last thing I would say is that it's not, my client, or IREC, the organization, still would have an issue with the fact that there is no nodal hosting capacity data being published, and that the load hosting capacity maps are not being published at all, or that the proposal is not to publish them ever. And so that it's not clear how fixing the NDA, if that's even possible, would address those concerns.
I take that point, but say the commission just went provision by provision and resolved the differences, and parties could object on RRR, and then we'd have an NDA. Maybe it's not perfect, but it's better from the company's perspective than nothing, and from your perspective, it's better than what we got now. So why isn't that like a sensible path forward?
Yeah, I think that if certainly the IREC could object on RRR, that could potentially there may be a way to strike a balance that addresses the concerns that IREC has with the NDA.
I mean, it just seems like people negotiate NDAs dozens, hundreds at a time. It doesn't seem like these problems are unresolvable. Ms. Stanfield, how much redirect do you have? If it's more than a few minutes, we'll just start tomorrow at 1.
Yeah, I would say it's more than just a couple minutes.
Okay. Any final matters? We'll come back at 1. Hopefully we can finish tomorrow, but maybe not. Final matters? All right. Thanks. We'll come back at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Thanks all.